The main character immersed himself in building houses and tending to the garden beds. His hands were used to creating and constructing, turning emptiness into cozy corners. Every day was filled with hard work and care for the land. But fate gave him a second life, not in his usual form, but in the shining armor of a knight, and now he was not just a builder, but a warrior of the new world, ready for great trials. The clothing of the main characters changed because he found himself in another world with different laws and traditions, and every detail of the new outfit speaks of the strength and responsibility placed upon him. Only after finishing current tasks did the hero receive a new mission, a new trial of fate. His life turned into a continuous series of challenges and opportunities, giving him not a minute of peace. Now he works in a rural home goods store where life flows quietly and measured, but even here unexpected tasks and new acquaintances await him. Every day brings something new and interesting. He stands next to the store where the air is filled with the aromas of fresh products and tasty treats. Besides his main job, the hero delivers parcels throughout the rural district. He knows every path and every house where his parcels are awaited with hope and patience, and this work makes him part of village life. In addition to deliveries, he takes on all tasks as if becoming an indispensable helper to the residents. He can always be called upon for help, and he never refuses. He repairs equipment and tends the garden, keeps the farm in order. His hands skillfully handle tools and bring broken things back to life. With such a wildly busy schedule, the hero barely manages to catch his breath. The whole day is packed with tasks. It seems there is catastrophically not enough time, but he does not complain. His heart is full of joy from useful work. Joyful faces greet and see off the hero, their eyes full of gratitude and warmth. Smiles become his best reward and the driving force to move forward, and so he feels needed and important. Though he is tired, it seems to him that life is not so bad, and every day he finds joys and bright moments that warm his soul. One day the hero left work having not slept all night, exhausted and worn out from labor. His eyes were closing, thoughts tangled in a whirl of emotions. His body begged for rest, but his mind was still on guard. Everything blurred before his eyes, and the world around seemed to lose clarity. It seemed he was about to fall, but some inner strength kept him on his feet. A moment of change and uncertainty was approaching. Suddenly he began to teleport, carried somewhere into the unknown, where the boundaries of reality simply melted, and as if he was sliding along the strings of space and time, not understanding at all where this road led. He did not understand what had happened. Everything seemed like a dream or fantasy, and his inner world struggled with the incomprehensible, trying to grasp the new situation. His clothes now hung too loosely, like a memory of the past world, and he was already being welcomed. He was chosen for a new world, where great deeds and exploits awaited him. The pants completely gave out, and the hero tried to cope with the new reality with a smile. This awkwardness became a symbol of transition from the familiar to the strange, from the known to the unknown. He was ready to accept his fate. The girl who floated in the air like an angel radiated light and warmth. Her presence inspired confidence and gave peace in the moment of change. She was a guide to the new world. The goddess Victinius revealed to him the wondrous world of Alstasia, opening doors to new horizons. Her words became the key that unlocked his new role and purpose. Thus began a new epic. The main hero realized his rebirth with surprise. He felt his consciousness and body changing, standing on the threshold of great achievements, ready to accept the challenges of fate. Everything seemed like a dream to him, and someone gently woke him from this state. He felt reality slowly returning, as if through fog. Everything around was blurred and unreal. His gaze fell on strange rabbit ears sticking out from under his hair. They were alive and moving, like part of a new body, and the hero could not believe his eyes. Suddenly he jumped up and found himself in the middle of a dense forest, full of strength and life. The air was filled with a light breath of nature, and branches rustled overhead. He felt like a stranger in this world. He gently ran his hand over his new ears, trying to understand if they were real. Their softness and gentle touch told him that this was not a dream, and this new reality was accepting him. Not far away, he noticed a girl with the same bunny ears, a representative of the rabbit race. Her eyes simultaneously shone with kindness and bewilderment. The main character realized that he had been reborn and left his past behind. His consciousness was changing along with his body, as if doors to a new life were opening, and this realization caused a storm of mixed feelings. Now he found himself in a completely different world, Alstasia, teeming with wonders and dangers. Slowly it dawned on him that he was in a new situation. Everything that was before remained in the past. New trials awaited ahead, and his heart was filled with anxiety and anticipation. The main character felt stunned that he had to start life anew without memories and experience. It was a heavy burden, but there was no choice, so he would have to gather strength. The time came and the bunny girl had to leave. Her own path lay ahead. She looked at him with slight sadness and understanding, and the time to say goodbye was approaching. The boy did not want to be alone and insistently offered to go with her. His voice carried both hope and fear of loneliness. It was a heart's impulse seeking support. The girl warned him if people found out that he was a human in this world, they would go mad. She spoke seriously. He was a stranger here, so he had to be careful. The hero learned about the cruel rule of the new world. All humans were considered scoundrels and enemies, and this discovery caught him off guard and made him reflect on his own essence. It turned out that humans had become masters over other races they ruled and were sometimes cruel. So tension grew in society and conflicts began, and the hero found himself at the very center of these complex relations. The hero asked the girl to say a good word for him when he heard a rustle in the bushes. His body tensed. No one was supposed to be here, and the air was filled with threat. Suddenly, a goblin jumped out of the bushes, an evil and dangerous creature. The girl was frightened and recoiled. This was the first obvious threat in the new world. The girl shouted to the hero, "Run, save yourself from the goblin." Fear and anxiety echoed in her voice. There was no time to think. The hero was about to distract the goblin to give the girl a chance to escape. His heart was pounding wildly with fear and determination. Ahead awaited a fight for life. Realizing that he was dangerous to the goblin, the hero led it away from the village and the girl's family, while inside him a struggle between fear and the desire to protect was raging. He himself did not know what he was doing but acted on instinct. The girl managed to break free. He was left alone with the danger. Fate was challenging him. The goblin suddenly strikes hard. The hero feels a sharp pain. Time seems to slow down. Tension compresses the air around, and he prepares to fight for survival. In response, the hero throws bottles and improvised objects at the enemy, using them as weapons. Each throw is a chance to save his life and protect himself, and the fight becomes desperate and uncompromising. It seemed the hero's strength was fading. He was already preparing to say goodbye to life. Darkness slowly crept over his consciousness, but the inner fire had not yet gone out, and hope for rescue was alive. Suddenly, at the most unexpected moment, the goblin slips on one of the bottles and loses balance. Fate gives the hero a chance to save himself at the most critical moment. The goblin falls, hits his head on the stones, and dies. He can no longer fight. Suddenly, a silence falls around, breaking the chaos of the battle, and the hero simultaneously feels relief and fatigue. At that moment, the hero suddenly feels a light slap on the back of his head, an unexpected and irritating gesture, and he turns around, surprised by such a reaction. Turning around, he sees before him a majestic figure, Lady Victinius, her gaze full of power and mystery, and he feels how important she is. The woman said that she gave the hero special abilities for his further journey and trials. It sounded like a calling and became the beginning of a new chapter in his life, and he feels changes within himself. Instantly, they find themselves together in the goddess's room, a bright, calm space for important conversations, and the hero is ready to listen to explanations and instructions. Victinius wants to tell everything in detail so that the hero understands his role and purpose, and her voice sounds confident and authoritative, as if she is revealing secrets. She reveals that the hero's new personality is 20 years old, an age of strength and new opportunities. The hero tries to figure out whether this is a dream or reality, and uncertainty with anxiety grips him, so he clings to his sensations in search of any support. The goddess generously gives him blessings, protection, and support from higher powers, a sign that he is not alone and that he will be helped on his path. The hero also receives 3 tickets that unlock new skills, important keys to development and survival. This is a valuable gift and a great responsibility. Victinius is confident. The hero will soon understand which skills he needs. This is a sign of faith in his strength and wisdom. At a tense moment, another girl suddenly grabbed the goddess by the shoulder and said that actually 8 tickets are needed, and this caused unexpected confusion. Lady Hera catches the girl in a lie. A tense dialogue flares between them, and the truth bursts out, overturning the course of events. Both goddesses step aside to talk. The hero remains in thought and anxious anticipation, and the situation becomes increasingly complicated. Hera asks for forgiveness for the Victinias, trying to resolve the conflict and restore balance. This is an act of wisdom and generosity. He listens attentively, feeling that his fate is now connected with divine actions and mysteries, and new horizons of understanding open before him. He learns about the goddess Hera from Greek mythology. She tells him about an ancient pact among the gods that governs destinies and maintains the balance of power in the world, and this knowledge opens new horizons of perception before him. She continues to tell about the adventure of the goddess Victinius, a story filled with drama and confrontations, showing how she challenged established rules. It turned out that the goddess simply wanted to take the skill tickets for herself, and this caused great discord among the gods. The desire to preserve power gave rise to this conflict. Victinius cries. Her tears are soaked with bitterness and regret. She sincerely regrets her actions, and at this moment her human side emerges. Suddenly, a skill machine appears before them, a mysterious mechanism that unlocks new abilities. For the inconvenience, the hero is given additional tickets. Now there are 10. This is compensation and a sign of trust from the gods, and the chance for development and strengthening expands significantly. Victinius begins to sprinkle sarcasm and openly show her dissatisfaction, her words sharp and filled with offense, and she does not hide her irritation at what is happening. The hero, with curiosity and hope, spins the wheel of the skill machine. Each turn promises new skills and opportunities, a moment of tense anticipation and exciting delight. The main hero acquires the skill of evaluation, which allows seeing the true value of objects and situations, and this opens new horizons of understanding the world around him. He masters the ability to process stone and dismantle structures, skills needed by a craftsman and one who seeks to survive, and this greatly strengthens his position in the new world. Behind his back, the gods whisper and discuss the situation, doubting his abilities and openly criticizing him. Their conversations show how complex the hierarchy is in the divine world. They are ashamed of the hero's low skill rank and believe that he does not live up to expectations, but he has the potential to grow. The hero has already gathered a set of carpentry skills. Now he has a solid foundation on which he can start building and creating on his own. The gods are ready to send the hero to the underworld for difficult trials. This is a decisive stage of his coming of age, where he will face new challenges and gain unexpected opportunities. Lady Victinius begs the hero not to die and regrets the lost tickets. Her request is serious but with a light joke, and it conveys care for his fate. The hero says that he had no choice, he had to fight for his life. He talks about his determination and that the fight was necessary, and this justifies him before the gods. He gave instructions and advice that will help him pass all the tests. These words fill him with wisdom and strength. Now he is better prepared for future tests. The hero kills a goblin, his first enemy in the new world. This is an important victory and a step toward proving his worth to himself. He feels an explosion of confidence and strength. The main hero opens the status window, a convenient way to monitor skills and condition. This allows him to better manage abilities and now track his progress and development. Now Rumi decides to wait for the girl, his new companion and support. This shows his desire to establish a connection and find an ally, as he feels support in her in this new world. The hero explains that the girl is not human, but a representative of the rabbit race. This opens his eyes to the world and its inhabitants, and he gradually begins to accept the diversity of his new environment. Behind Lady Victinius stands the goddess Hera, a symbol of power and wisdom. Her presence commands respect and seriousness. She observes and controls the course of events. He is told that now he can live as he wishes, without old restrictions and duties. This is a gift of freedom and at the same time responsibility for his own fate. Now his life depends only on himself. The bunny girl and archers approach the hero, sincerely expressing support and gratitude. This is a sign of new friendship and acceptance. Now he is no longer alone in this world. She, with tears in her eyes, embraces the hero's sincere thanks and warmth emerging from the heart. This moment touches the hero's heart and their bond becomes stronger. The archers are stunned by the goblin's murder. They have strong and mixed feelings. The disturbance of peace and order frightens them, and their reaction shows how serious what is happening is. Narumi tells how everything happened, reveals details, explains his actions, and his words clarify the situation. The main hero asks to be allowed to live in the village, seeking to find a home and peace. This is an important step to settle in the new world. He wants to become part of the community. The archers suggest discussing the details on the way, showing friendliness and willingness to help. This conversation strengthens their bond. They agree to take him to the village chief to give him recognition and respect, and the hero feels support and trust. The bunnies lead him to the leader, to the very heart of power and wisdom. This becomes a new stage in the hero's life, and now he will have to earn trust. The hero thanks the girl for help and support, sincerely says thank you, and their bond becomes stronger. May pronounces her name and as if opens the door to more sincere communication and understanding. Her name becomes a symbol of a new beginning. The name awakens familiar memories in the hero and sparks curiosity. He feels that it has some meaning. The hero introduces himself to establish contact. This is a gesture of trust and openness, and thus a new friendship is born. They shake hands, a sign of friendship and agreement to move forward together. It is a promise of support and mutual assistance. Naderdumi Masaru is preparing to start a new life. He is full of hope and determination, and before him unfolds a path of adventures and trials. The hero spoke about his life before Rebirth, filled with memories and regrets. Bright moments of the past, which now seemed distant and unreal, surfaced in his memory. He recalled how once he was called by a woman with a voice that sounded like a call of fate. That moment changed his path forever, gave him a new chance and a new life, and became the beginning of a great adventure and trials. The lady sent him into the mysterious world of Alstetia, full of unknown secrets and possibilities. The hero felt how the surrounding atmosphere simultaneously filled him with energy and anxiety. The main hero complained that he could not find an offensive skill that would help him in battle. Without the necessary abilities, he felt vulnerable and insecure, and this caused inner anxiety and doubts. Suddenly, an image of a goblin appeared in his memory, with whom the hero had special memories. This creature evoked mixed feelings, from fear to curiosity. The hero tried to understand what role this goblin played in his fate. But he found himself in a rabbit village where simplicity and kindness enveloped him. This place became a new home where he could start life anew. Here he was accepted, although he still remained a stranger. Masaru was overwhelmed with joy and relief that he was saved and given shelter. His heart was filled with gratitude and hope for the better, and this feeling gave him strength to move forward. The village appeared before him, large and multifaceted, full of life and diversity. He was struck by the simultaneous simplicity and complexity of this place, and every house, every corner hid its own special story. Other inhabitants carefully looked at the hero as if assessing his intentions. Their gazes were both wary and interested. The hero felt their hopes and doubts. May said that about 100 people live in the village. They are all different in origin, but it is a small community connected by close ties and mutual care. Now the hero had to help the inhabitants, becoming part of their lives and concerns. He realized that they expected support and actions from him, and this new role filled him with a sense of purpose and responsibility. The hero compared the village's buildings and structures with the history of the land, noticing similarities and differences, searching in this for a reflection of his past to understand the new world, and these reflections helped him navigate. He decided to first meet with the elder to establish contact with the community leader. This was an important step in gaining trust and understanding. The hero sought dialogue and cooperation. The young village elder was already waiting for him in the tent, attentively listening to the guest. The atmosphere was calm, but the weight of the moment was felt. This was the first personal contact with the local authority. Masaru was surprised by the elder's age, and the elder in turn could not believe that the hero was a real person. This mutual surprise eased the tension and brought them closer, and at that moment understanding was born between them. The exchange of thanks, where they sincerely showed respect and gratitude to each other, became a symbol of the beginning of their cooperation and friendship, and politeness gave a strong start to their further relations. The elder allowed the hero to settle in the village, opened the door of a new home for him. This was a sign of trust and acceptance, and now the hero felt that he had become part of something greater. He also asked the hero to live in the tent with May to help her and her mother. When the family was left without a father and needed help more than ever, the hero decided to take this chance and be useful to them. He blushed and feared that May might not approve of such closeness. He constantly thought about her feelings and whether this caused her discomfort, and this concern for her opinion revealed his good heart. But May did not object. She was open and understanding. Her consent lifted a burden from the hero, filling him with relief and joy, and their mutual support became even stronger. The hero sincerely thanked May for her trust and support, appreciating her kindness and willingness to help. This strengthened their bond and gave him confidence. The elder suggested ending the conversation for today, leaving plans for the future. The meeting ended. It was time to act. The hero was ready for new challenges. He was entrusted to do everything possible to help the village. People believed in him and placed great hopes on him. This became a challenge and an opportunity for him to prove what he was capable of. The hero tried to understand which abilities he could use in this world. He tested his strength and sought the limits of the possible. This process meant a lot for his self-determination. He felt strength and hidden potential within himself, and this feeling filled him with confidence and determination. Now he knew he could help. Thanks to his abilities, he could significantly improve the life of the village. His skills became a powerful tool for development and protection, and a determination to act ignited in the hero's heart. Masaru asked for permission to implement his plans for the good of the village, showing respect for local traditions and the opinion of the elder. This was a step toward new opportunities. In his plans to revive the village and make people's lives better, the hero dreamed of prosperity and comfort for every resident. His enthusiasm infected and inspired everyone around. The Volasinki were amazed by his enthusiasm and energy for change. No one expected such passion and determination from a newcomer, and this evoked respect and hope for a better future. The elder looks at these actions with suspicion. Any change in the village can bring unpredictable consequences, so he closely watches the hero and his initiatives, not rushing to conclusions. The elder believes that too sharp or unfounded actions can sow panic among the rabbits. He fears that fear and disorder will shake the usual course of life and relationships in the community. The main hero feels a tense atmosphere in the village, as if hidden anxiety hung in the air, and notices how people cautiously treat any novelties and try not to attract unnecessary attention.
But here's the thing, she has never cut such a huge bear, and searching for the magic stone would take the whole day, and there wouldn't even be time to eat.
The hero vows to do everything in his power to help and protect the village. He sincerely believes in his abilities and is ready to dedicate himself to this cause, and his words sound convincing and inspire the people around him. Masaru requests official permission to participate in improving the life of the village. He wants to act not against local traditions but in harmony with them.
The first trait of the Thunder Bear activates
Abilities and is ready to dedicate himself to this cause, convincing and inspire the people. Finally, the elder agrees, albeit cautiously, to let Masaru move forward. He understands that this new approach can help the community if implemented correctly, and this decision opens the door to change. The hero already has clear thoughts and ideas on how to get to work and what exactly needs to be improved. He studies the village's resources and his own capabilities, plans the first steps. His mind is actively preparing for the task. The hero sets out into the forest to unravel his abilities and learn to use them as best as possible. The forest becomes a quiet refuge of solitude and deep reflection for him. Here he can experiment and learn. The hero carefully examines his talents in the talent window. Taking a knife in his hands, he carefully studies how his skills work, trying to understand how they are controlled. This helps to assess possibilities and determine directions for development. Now Masaru doesn't even need training or skills from his previous life, because the abilities manifest by themselves. Starting has become much easier, and he can immediately get to work. The hero tries to chop a log with his bare hands to test his abilities and practice. He focuses and feels energy flowing through his hands. This experience brings the first results. A cut appears on the tree so smooth that it is barely visible to the naked eye. This indicates a high level of control over the skills, and the hero beams with joy at his success. Suddenly, a large tree falls right at his feet, as if reacting to Masaru's new abilities, and this unexpected moment makes him shudder, but at the same time inspires him, as if nature itself emphasizes the significance of what is happening.
A giant creature roars, and she throws herself at it with all her might.
At his success. Suddenly, a large tree Masaru's new abilities, and the hero decided to test his construction skills to revive the village. He knows that building and repairing structures open the way to a better life, and new directions broaden its horizons. Taking a stone in his hand, he tries to turn it into a cube without any tools, testing his control and precision. This experiment is important to understand the limits of his powers, and the hero closely watches the result. An ordinary stone suddenly became a neat cube, a clear confirmation that the new skills have been successfully mastered, and now opportunities for creating building materials are opening up. Next, the hero engages in drying firewood, trying to apply his abilities in a different direction. He experiments, studies various techniques and possibilities of his gift. This is the next stage of training. Since the skill level is the same, the hero combines abilities to achieve the maximum. He learns to use energy comprehensively and control every process. The hero tests various methods of drying firewood, weighs how fast and safe each one is, and persistently searches for the option that will give the best result with minimal resource expenditure. Among the options is the drying method that construction companies use in their technologies. The hero carefully studies this approach to apply it or adapt it to his skills. Masaru is especially interested in the ability to instantly create wood. This would significantly speed up work, and he dreams of mastering this skill to make life in the village easier. The hero decided to master the art of instant drying. He will study his powers and try new techniques, encounter many trials and errors, but is not afraid of difficulties and is determined to achieve the result. May came to Masaru from the forest and invited him to lunch, gently reminding him that he needed rest and communication. Her appearance became a support in tense moments, and the hero felt her care and attention. She saw the hero unconscious, got scared, and instantly rushed to him, trying to bring him to consciousness. This moment filled her with anxiety and compassion, and her care proved very important. The main character is happy he has been saved, and despite all difficulties, he can finally continue his affairs. A surge of strength and readiness to move forward has filled him. This is a new beginning for him. Masaru felt magical exhaustion upon himself. His powers demanded too much energy. It was a hard trial, but he did not give up. Willpower and persistence helped him overcome weakness. Despite everything, he managed to dry the firewood. This became an important proof that his skills work. This success inspired the hero and gave him confidence in himself. A small victory inspires. The drying succeeded, and now he and May are going home, relieved and satisfied. The road is filled with quiet conversations and plans for the future, and returning home brings warmth and peace. They were met by May's mother, who looked interestedly at the new guest and cared about his well-being. Her kindness and friendliness created a warm atmosphere, and the acquaintance went smoothly and amicably. They met, told each other their names, and exchanged a few words about life in the village. This acquaintance became the first step towards closeness, and the conversation gave birth to trust. May told her mother about the rescue carried out by the hero and about the help he had already provided. This caused Lulu respect and gratitude, and the story itself strengthened her faith in the hero. Lulu was ready to give everything she had to support the new family friend. Her generosity spoke of a desire to help and share their concerns. This was a sign of acceptance and friendship. Everyone sat at the table, and the air was filled with coziness and mutual understanding. Over the food, conversations about the future and plans ignited, and this became the beginning of a new chapter in the hero's life. The hero imagined how he begins a new life in this world full of opportunities and hopes. His thoughts were simple and sincere, to be useful and make the world better, and this was exactly what ignited him to move forward. He sought how to help the inhabitants, delving into their needs and strengths so that his help would give the maximum result. The main thing for him is practical solutions and community support. He decided to take on the transformation of the village, to invest all his energy and knowledge into it. Plans are already forming, and he is firmly determined to implement them. This became his new mission and goal. The next day, the rabbits gathered near the fence and eagerly discussed the future fortification. Excitement was in the air. Everyone understood how important it was to protect the village, and the heroes stood before them, ready to get to work. Masaru carefully considered his forces in defense to protect the settlement from possible attacks. He thoughtfully planned how to build a wall strong and reliable. His determination inspired others. The guards were thrilled by the plans of the main hero, but did not know what to expect. Innovations always evoke mixed feelings, especially when it comes to security, so their fatigue was quite natural. Volas was surprised why the hero decided to start specifically with the fence. Masaru replied that, first of all, the fence needed to be strengthened to protect all the inhabitants. This explanation convinced many. He crafted a stone fortification from natural materials and his skills. The stones were to become an insurmountable obstacle for the enemies, and Masaru especially cared about the strength of the structure. The stones could be taken directly from the cliff. There was plenty there. The heroes had inspected the area in advance and figured out how to get the necessary materials, so the work noticeably accelerated. But some rabbits were afraid they would not cope with such a difficult task. They doubted their strength and abilities, and Masaru sensed their fear and tried to encourage them. Although afraid, the main hero still took several stones to start the construction. His act became an example and inspired others to get to work. Every step brought them closer to the goal. Masaru pulled out a pile of stones from the inventory. There turned out to be more than expected, which surprised the villagers and instilled confidence in them. The hero was well prepared. Volasinki began preparing for the wall construction, distributing duties and gathering tools. The air pulsed with energy and a desire to help, and everyone understood how important it was to act together. Everyone immediately rushed to work, each harmoniously taking on their task. The sounds of construction filled the village, bringing a sense of renewal. Masaru confidently directed the process. Masaru feared that the stones might crumble and damage the wall he had built. He carefully checked each stone, striving to make the structure as durable as possible. His caution became an example. Then the hero invented a new method of laying stones that added additional stability to the structure. The idea caught interest and received support from the residents, and this new discovery strengthened their faith and brought success. Now the wall seemed resistant to attacks. It feared neither wind nor enemies. The stone defense promised to serve the village for a long time, and Masaru was pleased with the result. He explained to everyone why the stones were laid exactly like that to create a strong structure that withstands blows. These words helped the residents understand the meaning of the work and strengthen trust. The hero had new thoughts about the fence, how to improve and expand it further. He dreamed that the defense would be not only strong but also beautiful. Imagination painted big plans. A lively conversation began about how important it was to fill the gaps in the wall with gravel and building materials. The residents listened attentively, contributed their thoughts, and the discussion became truly fruitful. The time came for Masaru's passionate speech. He ignited in the rabbits the desire to work together. Every word of his filled their hearts with faith and determination. He urged them not to fear change and to act collectively. The hero assured that, as promised earlier, he was ready to help every citizen. His sincere desire to do good for all uplifted and strengthened the spirit of the community. He honestly admitted that he was not a very good teacher and asked everyone to be patient a little. This confession made him closer to the people, who appreciated his honesty and modesty. Mei's mother watched with interest how many thoughts and ideas were swirling in Masaru's head. She smiled at his restless energy, and although the question was more of a joke, it still revealed her interest in this hero. The hero also said that he wanted to help with cooking. He wanted to build a stove to make the residents' lives easier and cozier. Thus, a new task appeared. He dreamed of building a stove that would last long and be convenient for everyone. He had already studied all the necessary materials and technologies because carefully thinking through the details was an important step. It seems the women ordered him to build the stove as soon as possible. Their support and enthusiasm inspired Masaru to get to work. He felt responsible for the task entrusted to him. The young man eagerly accepted the order and assured that he would definitely carry it out. His determination left no doubts and further strengthened trust and respect for him. The women blossomed with joy. Their request was not ignored. Gratitude sparkled in their eyes. They believed in success. In the field, Masaru began building the oven, carefully following each step. His movements were confident and precise, so the work progressed quickly. He received help from the women to speed up the process and do everything well. The joint efforts yielded results, and this brought the residents closer. Bunnies were already on standby, ready to help him. The hero began listing the necessary materials for construction, energetically explaining why each was needed for a strong mixture, emphasizing that strict adherence to technology was his priority. Clay, grass, and sand are the main components of a strong and durable oven. The hero carefully explained why each part was important, and this helped the women understand the process. He did everything to make the mixture strong and ensure the oven's stability and reliability, meticulously monitoring every detail and quality, and the results were not long in coming. Mei decisively took on organizing a group to search for the necessary materials. She gathered several people and sent them to the required places, and all concerns about delivery suddenly became much simpler. The women regularly approached him with questions and requests. The hero was in great demand. His advice was valuable and useful, and this only strengthened his authority in the community. One of the women asked Masaru for forks and spoons to make everyday life easier. These small things seemed important for comfort. The hero immediately thought about how to quickly fulfill this request. The main hero began estimating how much mana would be needed to create the necessary items. He felt that energy was limited, so he carefully planned each step. He asked for a few days to calmly complete all the planned work properly. He did not want to rush and make mistakes. Patience was key.
Someone says that on the lowest floors vegetables grow by themselves, filled with magic and perfectly suited for adventurers' dishes, and Florentina even jumps at the very mention of vegetables.
He said that his past was quite ordinary and he hid his true abilities, so the villagers perceived him as a simple, down-to-earth person. Returning to daily tasks, Masaru inspired the men to work hard for the common good, supported them in their work, encouraged them, and gave advice, and the community grew stronger. Work was bustling, but the residents did not complain. They felt they were doing the right thing, putting strength and soul into every minute, and everything breathed a shared purpose. Construction and pottery making were in full swing. The village was transforming, life was becoming simpler and cozier, and this inspired everyone to new achievements. He was the only one who ate with chopsticks, and this greatly interested a girl from the village. She looked on with curiosity and tried to figure out how to use them, thus a friendly conversation began between them. The next day, construction resumed with new energy and inspiration. The residents continued to work with even greater zeal. The village was gradually transforming. The elder watched the determined villagers with a sly smile, evaluating their efforts. His gaze held thoughtfulness and hidden thoughts. He was weighing his next steps. Cunning was read on the old man's face, as if he had something in mind. His thoughts were complex and multifaceted, making what was happening even more mysterious. The hero finished the fence, looked over his work with satisfaction, and feeling pride in what was done, noticed new challenges were already looming ahead. Everyone rejoiced that the fortified fence was finally completed and the village became safer. A festive mood filled the hearts of the residents. It was the first tangible success. To celebrate this event, the village organized a big festival where all the residents gathered. Joy and happiness filled the air and brought the people even closer together. It was the beginning of a new era. The women thanked the hero for the stoves he built that greatly eased their lives. Their sincere gratitude warmed Masaru's soul, and he felt he had become part of this life. Masaru noticed how many peasants now used sticks, and this pleased him greatly, as if proof that the new ideas and improvements he brought were working, because even small changes make a big difference. The elder came to the celebration to personally congratulate everyone on their achievements. His appearance added formality and solemnity to the event, and he sincerely appreciated the work done. The heir bowed to the hero for his help and contribution to the development of the village. His words were sincere and heartfelt. This became an important recognition. The chief thanked Masaru for his efforts and support, emphasizing how important his role was. He spoke about trust and hope for the future, and these words inspired the hero. He ran to embrace the hero. The whole village exploded with joy and thanked the hero, seeing in him a true defender and friend. Their unity gave them faith in the future. It was a shared victory. All actions were observed by goddesses hidden from human eyes. Their gazes burned with curiosity and approval, and they watched the course of events, influencing destinies. Victinia stated that she never makes mistakes and that in matters of skill her judgment is always accurate. Her voice was confident and authoritative. Esh was sure of her decisions. Hera objected, "A person who immediately mastered so many skills cannot exist. This contradicts the laws of the world." Her voice trembled with doubt and anxiety, and the dispute between the goddesses became tense. They said that at the beginning, a person should master only one or two skills so that development would be natural and balanced. This rule kept the world in harmony, and its violation could lead to chaos. Victini created all this to push the world and help it move forward. Her actions had deep meaning and a clear plan. She aspired to true progress. For the world to develop, they needed Masaru, a key player in this story who could change the course of events. His role was significant and fateful, and the goddess saw hope in him. In the village, the hero and the elder met again. They talked about plans and ways of development, and the frank, trusting conversation made their cooperation even stronger. They exchanged compliments, noting each other's merits and laying the foundation for a partnership. Mutual respect created a strong basis for future affairs. The atmosphere was friendly. Masaru sincerely tells the village elder about his plans to improve the village, shares ideas and proposals, trying to be open and honest, and the elder listens attentively. The main hero is burning with curiosity about this world, eager to learn more about local features and inhabitants. This inquisitiveness helps him better understand the environment and adapt more easily. He was most struck by the slug, strange creatures he had heard about in conversations. He wants to understand their role and impact on the ecosystem, but there are still more questions than answers. He is whispered to that the slugs really exist but hide behind the cliff in hard-to-reach places. This adds mystery and intrigue, and the hero takes this news into account. Masaru wants to teach the inhabitants hygiene and prove that cleanliness is health. He is racking his brains on how to convey this to the rabbits, and this will become a new step in the community's development. He also thinks about new ideas and improvements that will make life in the village easier. His thoughts are aimed at ensuring the benefit lasts long, and Masaru is full of plans. The hero asks himself if there is an ocean in this world. He needs to know the scale and climate of the region because this information will guide his further plans and give a general understanding. Suddenly silence fell. The villagers froze, pondering his question. It was a moment when one answer could change a great deal. They said that there is an ocean here, but the sad story alarmed the villagers. The ocean stands empty, no one dares to return there, and this creates a feeling of abandonment and mystery. It becomes another riddle that the hero must solve. The elder told the hero about the ocean, shared old legends and important information about what lies beyond the horizon, and his voice was full of respect and mystery, as if he was passing on sacred knowledge. Once rabbits lived near the ocean, enjoying the fresh salty air, the generosity of nature, and the peace that reigned over these lands. And then the people came strong and determined, who took over these lands, drove out the rabbit community and took away their familiar home, and this exile left deep wounds in the soul of the community. The hero suddenly realized how tense and full of resentment the relations between the rabbits and the people were, and felt the full burden of this conflict and the injustice his new friends suffered. Although past grievances still hurt, the people still allowed the hero to stay in the village, probably valuing his strength, wisdom, and sincere desire to help. Masaru decided that his mission was to return peace, safety, and confidence in the future to his new neighbors. He firmly decided to do everything himself. He did not want to burden others with his plans or ask for help. Deciding to go to the ocean alone, the hero went by himself so as not to expose others to danger and to keep the possibility of coming up with new solutions. The next morning, he was fully ready to set out. He gathered the necessary things, checked his equipment, and prepared himself for a long, possibly difficult journey. But May, not wanting to leave her friend alone, decided to go with him, showing her care and readiness to support him in difficult times. The hero tried to dissuade her, secretly fearing for her safety and understanding how dangerous this journey could become for a young girl. But Masaru failed to dissuade May. She proved to be stubborn and persistent, unwilling to leave her friend alone during such an important and dangerous journey. At that moment, the elder joined them and brought everything needed for the upcoming journey. His care and support were palpable. He considered it his duty to hand the hero a bag with important equipment, knowing that in harsh conditions it could save his life. In the bag lay sturdy armor, reliable protection that would withstand blows and help survive future trials. The main hero said farewell, sincerely thanking everyone for their support, kindness, and faith in him. With a heavy heart but unwavering determination, he set off, leaving his native village and stepping into the unknown. The boy took a map from his bag to avoid getting lost and to navigate clearly on unfamiliar paths. Thanks to the map and Masaru's attentiveness, he managed to reach the ocean despite all the difficulties and obstacles on the way. On the road, monsters attacked the hero, fierce and dangerous creatures that threatened his life and demanded all his combat skills. He also had to fend off bandits who tried to take advantage of the moment and attack him when he was weakened. Bandits asked for help to lift a cart to distract Masaru and set up an ambush, hoping for an easy prize. But thanks to his skills, lightning-fast reactions, and cold-bloodedness, the hero defeated the attackers, neutralized them all, and moved on. After the fight, Masaru used healing magic, helped the defeated bandits recover, and showed mercy despite their intentions. He could not just kill another person. He believed that everyone has the right to a second chance, even enemies. Yet he still took something from the bandits' loot that could be useful to him on his further journey. For Masaru, it was an equivalent exchange, life in return for resources needed to survive and get closer to his goal. Suddenly, a signal flashed on his map, an indicator of an important place that required his attention. Arriving at the lake, Masaru saw that the town of May seemed abandoned and empty, and this filled him with anxiety. The watchtower was empty. This was alarming and instilled a sense of danger. Soon it turned out that the city was now inhabited by goblins. They had seized the territory and did not want to coexist peacefully. The hero was attacked by these goblins, fiercely defending their new gains and unwilling to let a stranger onto their land. Masaru's first powerful strike hit the nearest goblin, knocked him to the ground, and made the others wary. In battle, his fencing noticeably strengthened. His movements became increasingly precise and confident. His fighting style resembled kendo, the art of the sword, which he practiced in childhood and which now helped him in real combat. Soon a goblin rider charged at him, a real threat. The speed and strength of this opponent far exceeded those of ordinary enemies. Masaru was focused on figuring out how to deal with this boss, choosing tactics and carefully planning every move to achieve victory. Masaru concentrated and began selecting an accurate attack, closely studying the enemy's movements to find a weak spot and seize victory. The hero understood how to stop the boar, the mighty fighting force of the goblin rider, which was the greatest threat in the battle. He instantly pulled a heavy log from his inventory and, deciding to make an improvised weapon out of it, swung to deliver a powerful blow. Thanks to the log, Masaru dealt a decisive strike, first knocking down the enemy, then cutting the goblin, and this turned the tide of the battle. Now he had only one thing left to stop the remaining goblins and drive the invaders out of the city. But at the most intense moment, behind him suddenly stood the captain of the goblin army, a formidable and experienced warrior, ready to rush into battle. Before the hero stood knights in shining armor, watching him intently, their faces serious and alert. General Cook arrived in these lands with orders to exterminate all goblins, leaving them no chance for mercy. The hero thoroughly explained to the knights and the general why he was here and what events led to the clash with the goblins. When the knights heard Saru's story, they froze in shock. Most of what they heard seemed incredible and completely beyond their understanding. General Cook began talking about the chief goblin, trying to understand what threat he posed and how to defeat him. Then the main hero was interrogated, and he answered questions, explaining his actions and motives. After the conversation, he was offered to join the ranks of the knights with a promise of support and official recognition. Masaru refused, deciding to go his own way and not get involved in formalities. Despite the refusal, the general was not angry. He respected the hero's decision because he understood his individuality. Masaru's main request was to help bury the bodies of the defeated goblins to secure the area. The stench of rotting corpses could attract wild animals, so Masaru decided the goblin bodies must be disposed of as soon as possible. The hero carefully searched for an open, convenient place where he could safely bury the bodies without harming those nearby. At that moment, the main hero felt strange changes around him, as if space and time themselves slightly warped. Meanwhile, the goddesses passionately discussed whether it was possible to rewind time to fix the disrupted course of events. Based on the available evidence, the hero had no chance of defeating the goblins from the perspective of logic and probability. His success seemed simply impossible. The girls noticed that Masaru's body had changed. Perhaps this gave him such strength and led to the strange end of the fight. Hera realized how terrible everything was. If nothing changed, the consequences could be incredibly destructive. She suddenly understood, if everything was left as it is, it would end badly. The world was under the threat of destruction, all because of the changes that occurred in the unfolding events. In times of change, the knights thanked the hero for saving them, acknowledging his merits. General Cook firmly confirmed it was this hero who saved everyone and became the decisive figure in this situation. Instead of concluding some formal agreement, they simply offered to pay for the assistance provided. But it turned out that the knights had no money at all to pay the young man for his services. Despite everything, Masaru was ready to accept any of their help and support the inhabitants. To act further, he needed bottles and boxes, all the necessary materials. He passionately explained why he needed these things specifically and how they would help in his work. When the issue of resource supply arose, they turned to the village head, Haver, and he had to give his consent. He agreed to give everything needed, but immediately noted that the bottles were also needed by the villagers themselves. The hero did not fall for the elder's tricks, carefully watching his words and actions. After all, there was a well in their village, a secret water source they hid from others. The head of the community is taken into custody. He is accused of deception and hiding important information from residents and guests. Villagers were angry at the hero because of everything that happened and because he meddled in their affairs. The locals attacked the main hero, pouring out distrust and irritation. The hero skillfully tied up all the attackers. Masaru explained to the general that it was the villagers who attacked him, all because of the tension that was raging in the village. The general understood the motives of the residents and approached the situation with understanding and patience. The interrogation of the elder began. He was bombarded with questions, clarifying every step and exactly how the well was hidden. People accused the village elder. He hid the well and deceived his community. The interrogation was unpleasant for both the elder and the residents. The truth surfaced and ignited the conflict. The elder and the residents begged for mercy because they understood that the consequences could be serious. The hero extended his hand with a proposal to negotiate, seeking a compromise for the sake of preserving peace. He fervently wanted to learn the truth about the fate of the rabbits and what had happened to them. The sergeant tried to hide the truth and evaded answers to uncomfortable questions. Village head Gavver did not hide. He honestly and openly told everything. The knights could not contain their curiosity. Why does Lahar watch the fate of the rabbits so closely? Masaru loved the rabbits very much and sincerely cared about their fate. People hid their shame over their own mistakes and what had happened, unwilling to speak about it openly. One of the knights enthusiastically praised Masaru, noting his courage and incorruptibility. Dover told the story of how 5 years ago enemies captured the village. The rabbits had to flee, escaping from the invaders and persecutions. When he learned about the suffering of innocent creatures, anger flared inside him. Masaru tried to figure out what had happened to the rabbits they managed to catch. He ordered to release the captured rabbits and demanded justice. The general replied that releasing them was impossible, it contradicted army rules. The hero decisively expressed his desire to become the leader of the soldiers to influence decisions and change the situation. Masaru burst out shouting at the knights, venting his outrage and demanding respect. He asked do not consider him a fool and take him seriously. After that, the hero left, asking everyone to think carefully about what he said and did. He was teleported to the goddesses so they could explain and indicate what to do next. There he was scolded and even slapped in the face for inappropriate behavior and disobedience. The goddess looked sternly at Masaru and asked, "Why are you arguing with people and behaving so insolently?" The main hero sharply reminded her that he was taken against his will and that he never gave permission for this. Masaru doubted whether he could handle the army alone, and this greatly worried the goddess. Ictini concealed important information from the hero so as not to scare him in advance. She still told him one secret that could change everything. The secret was that the hero, by correctly using his powers, could single-handedly defeat an entire army. The hero was a little stunned by these words. He froze in place, his gaze fell on the girl in sincere surprise, as if trying to comprehend and accept what he heard. Gathering his thoughts, he cautiously asked what exactly she was talking about, and the girl began to explain in detail, revealing hidden aspects of his power. She admitted that they mistakenly gave him more than he should have had the ability to restore the spirit class, an extremely rare and completely unusual gift. The man rubbed his head in confusion and honestly admitted that he had never heard of such a phenomenon before and could not imagine that it was even possible. The girl continued to explain that thanks to this ability, his body and magic are so balanced that his physical strength far exceeds the capabilities of an ordinary person. Masaru listened carefully and replied that during his adventures he had never noticed anything strange or superhuman in himself. He was silent for a long time, thinking about what he had heard, and the girl added that while he was still at a low level but with experience and growth of power, his abilities would only increase. The man rubbed his head again, his face showing deep surprise with a hint of slight anxiety. Everything seemed too complicated and incomprehensible. The girl apologized to him for the harshness and suddenness of her words, understanding that they could confuse him and leave him bewildered. She looked at him with calm and kind eyes, as if she wanted to instill confidence in Masaru and support him so that he would accept this new information. The hero was shocked and stunned by what he heard. He was still trying to understand what was happening when the girl suddenly disappeared, leaving him alone with new thoughts. At that moment, Captain Cook called him. The commander's voice cut through the silence, bringing Masaru back to reality and reminding him of urgent matters. The captain began to tell what had happened and about new threats, and named the tasks they would have to complete together. The hero sharply interrupted the story and said that it was better to remain silent about the big cities for now. They needed to deal with more urgent problems, and he asked about the situation with the beastmen. The captain said that they had information about beastmen living in various cities, and noted that Masaru seemed quite relaxed and composed. He smiled and happily said that the negotiations had succeeded, and the situation was still under control. He added that the verdicts would probably take a long time and that he might have to intervene personally, but his words were cut off when knights appeared nearby. The captain explained that the meeting was arranged precisely to avoid unnecessary fights and invited the hero to sit in the carriage to move on. He said that their goal was the City of Knights, where they could discuss further plans and find support. Masaru and his companions climbed into the carriage and set off along the broken road leading to the city. The City of Knights was called Paterium, massive and majestic, with high walls and defensive towers. During the journey, the hero could not help but admire the city's architecture. The mighty fortress walls made of dark stone inspired respect and at the same time frightened with their inaccessibility. While traveling, the hero thoughtfully looked at the passing landscapes and realized, despite all the beauty and power of Paterium, he did not want to stay here and planned to move on. The hero cleverly devised a plan to use this situation to his advantage. Captain Cook said that at the entrance it was necessary to check if it was really Masaru and asked to show the guild card. They were already standing at the checkpoint when suddenly it turned out that the hero did not have the guild card with him. The document had disappeared. But everything turned out to be not as scary as it seemed at first. The knights offered to place the hero's hand on a magical device to identify him. Masaru obediently placed his hand on the device and it instantly created his own unique and personal guild card. He was told that the card would indicate his name, guild affiliation, and a mark about any criminal record, all this only for identification and security. Then the hero admitted that this was unusual for him, but when he was handed the card, he sincerely rejoiced and felt great relief. He carefully examined his new card, ran his fingers over its surface, and studied every detail and all possible paths. He recalled that he had recently leveled up. This immediately reflected on the card and in his skills, and other heroes who saw this were amazed. They asked in surprise how he could have so many skills. Masaru did not expect such a question at all. In a hurry, he forgot to close the skills tab on the card and admitted that he had made a small mistake, but they did not believe him. The heroes began whispering, expressing doubts and surprise because the hero had too many skills. They stood silently over the map for several minutes, and then they were called to a meeting with a promise to continue the conversation later. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the staff were already waiting, ready to talk and resolve all issues. The heroes were depressed and tense, but the upcoming meeting caused them genuine excitement. When they found themselves in the room, their gaze fell on a large table where several people with serious, slightly sad faces were sitting. The man sitting at the mill introduced himself as Lancelot, the head of this city and the host of the gathering. The main hero looked at him intently and thought that Lancelot's aura was different from the auras of the others present. It was stronger and deeper. The boy tried to start the conversation by thanking for the opportunity to discuss important issues, but the knight immediately interrupted him. He did not hesitate and immediately said that he knew about the hero's intention to negotiate the release of the beastmen. He said that the young man came to offer something for the freedom of the beastmen, but he had nothing valuable with him. The mayor was fired up with curiosity and wanted to find out what the young man could offer in return. The hero pondered. He did not want to deceive Lancelot and tried to understand what he could offer him. Suddenly he even shouted that he could share knowledge. He explained that with his knowledge he could reduce the number of deaths and help solve many other problems. People at first did not immediately understand him, so he began to give simple examples, for instance, how to improve horse carts. He explained with passionate enthusiasm exactly how he intended to improve the carts, detailing the mechanism to the smallest detail. The character was thinking while listening to these explanations. He said that he understood the young man's thoughts and approved of them, but emphasized, "There is no proof." The mayor noted that the proposal was very convincing and asked the boy to stay until a decision was made, and the boy asked if the hero wanted him to join the knights. Lancelot reminded that the youth had already refused, but they did not want to lose such a fighter. Therefore, he advised to keep the beast people under guard until the results of the youth's work became clear. These words stunned the hero. Lancelot said that the boy could offer not only his knowledge but also his own fate, and this made the young man think. He agreed, and this shocked everyone around. The knight said that as soon as he sees the results, he will hand the beastmen over to the young man's responsibility. The hero suggested discussing everything with the secretary, noticed how the young man was embarrassed, and he admitted that the conditions were very good. Lancelot noticed that he did not like this invasion at all. That is why they call him war, and the young man decided that the leader of the knights was actually not so bad. The man warned that the preparation for the release of the beastmen could be disrupted by people who hate them, and Musatru was very surprised. The hero proposed an original solution to resolve the conflict with a duel. He promised to fight those who were against the liberation of the beastmen regardless of who turned out to be right. Lenz enthusiastically approved this idea, calling it a wonderful move and a real show. He added that if the opponent was the strongest man in the city, no one would object. Then the hero drew his sword from the sheath and challenged Masaru to a fight. The young man noticed how the man's eyes lit up. Apparently, the fight was his obsessive idea, so he began to dissuade the hero from the duel, trying to warn about unpleasant consequences. The hero asked the young man if he doubted his victory and asked him to check the schedule on the parade ground, hinting that he was ready for any challenge. Then the hero announced that he wanted to give a lecture on personal hygiene. Even before they started talking about training, he decided to give a lecture to those present. He said that those who are now running to training would later receive personal lectures from him. The commander-in-chief tried to leave, but Masaru asked him to stay. The hero tirelessly explained to the knights the basics of personal hygiene, paying attention to details and convincingly explaining why it was so important. He briefly outlined the official compulsory education curriculum in Japan. It turned out that this material was too difficult for knight classes. The commander-in-chief was stunned by the depth of knowledge of the young man, and Masaru explained that this knowledge was extremely important and useful. He asked who exactly is Masaru and where does he have so much valuable knowledge from. The commander-in-chief said that this information was very valuable, but they had no way to pay for it. Lancelot decisively said that he had no right to remain indebted to the hero, and Masaru instantly understood now was not the time for formalities. He announced that they were finished for today and asked to be allowed into the forge. The hero frankly said that he wanted to improve the carts and achieve agreement. He was promised the forge. Lancelot added that good craftsmen usually go to big cities, so there was a shortage of skilled blacksmiths here. The young man was led to the forge, and he froze in amazement at what he saw. The hero noticed that they had plenty of different materials and looked around with surprised eyes. Masaru ordered to gather all the workers. He loudly exclaimed that today a full inventory of materials must be conducted. He added that the smithy would have to be cleaned thoroughly until it shines. One of the knights asked why they needed to count the materials so carefully, and this greatly angered the young man. Masaru put on gloves and said he would show him the perfect storage system so that everything would be in its place. The hero set about tidying up the feed warehouse, sorted materials, organized tools, and took out the trash, creating a cozy workspace. When everything was cleaned, he truly rejoiced. The room became bright and neat, and the organized space looked much nicer and even tidier. Masaru spoke with a worker who sighed, "Previously we just piled excess ore anywhere without any system." He also reported that a long-term contract for ore supply was signed with the city. It will last at least another year and ensure a constant flow of material. Masaru suggested making small ingots from the ore. They are easier to work with, and maybe a new alloy will come out, and the worker became interested and asked what an alloy is. The hero enthusiastically began to explain how an alloy works. He said that to get strong metal, you need to properly mix iron and chromium, but the man did not immediately understand these technical details. Then Masaru decided to explain it more simply with simple, accessible words to convey the true essence of this technology. Having looked around the workshop, which was now fully ready for work, the hero decided to test his blacksmith skills and immediately began practicing. He was very surprised when he realized that a sword is not created by desire alone. Precise work and patience are needed. Masaru began to work very carefully, reproducing the intended image of the sword in the smallest details and paying attention to every little thing. He took iron ingots and, combining magic with skill, gave them the necessary shape and structure. Gradually, the hero realized that he was succeeding and began to create more and more new things. After several hours of intense work, he stopped and saw before him a carefully forged knife. The hero placed the carefully forged knife on the workbench and began performing complex manipulations and intricate techniques with tools and materials. He constantly reminded himself and those nearby that with his blacksmith skills he could completely independently create and improve objects. Masaru began trying different working techniques, experimenting with metal and shape to achieve the best result. In his soul, he felt that he was truly forging something. The process had already started, and he acted confidently. He worked diligently and focused, and passers-by by the smithy stopped and watched his work with interest. At that moment, Lancelot entered the forge and gasped. The hero had forged a huge sword. "If Masaru really forged the sword with his own hands," confirmed the hero, "but first I will improve the weapon I already have." Then Lancelot asked to have his sword reforged, trusting the skill of the young blacksmith. The man became worried about what was happening on the workbench. A pile of unassembled parts and components was scattered on the table. Masaru explained that these were just spare parts, and that with their help they could transform and improve the city. He enthusiastically and thoroughly explained how exactly these materials could be used to create new mechanisms and improvements, but Lancelot did not immediately understand how to apply all this. The hero said that tomorrow he would present his ideas and developments to the residents and authorities, so let Lancelot be strict and ready to meet everyone who wants to discuss innovations. The commander was burning with curiosity. What exactly would Masaru do, and how would he cope with it? Masaru worked tirelessly until late at night, polishing his products and thinking through every detail of the presentation. He overdid it a bit, probably spent too much time and effort on the work, but he really enjoyed it because the process itself brought him joy. His imagination painted a scene where he steps in front of people, demonstrates his achievements, and enthusiastically talks about the benefits and possibilities of his inventions. He also remembered that in the future he would have to give a lecture on personal hygiene to continue helping knights and townspeople. The next morning, a girl came to the main character. She approached quietly and confidently, as if carrying a message capable of turning the course of events. He addressed her as a messenger, and she said that the nights were all occupied with training. Fatigue was felt in her voice, but also iron determination, as if the preparation itself was tightening the air. The girl said that in 3 days there would be a duel with Lancelot. These words hung in the air like a harbinger of a trial that would overturn destinies. She read him the official message. Its words were stern and indisputable, leaving no doubt about the seriousness of the upcoming event. The girl said she could sympathize with the young boys, and sincere concern and understanding flashed in her eyes. After all, the trial was difficult and dangerous. He replied that there would definitely be no serious injuries and that he would be careful, and his words sounded firm and confident, as if radiating inner strength and determination. After some time, Lancelot appeared. His figure filled the forge with energy and respect, for he was a man of legend, a symbol of strength and honor. The hero asked where Masari was and saw a young man. His eyes sparkled with attention when he recognized the one he was destined to meet. The young man stepped forward and spoke to the people, showing his inventions. Pride and hope pulsed in his voice. He sought to prove his value and abilities. The hero called the commoner woman and asked her to test his invention. Curiosity and slight doubt shone in her eyes, but she still agreed to try this novelty. The girl tested the invention. Her hands carefully touched the device, and in a moment she felt its effect. It greatly surprised her. The water that burst from the device greatly surprised the people. They thought it was magic, because in their world such wonders happened rarely. The hero took up improving the carts. His thoughts revolved around how to make them faster and more reliable to ease the lives of the inhabitants. He examined the device closely to understand what its problem was. Carefully studying every detail, he searched for weak spots and ways to eliminate them. He began explaining to people what to do and himself threw into the work. His enthusiasm was contagious, and the listeners rushed to help implement the plans. He decided to test his invention on Lancelot, and the cart sped very fast. This showed that the idea worked and had great potential. The heroes agreed that it was wonderful. Their glances met in quiet approval, strengthening trust and mutual understanding. A crowd of knights also decided that they desperately wanted to ride in this carriage, and their excitement and joy filled the space with happiness and hope. Lancelot followed the young man. As soon as he set off in the cart, he was attracted not only by the inventions but also by the young man's plans. They enthusiastically talked about how this young man would change the daily life of the city, and the conversation pulsed with inspiration and ambitions. My young man began demanding a non-aggression pact between humans and werewolves. His words sounded resolute. He believed this was the path to peace and harmony. They looked at each other. The commander asked in surprise, "Is that all?" The hero quietly replied, "Yes, that's all," and in this brief conversation, sincerity and determination were felt. They agreed on the pact. It was the beginning of a new stage that could change the balance of power and relationships. The commander said he would lay down his life for his city, but not for the whole country, so he warned the young man to be careful. His words carried both responsibility and caution. And then the commanders shouted. A sudden call interrupted the conversation and brought new events into ordinary life. The hero thanked him. His voice sounded with sincere gratitude for support and understanding. Lancelot told the young man to give everything in the duel. These were parting words before the upcoming trial. The hero thought that he was still grateful to Lancelot. Today he was very tired, and in his thoughts fatigue and gratitude mixed. The young man stopped the other and decisively said that the hero still needed to hold a lecture on hygiene. It was a reminder of duty and responsibility to others. Masaru realized that he had no strength. After the lecture they were exhausted. The body asked for rest, and fatigue pressed like a heavy burden. He collapsed weakly onto the bed. The silence of the room enveloped him and allowed him to forget. Suddenly, he noticed Victinia's in the window. Her appearance was unexpected and full of mystery. He started talking to her. Their conversation became deep and full of mutual understanding. Suddenly, the conversation turned to the young man's love, and the girl questioned him with lively interest and tenderness. Climbing onto the roof, he began to tell her that the girl was delicate and pretty, and it was love at first sight. His words were full of warmth and nostalgia. He realized that the rabbit girl had the same name as him and was very surprised. He said that he remembered his beloved only because of this coincidence, and that even God apologized to him. This surprise filled him with admiration. He guessed the goddess was so touched by that farewell conversation because usually she twisted everyone around her finger, and this thought revealed to him the true depth of her nature. He sat next to her and with passion in his voice began to explain that he would do everything possible for the rabbit people. This was the meaning of his life, and his words sounded sincere and resolute. Though he is sincerely grateful to the goddess, hearing these words, felt respect. She said that she did not need to worry about such things. Her tone was light and calm. She smoothed her hair and smiled, and that smile radiated warmth and friendliness. She asked what was wrong. He replied that she was a lousy god. A slight irony was felt in his words. She got angry. He said that he had already thanked her before, and a playful quarrel started between them. She laughed. He smiled. It became clear that they understood each other. They said goodbye and the hero went to the forge. It was time to get to work and forge the future again. The goddess stood on the roof and looked into the distance. Her gaze was thoughtful and full of mystery, as if foretelling future events. 3 days had passed since Victinius appeared. The hero traveled to many places, generously sharing knowledge with those who needed help and support. In his free time, he trained tirelessly, preparing for the upcoming battle, polishing every move and hardening his will. Finally, the day of the duel arrived, the moment the hero had awaited with eager impatience and iron determination. The hero ran into the waiting hall, grumbling and complaining. Lancelot turned to Masaru with anger in his voice, not understanding where his sword had gone, so necessary for the upcoming fight. The main hero calmly replied that he would finish the sword later, not allowing the opponent's anger to unsettle him. The character drew his sword, and they began exchanging sharp remarks like a light game before a serious trial. They chatted and joked, trying to ease the tension and maintain calm before the fight. The young man asked how many defeats that man had, to which he proudly answered none. The man challenged the young man to show all his strength, and they headed to the arena, ready to fight. The crowd chanted, and the young man looked around in surprise and noticed the messenger among the spectators. He made a friendly gesture, and Masaru felt a surge of confidence and strength. The announcer shouted that the fight was about to begin, and the hall erupted in excitement. The heroes focused and decisively rushed into battle. The messenger sitting nearby heard herself called Melody, but she did not like it, and hidden irritation flared within her. She watched the fight intently, wondering how quickly and decisively it would end. Masaru moved into close combat to better study his opponent and understand his tactics. At one point, Lance threw the young man back so hard that it seemed the strength was on his side. The hero began to dodge the blows, avoiding direct clashes and waiting for his moment. The knight called him a weirdo. He didn't even know how to hold a stance according to the rules of combat. The sword duel continued, and each gave all their strength. It was a tough trial. The young man remembered the words of the goddess that he could stand alone against an entire army and decided to test it in practice. He activated the inventory skill, and logs rained down from the sky, creating chaos around the opponent. Lancelot skillfully dodged the falling log, confident in his victory. The young man activated new skills one after another, and the pressure grew stronger and stronger. In a moment, logs came from everywhere and surrounded Lancelot like siege weapons. He realized he was under a real siege and immediately began looking for a way out. He thought he had to dodge these attacks, carefully catching every movement. At that moment, the girl held her breath and did not take her eyes off everything that was happening. The messenger suddenly jumped up and shouted at Lancelot, making him turn around in surprise. The young man rushed into battle using various siege engines, even a huge ballista, to turn the tide of the battle. The knight tried to dodge even such a powerful weapon, deflecting everything with his sword. The spectators were stunned by the scale and novelty of the techniques, their eyes opened wide. At the decisive moment, the hero raised his sword to the sky, preparing to deliver the final blow. He rushed at the enemy boldly and confidently. He dodged and at the same time intensely planned his next moves to maintain the advantage. Suddenly he struck with his sword and could not believe his eyes. His weapon suddenly split into 2 parts, and this stunned everyone present. This unexpected turn of events raised a wave of admiration and joy among the people. Masaru defeated the knight in this great battle. He became a living symbol of strength and skill. Lancelot looked intently at the young man and with a slight smile said that he understood his plan. He appreciated the ingenuity and courage of the idea and admitted that despite all the tricks in battle, there is always room for surprises. The hero said that at first he sincerely believed in the success of his plan. The blade of the sword really looked as if it was about to break. He then reminded him that Lancelot himself had lent him the sword and before the trial had nicked it to see how the boy would handle the weapon in such a condition, and this added even more risk and tension. Masaru clearly explained that the sword he received was made from a completely different material than the one currently used in battle. So from his point of view, the whole plan looked more like an adventure, a game of fate and skill. The knight listened to this with obvious disappointment, as if admitting that he had overestimated the situation and did not expect such cleverness from the opponent, and realized that the fight was not going according to his script. The young man explained that this giant bow is called a ballista, a siege weapon created to destroy fortifications, but he did not expect Lancelot to be able to cut the arrow. This was important to him after all. It was the arrow strike that damaged the opponent's sword. The young man noted that this was enough for the blade to crack and become vulnerable. After that, he brought his sword closer to visually show how well it was made and how much it differed from the damaged enemy weapon. Masaru handed Lancelot the sword, a sign of gratitude for an honest and noble duel, showing respect to the opponent. The man swung the new sword with interest, clearly enjoying the feeling of weight and balance in his hand. Holding such a quality weapon was a real pleasure for him. Lancelot admitted that he loves to fight, and he does not care what weapon he uses. For him, the process of battle itself and the opportunity to hone his skills are important. He said that by fighting for him, you grow and become stronger. With each battle you gain experience and new knowledge. The knight whispered a memory. Once he always had comrades nearby, fighting side by side, but one day he turned around and saw no one who could come close. He felt the stronger he became, the harsher and heavier the battles grew, and each of them demanded more and more strength from him. Later he realized that he himself was responsible for organizing his strength and position, and all this was because of his weak will, which did not allow him to rely on others. With a smile in his eyes, he admitted that today's fight was especially interesting and instructive for him, and gave him food for new reflections. Lance added that the fight is a path to self-improvement, and Masaru, hearing this, smiled and refused to continue the fight, realizing that he had reached the limit of his strength. The knight declared his opponent the winner, and the crowd erupted with thunderous applause, greeting the young hero. The messenger, watching the scene, smiled. Pride and hope spread in his chest, and the character promised that the beastmen would finally have freedom and justice. At that time, lively conversations flared up in the tavern. People were chatting about recent events and pondering the future. A stranger approached two men. His sudden appearance instantly caught their attention and made them wary. Turning around, they saw Lancelot. His presence evoked both fear and respect. The men began to get nervous and timid, but the knight seemed to urge them to calm down and not be afraid, showing its confidence and power. They explained that Lancelot was not an enemy. He came to talk about Masaru and asked him to reveal all the secrets they were hiding. He took the collected information about the young hero and began to study it carefully, immediately noticing a significant deviation from the norm, which could say a lot about his fate. The man felt that something was off here. The boy's level was much lower than that of the heroes, but his behavior and achievements seemed strange. The man asked who among those present was ready to take responsibility for looking after the youth according to the rules we follow. At that moment, a girl entered the tavern, smoothly cheerful and carefree. She called Lancelot Grandpa, which caused surprise and smiles among the visitors. A few days later, several people gathered near the main entrance to the hall. They were anxiously waiting for important events or news. The young hero said that if all conditions were met, then perhaps he would finally set out on the road, as he felt that his time had come. The hero noticed blue spots on the man's face and asked anxiously what had happened to him, but he evaded the answer, unwilling to reveal details. He, smiling, said that he had been hit by a wild horse and at that moment received a kick in the back. Immediately the hero saw the girl and was quite surprised. It turned out that she was a messenger. Lancelot's niece named Adelina introduced herself and thanked the youth for his performance, saying that she liked him very much and from then on she would be under his care. The youth stopped a little stunned and asked the hero to explain, and he said that Adelina wanted to broaden her horizons and gain new experience. The youth suddenly realized that he really needed help, and this girl could become his reliable support in all future endeavors. Adelina approached the youth and said that he seemed to her a very interesting person, someone she wanted to trust and respect. The hero smiled and remarked that in her, he saw something similar to Lancelot, probably in character and determination. He added that if she went with him to help, he would not oppose and would gladly accept her support. The girl sincerely rejoiced at this answer and felt that she had found an ally and a friend. The young man threw his things over his shoulder and said that he dreamed of turning the village into a city so that the beast folk could live in safety and peace. Lance warned the girl very strictly not to try to stop Masaru, otherwise the bonds and relationships between them would be broken. He smiled, accepting the warm words and thanks for the hospitality, feeling the support and respect of those who were nearby. Hero and Adelina moved on, saying goodbye to everyone who was nearby, with excitement in their hearts about the new stage of the journey. The young man realized that his journey would last longer than he expected, but he was ready to accept this challenge. Along the way, he managed to solve several problems of the beastfolk and gather a bunch of useful materials for further plans. Returning to the rabbits, he was greeted with joy and warmth, and he felt the support of his own. He began to explain what was going on and introduced Adelina, his assistant and ally, ready to discuss important issues. Female rabbit ran up to him, crying with admiration and happiness, and the hero felt a deep sympathy for her. He realized that he wanted to live this moment to the fullest, catching and appreciating every breath of it while the goddess watched him from afar. Hugging the bunny girl, he felt true happiness and understood that his efforts were not in vain. The girl says that he thought the hero would only gather resources and had no idea that so much would happen. She adds that Masaru surprised everyone again. The girl replies that her uncle could learn from him. He says that he finally understood Pontarium's intentions, and if they decide to act differently than their country and instead of making peace with us, they reject offenses and accept our help. But he still worries, especially because of the technology Masaru taught them. What if they develop faster and start fighting again? The boy replied that there is no need to worry. He has already personally spoken with their commander and agreed on peace, so the heroes should now focus on something else. Namely, they need to prepare to accept the freed beastmen, so the village needs to be expanded. He suggests creating a city for the beastmen. The next day, the girls woke Masaru, and one of them declared that he was right. They need to gather everyone for a talk, and the rabbit agreed with her. The girls walk ahead, and the hero opens his status to see what skills he has that might be useful. He sees a message from the owl and is surprised but still clicks on it. The younger sister of Victoriana, the goddess of magic Erosophira, writes that after receiving news about the development of events, the gods of Listeria agreed. As a reward, Masaru's skills will be improved and they offer to talk. The boy froze in shock. He received an award from God and suddenly realized that in this world there is more than one god. He blossomed with joy when the younger sister of the goddess, Erosophira, said that she is a goddess with common sense. Masaru thinks that if he receives a reward for development and continues in the same spirit, he might be called upon again. Looking at his skills, he thinks that if the village's development does not improve his abilities, there will be no problem with motivation. Same girls loudly call out to Masaru. The hero enters the residence, apologizes for making them wait, and says he gathered everyone for one reason: to talk about the future of the village. He adds that many residents have probably already heard this from the chief, and the beastmen whom the people subdued have indeed been freed. But ahead lies a problem: about 200 freed people, and if all of them come to the village, the population will sharply increase. Food supplies need to be strengthened and defense reinforced. Masaru proposes to build a city in a separate location. He is just about to talk to the boss about the nearby district, but the residents interrupt him. They ask whether it is even possible to build a city, and what kind of city the hero plans to create. The boy replies that he will do everything in his power to support everyone. And regarding the city, he replies that this place will be safe, it will encompass everything and be filled with smiles of beastmen. The residents joyfully heard this and said they would try to do this and that, adding that Masaru is a person one can rely on. He is happy that the beastmen trust him. The hero adds that he has truly not told those who trusted him about himself until now, and he feels the sincerity of his intentions, so now he wants to talk about it. One of the villagers says that he really does not know much about Masaru, only that he came here, lost on the roadside, and because of his problems no one questioned him. Masaru tells the whole truth: the gods transferred him from another world, and this shocks everyone. Silence falls, and the hero thinks that no one will believe his words. But everyone gathered asks him excitedly, what does he mean by another world? Are all Masaru's knowledge really from some other civilization that God brought to him, and has he met them? The hero's partner begins to understand why he always felt so uncomfortable. Narumi is stunned. The residents immediately believed him. The village elder asks if it was done by the gods, and the girl adds, if this is the work of the creators of their world, many things finally become clear. Masaru suddenly realizes that he has found himself in a world where the existence of God is taken for granted, and the old man says that for the boy it is already a bit late and now he wants to earn their trust. Moreover, those who protect them as comrades live and work nearby. It's almost like family, and no one there will look at such a person with suspicion. The hero rejoices at these words, and suddenly the children begin to ask one after another about the people from those lands where Masaru is from, about technology, and about what the gods look like. In panic, Narami exclaims that she will tell more about herself at dinner, make a bronze statue like a god, and show it next time. The rabbit says that the most important thing is that we need to start developing plans to expand the village, and the hero replies that we must listen to the elder, and we will talk about firewood later. The boy looked at his partners, offered them work, and after a long pause quietly said that they would help him prepare slaked lime. Hare has no idea what that is. Masaru replies that they will use it when building the city. It is their secret weapon, so he entrusts this task to the girls. The girl asks if it is difficult, and the boy replies that it is quite exhausting and says, "Follow me." He leads them to the furnace to prepare slaked lime. The boy explains, first you need to put shells in the pot, then add firewood or other fuel underneath and light the stove, and then the most important part. The box he placed nearby is called mezi. By pressing and pulling the handle, he blows air through the opening. They must constantly blow on the burning fire with it. Rabbit asks what will happen after this video. Masaru replies that the air passes through the pipe and goes straight into the furnace. Because of this, the temperature rises above 1000 degrees. Partner asks with interest how exactly he measures all this. Masaru replies that he himself does not know and adds, knowledge, understanding, and the ability to explain theory are good, but the most important thing is safety and proper use. The girl said that she is well acquainted with safety and asked with interest what exactly he means by proper use. He answers that by proper, he means the ability to bring to life everything they imagine in theory. And also the proper way of using things differs significantly depending on the technology. The hero says that everything depends on how the technology is used. It can bring incredible happiness or great disaster, so responsibility comes along with it. In May, addressing Adelina, he asks them to think about how they see technologies, when they work and when they fail. Rabbit asks if it is normal to experience failure. Masaru placed his hands on their heads and said, instead of learning by never making mistakes, they give the girls more time to think about how to act correctly and to remember the past. The girl gave him a smile and he quietly suggested, let's start by warming up the oven. The hero is confident, from now on everything will be fine with his partners. He also has his own business. The boss suggested a wonderful place from which to start building the city, so he will have to gradually level that plot. When he goes there and sees the clean, even ground, he feels awkward. He says that the slot machine skills are so cheating, it's scary. Even though since the last time he slightly increased his level and skills, this sight stunned him as if a great battle had taken place here, leveling everything to the ground. The place the chief recommended was quite flat and located high. It could be good if not for the rocky soil. Masaru cannot ask the rabbit people to help process such a difficult material, and judging by how much time it takes, only his own skills can handle it. He is not sure if he will succeed, but until he tries he won't know, so he begins to work his magic. Eventually, he formed a square of 100 square meters, and from his experience in Puterium knew, to fully restore the magic, he would need about 6 hours, even if he did it gradually. If you look now, the task of clearing the required plot is already being solved. Narami will manage in a few days. He does not know what to do at this pace. He could work 2 whole days and the project still would not be ready. He does not know what to do with what remains. The hero begins to feel that something is hiding behind the stones next to him in the north, and memories of past adventures surface. He rushes toward what he has desired and needed since he stepped into this world. Finding it is the main goal for him, and he rushes to the edge of the cliff and finds it. Under the stone, so many snails. The village head, with a sincere smile, tells Masaru that they are infinitely grateful to him for his daily help and for making the village better. But the chief's face gradually becomes covered with embarrassment, and he adds that even now the hero is helping to build the city. He simply has no choice but to trust him. He looked at the snail in the box and asked, "What is this?" Narami answers, "This is a snail." He adds that he raised it for some time in the village, so he hopes they will understand each other, and carries it around the village, sowing panic among the villagers. The boss scolds Masaru, saying that he knows snails are truly magical creatures, and he receives an affirmative answer to this. The hero says that in the future he plans to use them for cleaning and garbage removal, because if you think about it, all this time his snail was silent and did not attack anyone, and he wants to study it even better. Naram says that when he was in Puterium, he read a lot about magical beasts that are not hostile to people and live alongside them. They can be used as a resource, like wood or stone. The chief asks the hero if he will go to take a look. The hero agrees, and Masaru has only one thought in his head. He supposedly wants to build a toilet. The old man says he never thought that magical beasts would begin to be used as a resource. He adds that the hero previously said he wanted to try something, and asks if he meant an experiment with the snail to use it for getting rid of garbage. Masaru agrees and says that he wants to find out what food these slugs can digest, as well as find their weak spots in order to control them later. The hero adds that he wants to catch and raise monitor lizards that live in this area, and if they have a farm, the food situation will also be resolved. He says that this is the first step towards the goal-breeding slugs and asks what the village chief thinks about it. The chief replies that he will go to inform all the villagers, and Narami sincerely thanks him. Masaru wrote in his diary about studying the slug that he built a stone barricade around it and describes the creature as 60 cm long, in the shape of a mongu, semi-transparent and greenish. The slug cannot climb higher than its own height if the support it clings to has an area less than 2/3 of the surface from which it crawls. It simply slips down. To test it, the hero placed some debris leaves or pieces of wood. As a result, the slug absorbed everything with its body, slowly digested the food, and then absorbed the remains. It seems that leaves and wood are not very to its taste, but in a couple of days it will be able to fully digest everything. Masaru thought there would be no problem with waste processing, and he had hoped that appeared a few days ago, but suddenly an incident happened. One of the residents said something to the hero. The boy rushed to the slug, but it was already dead. He takes the animal in his hands and does not understand how it happened and why it became so small. The hero feels that the slug has dried out and immediately guesses it needs water. He understands that the slime's weakness is drying out, and in further experiments with the new slime, Masaru learns that their vulnerabilities are fire and water. Keeping the slugs under control has become much easier thanks to volunteers who took on the task of helping to raise them. Relying on the unique properties of slugs, the boy came up with a bold hypothesis. The thing is, slugs might be one of the links in the self-cleaning mechanism of this world. His hypothesis was born from a simple observation. Put a slug in dirty water, it will absorb all the dirt, and the water will remain clean. This world is full of the unknown. After his experiments, Masaru realized this with pleasant surprise. And of course, how good it is that the villagers no longer pay attention to the slugs. He asks the hero if it would be possible to make pets out of snails. Magical beasts are becoming fashionable, more and more people are keeping them, and it is painful to remind the residents again that slugs are still dangerous. He decisively says no to the rabbit. Slugs are monsters, not pets. Masaru asks the elder what is wrong with his question that makes him sigh so heavily, and the old man replies that the hero only started talking now when everyone is already busy, and he was simply surprised. The elder asks in surprise why the hero is leaving the village again just to gather materials. Adelina tells the village elder that what Narami is doing may seem strange, but she is confident he has his reasons, which they will learn about later. Masaru says they almost lack materials, and thinking about future city management, he wants to preserve as much territory around it as possible. The elder says he hadn't even thought about it and shifted all the work onto the hero's shoulders. He adds that the residents will do everything in their power to help the boy. Narami says he now needs a team of gatherers, and he wants them to help him collect seeds and tree seedlings. Delina asks what he plans to do with them, and the hero replies that he will plant them behind bars. He says they grow for months or even years, but can be cut down in minutes, so early planting of seedlings will help prepare for the future. Thus, by greening the mountains and forests, they will be able to gather the necessary amount of firewood while preserving lush vegetation. Masaru also gained this knowledge working at the household center, but that doesn't mean he was a specialist in growing seedlings, fertilizers, or anything like that. On the first day of the search, Narami, May, and Adelina climb to a high point in the forest. Adelina clarifies that they will just be gathering firewood, and the hero replies that they also need to collect boulders. He had arranged with the village head about greening so they could collect seeds and seedlings of edible and medicinal plants while they were there. May assures the trees will grow big and will receive a positive response. The boy warns that they are now in the forest and need to be careful with wild plants and animals because symbiosis is important here. Delina does not understand what it is about this word is too difficult for her. Masaru says that in the world he lived in, human civilization was very advanced, which caused many species to go extinct, and probably the power of humanity harmed the entire world. So he wants the inhabitants of the new world to live in peace and harmony, because all beings there are the beloved children of the gods. Delina says that if the guy who met God says so, then it is definitely true. Girls push them, start packing already, and hope that many interesting things await them ahead. The hero is excited and suggests starting with a survey of the surroundings. Adelina gathered many large logs and asks if she worked well. She asks May where Masaru is. It's time to count all the collected materials. The rabbit says that the boy left a long time ago. She also gathered a bunch of plants and will go look for the hero. From afar, the sounds of swords can be heard, and Adelina realizes with surprise that the ears of the rabbit-like creatures really help, and then it suddenly occurs to her, Narami might be fighting with someone. They are going towards the sounds, and the girl wants to ask if Masaru is okay. But the girls see how he chops someone with a sword. A piece flies straight at Adelina, and the boy asks her to catch it. The monster's head plopped into her hands. The girl was horrified and screamed that he forced her to catch it. Narami apologizes, saying he thought she would manage to dodge, and the girl smiles and replies that next time he won't be so lucky. He says there were magical beasts there, horrible to look at, and he tried to drive them away, but they attacked, and that's when May noticed something. In front of her, the body of a giant worm. The rabbit says these animals live underground and eat insects and such, and the hero understands why plants grow so well there. The boy says that something similar happened in his world. Worms enrich the soil, so plants grow much more lushly. But May sees no burrows dug by the worm anywhere, and notices no holes from which it could crawl out or burrow into the ground. Adelina says she remembers. Worms are skilled in earth magic. They shift the soil to pass through it and leave no pits. May says she heard that supposedly bows for shooting can be made from worms. She says that in Pterium they pay good money for worms, and that for making most quality bows, material from worms is needed. Masaru asks how to use this worm. Adelina replies that the muscle of this worm is elastic and strong. It is used for bowstrings, leather armor, and many other things. The hero says that it is an unexpectedly useful material, and understands that there are people who hunt these animals. The partner says that few people are capable of defeating that worm. May happily praises Masaru for defeating the monster, and he says it would be good to hunt magical creatures valued for their useful materials. The rabbit says that they usually hunt monitor lizards and guinea fowls to eat. The hero says that the bird sounds appetizing and might take on the task of finding a pair himself. She pricks up her ears and says that these animals make special sounds, so she can find them right now. But the female rabbit heard some creepy sound and got scared, clutching the sushi, which made her companions start worrying about her condition. She trembles and sobs from fear, and Narami, looking at this, recalls that the expression on her face is the same as when they first met. The hero becomes alert this time. The goblin seems to be nearby. You can ask him not to go, even knowing that the guy is strong. She sobs loudly and screams that Masaru will die because this time he cannot fight. The boy is surprised but leans toward her and promises that he will not do it. But he adds, being in the same place with that monster is dangerous, so first they need to find out what they are dealing with. The rabbit asks if he will return immediately, and Masaru decisively answers yes and immediately asks where that monster is. He points with her hand to the very thicket of the forest. The hero rushes there and hides behind a tree. He sees the bear fiercely biting into the neck of another animal. Narami is terribly afraid of that big beast. Frightened by the bear's rage, the hero hides behind a tree. The animal retreats and Masaru breathes a sigh of relief. He is saved. He thinks he has never seen such bears before, and from just one glance it is clear. The beast is almost 4 meters tall and has 4 paws. He thinks the bear and the horse were fighting for territory, and sees that the horse is also huge and has 6 legs. The hero wants to check if this skill can reveal anything to him. He sees the status of the animal. It is a storm horse of the savannah, a mutant that appears when there is an abnormally high amount of magic in the body, and it has horns stronger than copper and iron to deliver blows. Masaru has no idea that in this world there are particles that serve as a source of magical energy. Something else was much more important, that huge bear-like creature that killed that giant horse. And why did this animal suddenly leave? And at that very moment a drop fell on his nose. The rain began, and Narami realized that he needed to finish the search, return to May and Adelina, and inform the elder about what happened. In the village, the hero emotionally recounts what happened, and the elder sternly says that the creature was a demonic bear. He adds that the giant horse also underwent a magical mutation. The old man says that when they lived in a coastal town, such animals appeared once every few years, and they could do nothing about them. Magical beasts could bring about a real natural disaster. Masaru says he did the right thing by listening to May, and the elder adds that they were lucky this time. The hero asks why. The elder replies that the beast's hunger should have already been satisfied, and the demonic bear retreats when it senses the approach of rain. The old man says that this time the partners were very lucky, and the current rain opens the coming rainy season. He says that at this time of year it rains for 2 weeks, and on the plains the water can reach from the ankle to the knee, and the forests and fields turn into a huge lake. He noted even a demon bear in such conditions will not be able to move freely, so if the residents manage to prepare well, there will be no trouble. Masaru understands that the elder was calm because he knew about this, and if they have so much time, they will be able to strengthen the defense and set up tents. But he repeats the leader's words again. The forests and fields are turning into one big lake. He turns back to the elder and clarifies that the habitats of animals are also different. The old man agrees and adds that especially aquatic animals will be everywhere, but Masaru is already going somewhere. The hero apologizes and says he knows the conversation about the bear is important, but he can no longer endure it, and the elder anxiously asks if the boy really intends to fight that beast alone. Nurami replies that there is only meat in the village and he wants something else for the Japanese palate. This is simply torture. He asks for one day. Adelina replies that she is already used to this behavior of his, and the elder notes his speed. The hero sees large puddles and rejoices. The water of this world is in his hands. He wanted to catch up with someone but suddenly stumbled and, looking at the puddle, could not understand why, as if something grabbed his leg. Suddenly a huge crab emerges from the water to attack Masaru, but the hero swiftly grabs its claw. The boy takes a rope from his inventory, flips the crab over and ties it up. He rejoices at the caught animal and carefully looks at its status. It says it is a forest one with green eyes. It can grow up to 1 meter, and in water its color changes to sparkling emerald. The hero understands that here is a whole heap of treasures, and is already about to grab everything that even slightly resembles food. It catches a jeweler crab which with its scissor-like claws, shining like jewels, grabs and pulls the prey and can grow up to 1.5 meters. Next is the green moss shrimp. Its shell is covered with moss. It can grow up to 60 meters long, but it is very hard to find. Then he comes across poisonous Harlan frogs. Their poison is deadly even in tiny doses, and the symptoms of poisoning vary for each, so finding an antidote is difficult. Then he encounters a python hiding in camouflage and blending with the surroundings. And finally, he catches an incredibly long eel about 5 meters long and 5 centimeters thick. Having caught a whole pile of prey, he bursts with joy. Now he can say goodbye to unbalanced nutrition. Victinus appeared from the portal and asked what the hero was muttering to himself, and this terribly frightened him. She does not understand why he still reacts that way, and Masaru replies that he will never get used to it. He asks why she appeared in the pouring rain, and the goddess smiles and says that thanks to the divine veil she will not get wet. Yasu blushed and said that she just came and was not at all interested in what Naomi was doing in the rain or what he would do with the crabs and the rest of the prey. The hero thinks maybe she has never tasted human food because she is a goddess. He says that anyone would be interested upon seeing such a pile of loot. The goddess suddenly realized it's all food and asked if it tastes bad. Masaru takes her by the hand, leads her forward, and they rush through the rain. Narami sets up a temporary shelter. The goddess notes that the structure is quite sturdy, considering the boy fastened the materials together. Heroine Vectinius tasted the crab out of curiosity. She asks indignantly if they really intend to eat it raw, and Masaru replies that they just need to boil the crab. He suggests sitting at the wooden table and waiting for the food to cook. The hero begins to prepare the crab, and the goddess, noticing his wet hair, hands him a towel that was lying on the table. She dries his hair. The boy freezes in surprise, but the girl tells him not to move. He says he understands she wants to dry his hair, but he can't help but wonder, has she always been like this? The goddess orders him to be silent and look out the window, and she silently looks out the window herself. She also said that her actions are simply a way to thank him for all his hard work, for helping the village and the coastal town, and for everything else. Soon Masaru places the prepared crab on the table. Victinia enthusiastically says that the dish turned out better than she imagined, and the hero thinks that because of the goddess's action, she now feels embarrassed. The goddess takes a crab claw and tries to bite it off, but says that the hard shell gets in the way, and the boy replies that there is a special way for that. He breaks off a piece of the shell, pulls out the meat, and offers it to her.
She brings a tray with a freshly prepared cup and several.
He happily says that the food is very tasty. The goddess asks in amazement how this is possible, this delicate bright balance of umami and sweetness, and sincerely praises Masaru. He jokes that she should eat faster before Vectinius eats it all, and the goddess sharply replies, "Shut up and give me more meat." After eating, the girl sincerely thanks him for the food and smiles, saying that it was the first time she tried something like this, and the boy smiles in response and says there is still a little left. The goddess asks if she can take some for her younger sister. Narumi says that he remembers her sister, it was she who sent the message, and she is generally smarter than some of his friends, and the girl scolded him, saying he shouldn't have told him about it. Regarding food, he doesn't mind if she takes it, but asks how she will give it to her sister because cold food is not as tasty, but if he uses the equipment, everything will be fine. The goddess notices that this guy really knows how to do a bunch of different things. She says she can cook food, invent useful things, forge swords, and looking at him is never boring. Masaru doesn't understand what she is talking about. He thinks it's because the gods gave him these skills, but she says that's not exactly what she means. Victinia says these are just skills, they don't work if their owner doesn't have knowledge or imagination, because knowledge and fantasy form their foundation. Guy begins to understand her words and says that of course he knows how to use them, because he worked in a hardware store. He added that he handled everything perfectly, since the store was outside the city. The rural home center is a real giant. On a huge plot there is a store, open from early morning to late at night, where you can buy all kinds of flowers and plants. At the height of sowing, the hero worked side by side with local farmers and opened his store earlier than usual to make it more convenient for them. He carefully studied how to care for different flowers and trees, how to grow seeds and vegetable seedlings, which they prepared and tended in different seasons. Masaru learned to build and dismantle chicken coops and sheds, lay bricks and pave sidewalks, work with wood and electronics, feed animals, provide first aid, and much more. The hero says it's all because he had to go through so much. He gathered a lot of knowledge, but it's useless if he doesn't teach others how to use it. He began shouting that he remembered everything instantly and did not need any help at all, and the manager did not even try to fix it somehow and stated that the guy should be able to do even more. But Narumi quickly recovered from embarrassment, and the goddess says that all this helped him. She is confident that thanks to his help people will be able to live well. She adds that she heard about the bronze statue in her honor and, as a goddess, is very proud of it. Masaru feels embarrassed by this. He says that they need to deal with the demon bear, because otherwise the newly arrived beastfolk will not have a pleasant welcome here. Seeing the living face of Victinius, he immediately understood. He came to the forest for hunting, but added that he is just running away from the bear topic. The goddess sharply scolds him, saying that she will not tolerate escape. She says that the hero came to this world capable of incredible deeds, and she will not believe that he is weak. The hero smiles at her response and says that recalling this is unfair, then asks the goddess what she will do if he runs away. Victoria says that she will never forgive him that way. Masaru laughed and said that she behaves like a child. Because of this, the goddess got angry. He adds that if Octinia says so, he simply will not be able to sit and do nothing. The residents are bustling with construction. Someone shouts, "Make part of the wall thicker." Someone asks if lime should be mixed with seawater and mud, and someone orders to bring more stakes. Masaru carries the boards, but one of the peasants calls him aside. He says that the wall near the entrance is almost finished and asks the hero to look at it. The boy says the wall looks great. He sees that the peasants have also built a watchtower, and the beastman replies that now they don't have to worry if someone wants to attack. The residents also want to finish building the platform at the post, from which the shooters will be able to fire, and Misari supports them and asks how the work is progressing in other places. The beastman says that traps are still being set outside the city and asks Narumi to give them more stone material. The hero agrees and says that after clearing the land he still has a lot left, so he must create them for the city. When the rainy season gives them a break, the demon runs to the countermeasures and everything goes smoothly. Masaru wants to level up a bit, but since he is not involved in strengthening the village's defense, this is quite enough for him. At night during dinner, the hero noticed a new skill in the skill list, but it again did not relate to battles. He says that he needs firepower and can ask if it is about fire magic. The boy praised her for the excellent work and added that he wanted something completely different, not fire magic. He thoughtfully asks himself, can one of the rabbits possess fire magic? The hare replied uncertainly, hardly, but maybe the foxes have something similar. The hero says that he will persistently ask Lance to send the foxes there. Delina doubts that there are other magical animals nearby, and she heard that werewolves are physically strong but have weak magic. Masaru has never seen rabbits cast spells, and since he ended up in this world, he has not encountered anything magical. He turns to Adelina and, with anxiety in his voice, asks how many mages were in the city where they were. He answered there were 2 who could create water. The hero is insanely angry. The goddess deceived him when she said that Alestia is a magnificent world of swords and magic. May asks what is wrong with him, and he replies that he was just thinking about what he will do when he meets the goddess again. Suddenly the companions heard some sound. Isaac sees a new message from the goddess Ares from Fira. She wrote that she will teach him to use magic. The little rabbit looks in with interest and says she has never seen anything like it, and Adelina replies that there are words written there. Narami, stunned, says that he told the girls about the goddess, and at that very moment when he receives a message from the goddess herself, it appears. This is a story about how in this world science and magic are now awakening and creating their first knowledge and laws. Of course, there are magical animals. Magic is like a native thing for them. But all intelligent races, humans, elves, beast folk, and demons, remained only observers and did not dare to study magic more deeply. So the gods want Masaru to pave the way so that everyone can use magic, and eagerly await how he will elevate this civilization to a new level. Delina asks him if he can create magic through that message. He replies that maybe he can use healing magic. The hero says that instead of talking about technology, the message spoke about knowledge, the foundation of magic and muses, which the gods want him to make the people of this world master. May asks if he knows the principles of magic, to which Masaru answers that he does not know any, but regarding teaching magic, he can build several institutions so that as many people as possible learn about it. So he's going to build a school. Revit asks if this place is from his world, and the hero answers warmly. Here knowledge is gained from 6 years old. Almost everyone studies various things for 9 years. Adelina looks on excitedly and understands. This is exactly how technologies spread in his world, and the boy says that in their world there are also their own technologies. The girl asks how different his world is from theirs, but the hero finds it hard to find words, and he suddenly remembers that he has exactly what will show it. Masaru takes out a smartphone and puts it on the table. May thinks it's a box because of its small size. The boy says it's a device that embodies the technology of his world, and Adelina thinks it's a joke. He tries to turn it on but suddenly remembers he forgot to charge it, and the girls are surprised. It still turns on. The hero thinks that maybe it's because he put it in a box with things. He knew that food and living creatures don't spoil there, but now he feels time really stops there. May asks what the smartphone can do, and Nara explain that it's a thing that allows you to talk to a person who is far away. He adds that the smartphone can take photos, shoot videos, play thousands of songs, connect to the internet, and run games, and with so much, the girls find it very hard to imagine. The hero feels that the girls probably didn't understand much, so he simply shows them what makes them so happy. He photographs the girls, turns on music, and shows them games, a calculator, and other things. Late at night, Masaru suddenly realizes he has relaxed too much and just started having fun. He must look at magic the way May said. It's not about education. He won't be able to teach when people don't even have basic knowledge. He doesn't understand at all what was in the thoughts of Irasofra, but suddenly realizes before him is a goddess, and he desperately asks Vectini what he can do if he only has healing magic. The goddess appears and says, it's simple because Masaru knows how to use magic. She suddenly realizes Nuremi set her up, lured her to come, and extracted answers from her, while he cold-bloodedly replies that he started asking because he thought she was probably watching him. The boy says that he already knew this and can only heal with magic, but the goddess replies that he is mistaken. He insists that he already used magic during the fight with Lancelot. He adds that Masaru most likely did it unconsciously that time he enhanced his sword with magic. The boy asks again, was it only once? And what about the fight with the bandits in the mountains? Victinius replies that he used his skills. The skills granted by the kingdom of the gods take the form of a box, and in Narami's this box became a home center where he both worked and played. He asks what healing magic is in this world, and the goddess replies that for healing he needs medical knowledge, and even after activation it will take time for wounds to heal. Masaru says he always considered his skills strange. They were too simple and useful only to him. He finally understood what the goddess wanted to say and asked how to use magic again, like in that duel. She asks if he felt that strange trembling, how magical energy spreads through the body as soon as he activates the skill. The hero answers affirmatively and says that once he even used up all his magic. Victinia says to imagine magic as fuel or energy and feel how it flows within you. Understanding this flow is the foundation of magic. Isero replies that he will try, and if he really makes an effort, he will succeed. He asks if it is okay that she told him everything and if it will not be interference. The goddess is worried but still says that everything is fine and not because she is afraid that Hera will scold her. The hero laughs and asks if Victinius really cares about him or just wants to get out of this, and this greatly angered the goddess. She tells him not to be arrogant. She has her reasons for this. The goddess asks him to allow her to help after all. Everything happened because of her younger sister Irasafira, the goddess of magic, and the least she can do is take responsibility as the older sister. Masaru says that he has no complaints about magic and admires how she cares so much about her younger sister. After Narami learned about this side of Vectinius, he began to immerse himself in the study of magic every day. Inhabitants also repelled the attack of demonic bears. The village returned to its usual life and they began to enjoy quiet, peaceful days again. Masaru is far from delighted. The bear did not even appear. Adelina says with relief that it is good the beast did not come, and the boy replies that there is no need to relax, the beast may come next year. May anxiously asks if the village is not in danger now. The elder notices her words and adds that even the arrows the hero prepared are suitable for hunting. Adelina does not believe that he even made the arrows, and Masaru says that he attached a reverse barb to them so they will be harder to pull out when they hit the target. He says that if poison is applied to the tips, the arrows will become much more effective, and they cannot be pulled out until the poison fully spreads. The girl says that the hero really crafted a ruthless weapon, and the boy angrily replies that such a thing is needed when fighting to the death. The elders advise to put this aside for now and say that their hunters were delighted with his bow and arrows. Masaru sees the archers training on targets and says that he made a weapon from treats. He offers a worm bow and claims that it is a level above the treat bow. One of the shooters complains that the bowstring is too heavy. He adds, embarrassed, even the strongest barely holds the weapon in his hands, and he is ashamed to admit none of them have used it yet. The hero realizes he is not very important, and another archer asks him again to show how to shoot. Narami takes the bow and arrow from him, says that the technique is exactly as he taught them, and aims at the target. The arrow, due to its insane speed, pierced both the target and the tree behind it. The residents were in complete shock. The hero suddenly realized, because of previous magic lessons, he unknowingly enhanced the arrow, but he is sure that the tree or something else will stop it. Suddenly, a loud roar rose from the forest. It frightened everyone in the village. The guard shouts that demonic bears are approaching them near the northern cliff. He shouts to everyone, evacuate immediately. The rest of the inhabitants are in panic and do not know what to do. The archers look at Masaru as if accusing him, and he replies that it is just a coincidence and not his fault at all. But he notices that the roar sounds like a wounded animal. The sergeant says that they were generally prepared for this. If a bear lives near the northern cliff, sooner or later it would reach their village, so the sooner they deal with it, the better. He asks Narami if he can do it, and hears the answer yes. The hero decisively ordered the chief, contact May and Adelina and start the evacuation, and everyone who can fight stand by the defensive wall. He orders the group of hunters to go with him. He takes command as agreed, and everyone must urgently hurry to where the bear is now. Adelina and May call him back. Masaru gently touches their heads, says he leaves the village to them and sets off. Adelina reassures May, everything will be fine, Masaru will do everything as needed. The team of hunters has already sneaked up to the enraged demonic bear. Narami guessed right, the arrow hit the beast's eye directly. He sees the hunters frozen at the very edge of the cliff. They need to lure the demon bear into a trap. They need to arrange shooting from the cliff. The hunting team will prepare the bow and arrows in advance, and Masaru will become the bait. Failure means the hero dies and the village turns to ruins. The boy gives the signal it's time for the first shot. A whole cloud of arrows is aimed at the bear. The hero also swung his sword but did not inflict a deep wound, thus attracting the beast's attention. It rushed after him. But suddenly the bear runs up to the boy and starts striking rapidly with its long-clawed paws. The beast misses and clutches its head, and Narami realizes the poison works exactly like that. Some of the arrows given to the hunting team were coated with toad poison. Poison Grand Point's toad affects everyone differently. The hero initially thought it was just words for encouragement, but was glad it really works. He signals for the second shot and rushes forward again. A large number of arrows still fall on the bear, and the beast falls to the ground. The villagers rejoice, saying, "We did it," but Masaru doubts and, to be sure, opens the status and checks if the experience points have increased. He sees the score rising and confirms with relief they managed to defeat the demonic bear. The archers from the cliff shout that they will soon join him, that after returning to the village they will hold a feast in honor of the victory, and Masaru thinks that now he can finally rest. The hero looks at the bear and notices, on its head is a different pattern, not like the beast Narami met earlier, so he starts shouting and shooting arrows, calling it back. He tried to warn, "This is not the bear I saw," and suddenly the same beast appears behind him. Masaru tries to defend himself from the monster's sudden attack. But he doesn't manage, he is thrown back. He breaks one tree and crashes into another. The boy cannot believe there were two demonic bears and his side hurts. He sees the armor is torn and he is wounded. The monster does not relent, it lunges again and again. The shooters try to aim at the bear and ask Masaru to step back. The bear caught an arrow with its paw and the hunters were horrified. The monster growled at the shooters and lunged towards them, and one of the shooters noticed this and ordered the others to line up again. At that very moment, the arrow that Masaru shot hit the bear's paw. The resident shouts, "What are you doing with such wounds? They can kill you, run away quickly." The monster is advancing on Naramea. He is about to use the remaining traps. He hopes that even wounded he will manage to get there. The bear catches up to him and strikes him on the back. Masaru, exhausted, slumps under a tree and thinks that there are still 100 meters ahead. He has already used the healing ability for too long. At first it gave too little recovery, and he only hoped to concentrate for at least a minute. The hero sees the bear in front of him and thinks that this is his end. He feels that after so much effort he has finally found those he wants to save, those he cares about so much, and begins to apologize to them. Suddenly the boy hears someone's voice and even how this person attacks the bear. Adelina fiercely launches an attack with a weapon and shouts that the one who defeated that man is not convincing at all. And I add, if this is just an obstacle in gathering information, there is nothing to be ashamed of here. Masaru freezes with surprise upon seeing his partner's expression and asks how it happened, and the girl smiles and says that he should thank her first. The girl says that although she came to save him, she will still take the victory both for herself and for the hero, to thank May, because if it weren't for her, Adelina wouldn't have made it in time. After Masaru ran after the demonic bear, the girl noticed that the rabbit began to worry terribly. Adelina turns to her friend and says, "I'll listen to you." She says that although Narami is not taken seriously and he says everything that comes to mind, she is sure that during the call they did not cover for him. She added that maybe it's just the rabbit's imagination, and if so, then nothing serious. Adelina gently reminds May, Masaru himself said making mistakes is normal. Rabbit confesses she heard two voices. In that voice another awakened, although she knew it was impossible. She was scared to think about what would happen to the hero. May sobs and asks Adelina to help him. Narami smiles, "When you return, just petting me on the head won't be enough, I just saved you." The girl in front of him says that she would like to return alive and unharmed, but she hardly believes it and takes a fighting stance. She proudly says that her strike was successful, but the bear is still ready to fight on. Masaru shouts to his friend, "Run," because if she covers him it could kill her. She says that he really thought that a young girl would go alone on a dangerous mission. Adelina gives a signal, the villagers rush at the beast with spears. Narami is surprised, and the girl says that everyone believed May and came to help. Villagers lure the bear into a trap under a rock. The beast breaks all the spears, and Adeline says in shock that she did not expect this. Masaru suddenly appears in front of the bear and stops the attack with his sword. He thinks about everyone and says that he will do the rest himself. Thanks to the gain time, he was able to recover, and he is filled with joy. He is not fighting alone and has met everyone in the new world. Narami and the demonic bear begins. The monster wants to eat the hero, but the hero hits the monster in the jaw with a log of sauna wood. Immediately after this, Masaru swung his weapon at the enemy. The beast reacted faster and struck the man in the back. He fell off the cliff. The hero does not get lost in the air. He throws the weapon into a huge crossbow to make it work. The arrow pierced the stone. The bear along with Masaru fell with a crash into the trap, and he sighed, "Pity the animal, but they also want to live in these lands." Adelina, frightened, descends and shouts Masaru's name, looking into the depth of the trap. Narami lies near the trap, says he hears her, and jokes that she panicked as if he really died. At first, the girl happily runs to meet him, then suddenly hits him. He asks why she did that, and Adeline replies, "Everyone is worried about him." A neighbor nearby says that in any case, it's good that everything worked out, but Masaru sharply interrupts him and says to look somewhere. He points to the tree trunk and says that when he was falling, he managed to grab the edge of the cliff thanks to it. Adeline suddenly realized the forest did not let the bear attack the village and saved Masaru. The hero says that there is nothing more reliable that could save their lives than this. The hunters, after checking the demonic bear, say that it no longer breathes and rejoice in their victory over it. Narami is also happy about this but suddenly shuts down, which terribly frightens the others. They see the boy simply fell asleep. Villagers enthusiastically praise him and are already preparing to go home. At the entrance to the village, May runs into Masaru. He was lying on the shoulders of one of the beastmen. During the god's break, Hera looks at Narami and tells Victinius that this is wonderful. Adding that the boy did an excellent job, the goddess smiled and said that it was quite natural, then asked if the hero realized that she was the one who chose him. Hera says that Victinius is not limited in his actions, and reminds that when the demonic bear wanted to kill Masaru, there was no sign that any god was tearing her bonds and running to help her. This also reminds us that before the decisive battle, the goddess descended to the underworld to encourage him. The goddess replies that she did not do this personally and that Masaru is her apostle, so she must take care of him. Hera agrees yes, this is within the rules of the gods, but the reason is a little different. She asks if Victinius knows about this and wonders, what is that reason? Hera says that everything is as usual after the bear was calmed down, peace and quiet finally prevailed, and construction is booming in the city. She raises her cup and offers to share the victory with the boy, and the winner agrees. They joyfully celebrate the establishment of the new world. A few days later, Masaru says that they managed to get rid of the demonic bear and now suggests starting city planning as soon as possible. However, he sees the residents without a spark in their eyes. One of them tries to say that this territory is simply huge, that he is very surprised, and asks what the fence and that white line mean. Yorami agrees we finally need to talk about this. He says, first of all, the residential area has already been determined. The white line clearly indicates this plot, and the fence inside is the foundation of the house. The resident anxiously asks if it is really impossible to build a house wherever you want, and asks for an explanation. He says that where he comes from, this is taken care of. It is called land planning, and when houses, workshops, or shops are built, many details must be considered, for example, where the human flow goes and how to muffle noise. It also reminds of natural disasters. Passion nearby understands that the correct placement makes the guardians' work easier, which in turn reduces the risk of any problems. The hero continues, secondly, since the safety of the slime is confirmed, it is necessary to arrange underground passages and start building a sewer system. It will be in all the houses. Delina explains this is from Masaru's lecture on hygiene in the coastal town, and it is here that rainwater and sewage flow. He praises her for remembering everything well and adds that the sewer system was also taken into account so that the city would be safe and clean. A resident asks if it is possible to go around that small house. He would like to see something similar in his village, and the hero barked that under no circumstances. Narum warns that the city is drowning in filth from human waste, and an epidemic of infectious diseases could take many lives. He does not want such a problem to arise in the city they will build. Juresti notes that this conversation is not pleasant at all, and the hero agrees. And finally, thirdly, a plot for one house is marked on the ground, only what is outlined with a white line. But two residents stop him. One asks if the boundaries can be increased, and the second says that there are 6 people in his family and asks if he can get a larger plot. Masaru reassures them, all houses in the city will be 2-story, and living will become more comfortable than ever. All the residents are surprised. They will live in 2-story stone houses. Someone begs the builders to erect them as soon as possible. Some do not believe that this is not a dream. Others shout that they will soon live in luxurious houses. Nurami asks Adelina what is so special about these 2-story houses if they have already seen similar ones in coastal and port cities. She says that it is a hotel or a high-rise in the shopping district. Not everyone can afford to live in a 2-story stone house. In the royal capital, the construction of a house is determined by status. She says that a house made of wood and canvas is for common people, a large brick house is for merchants and wealthy people, and stone houses are for aristocrats. The hero finally understands why the residents are so happy. He says that everyone's mood is uplifted, and everyone is eager to build new homes. Masaru suggests moving on to architecture and asks to first look at the column that he and the boys built. One of the residents understands the fence was the foundation of the house. The hero says he will talk about the technology later and suggests finishing its construction together today. A resident says he has already seen a similar structure and asks if it is stable, and Naromi replies that yes, it is called a wooden frame and it is made of wooden beams. He must listen to him and the one who helped him, remember the order of actions, and the men think they can manage. The village elder understood that by stones the hero means the stones between the posts. Masaru confirmed that this is so, and they began to assemble the ready blocks. But he says that they must not forget to put that thing on top, and perhaps he will realize that they have already done this together with Adelina. He agrees with her and explains that by boiling slaked lime with seaweed and mixing it with hemp, they obtained a mass called lime mortar. They add that if this is applied to a stone wall, it will become stronger and even show how it would look. Moreover, clay was used to make the necessary raw material which will be useful in road construction, because slaked lime is a real secret weapon. Delina notices that Masaru knows a lot and asks with interest what he actually does. He replied that he was engaged in selecting materials for production, but felt at home in the village delivering materials to the craftsmen while simultaneously helping and learning himself. And that is why he cannot do it at a professional level, but he still knows how to create a bunch of different things. His experience and skills compensate a lot. However, somewhere inside he feels that some projects he was involved in were illegal. Because of this, Mei decides Masaru is a bad person. He says that maybe he overdid it, but now the most important thing for him is that it benefits others. Mei apologizes for his words, and Narami says that the residents have someone to learn from, so he suggests getting to work immediately and leaving the necessary materials at each site.
And then a girl merchant from the dungeon.
Mei encourages him, "We will build a cool city." In the whole village, people are setting up columns, dragging large stones, and have already built several houses. After a month, Masaru admiringly gazes at the view of the city. Mei says she told everyone the installation will start soon, and he replies that they have already completed trial work. She asks how he uses the toilet. He sits on the toilet and says there is no need to explain anything else. The rabbit becomes embarrassed and moves away from him, which surprises the hero. He assures that if any problems arise after mass production and installation, the robot will be fully completed. Mei happily says that the city has really become very large. Masaru says that this is not enough. Housing is, of course, good, but he also wants fields. Moreover, the local industry also needs to be improved. The female rabbit shouted at him and asked, "Did you understand what I said?" He strokes her head and whispers that they will do everything, so she should not panic. Suddenly, one of the villagers shouted to Masaru, "We have problems." The hero is puzzled and does not understand why there is such a fuss. The man says that something fell near the city entrance. Narami suggests that it happened during the transportation of materials, but the local insists the reason is completely different. He says humanity has fallen, and they see people lying on the ground. The peasants whisper that humanity has fallen and was broken just like Masaru, but one of them firmly objects. He says he knows their armor well because they drove them out of the port city. Without a doubt, these are knights of the great kingdom. The chief knight thanks the leader and introduces himself, Fried, the royal shield, the boy behind him Desta, and on the bed lies Cordo. Delina and Masaru are stunned. Royal knights have come to them who stand above the coastal ones. Fried sincerely thanks the hero, says with surprise that he did not expect him to be able to use restoration magic, and asks his name. Masaru introduced himself, "I am a traveler." Delina reminds him that there is a high rank called Divine Message, and Norami fears that it might spread. Frey wanted to ask her name, but she apologized and introduced herself. It turned out she was Lancelot's niece from the coastal city, and this surprised the knight. He says that it is a great honor for him, and the whole kingdom knows about Lancelot's heroism. The girl says that she is currently in this city as an ambassador of the Allies, and Fried says that this means the leader has good connections. The elder with an angry expression agreed and said that behind the mask of these connections, the knights have come again to attack the city they built, just as it happened with Ikamodi. His words stunned Frieda and everyone around. The chief began to justify himself, but he was interrupted. They say that Kimono Hito will help them. Moreover, from Masaru he learned that people are different, but he asks simply and anxiously, "If this happens, what will it lead to?" The chief knight exclaimed that this touches the very life of the king, and they chased after the demonic beast. Masaru and Adelina look at each other and think that this is somehow connected to that bear. Frieda adds that it is a devil horse, a devil unicorn with a dark body and 6 legs, and the hero understands who is being talked about. The hero says that it is hard for him to talk about it, but the horse was eaten by another animal.
And he would like Miss Tremble to be Roman's partner.
This is somehow connected to that. Frieda adds that it is a devil horse, a devil unicorn with a dark body and 6 legs, and the hero warns them staying in the city is also dangerous and offers to go with them to the kingdom. Yorami interrupts him and, to the great surprise of the knight, says that they got rid of the bear and now it is safe here. Frieda asks how this could have happened and barely believes it. The hero says, "Look at the corpse of the animal and the horse, they put them in the refrigerator." The man is simply shocked they have a dead horse. He apologizes for interrupting, but Masaru cannot comprehend where such curiosity comes from. Isn't the king's life about exterminating demonic beasts? Judging by their reaction, is a horse's corpse really worth nothing to them? Fried asks could they give them this horse.
Florentina replies, a little confused.
He says the bear tore him apart, but except for the neck, everything was intact, so he left it thinking it would make good material. And also, all 6 legs are in perfect condition, the code works smoothly and looks great. He says that despite the small size, there was a horn on its head and Fried reacts happily, which pleases Masaru. The hero says that if someone is a royal knight, then he can afford to buy a horse. The young knight tries to start a quarrel, but the man restrains his partner, saying the hero can be understood. He recalled Narami's words, if the raw material gets on the market, it can become very expensive. Of course, he did not intend to take it just like that, and fortunately, they even pay a reward for killing a horse. Fried offers a deal. If his named price does not suit Masaru, he will give as much as he can and even add a reward. The hero suddenly realizes the most important thing in the horse is the horn and the king needs it, while the knight is just trying to fulfill his mission and does not pay attention to gold. Though honor and status themselves are not important, there are things that money cannot buy. He decides what to do because depending on how the negotiations go, he might squeeze the last penny out of them. He is worried whether the horse will get a reward. That is, no matter how he conducts the negotiations, most likely the knights will be given money. Masaru suddenly realized, he said he would go with them to the kingdom. He says that those men hunted together with others and he will conduct the negotiations. He added, you could share this cotton if it is sold, something more valuable can be found in the kingdom. The young knight does not believe and tells Fried that he questioned several influential merchants they really trade with them. The chief knight replies that this suits them, but Masaru cannot guarantee that the negotiations will end successfully. The hero says that both of them will be able to do it. Fried agrees he accepts his proposal. Narami told Mei everything and said that as soon as they are released and the others fully recover, the city will be in their hands again. The rabbit begins to get angry and the hero suggests this time to talk without fighting, saying that the eastern street is not dangerous anyway. Adelina says that he needs to try his best and asks what he is doing. The boy replied that he was repairing the facade of his house. There were still a few things left before leaving the city, so he decided to see what could be done. He asks if the beds and other things have already been delivered and the girl answers, yes, but not for the houses that are currently being built. She says that in the city on the slope of the mountain there is one place and asks if this space now has to disappear. Masaru replies with a slight smile, if there is sewage, you will never have to wash with stagnant water again. The girl says that baths in 2-story houses were found only in a few houses upriver, and they were large. If they were heated with firewood every day, there would be no forest left around the city. Hero replies that this is exactly why they have hot springs. Delina does not understand at all what he is talking about. He enthusiastically explains that the water is heated by the volcano's heat itself, and when the earth recedes, water from the hot spring breaks through a crack, makes its way, and then it is led into the baths. He anxiously asks what this means and if the earth needs to be shaken to get it. Delina understands if this is specially dug, it will be like a house on the street. Masaru thinks that this is exactly why water brings misfortune. The springs can wait. He used his cartographer skills, surveyed the surroundings, and came across an underground water vein. He still did not believe it was possible, but he still hoped that with other skills they would manage. The girl says that the most important thing is that she will prepare something for him. She believes she has the ability to solve one problem. Masaru does not understand at all what she is talking about. They were discussing something serious, and Adelina reminds him about this matter. About the goddess in her temple. The partner asks if he forgot and notices that the hero does not look happy at all. Norami indifferently says that they should bring tribute to the statue, and Adelina adds that they can use the temple to receive blessings when the goddess comes. She could have supported her friend by saying that they need to prepare a home for the goddess. The hero replies that he is sure everything will be fine with her, because the goddess will not work with them. He says if Adelina does it herself, then let her leave it for last because it is better to choose the right tree. If she can, she will definitely receive the blessing, and he will ask the goddess what she wants. Agetis suddenly emerges from the portal and asks if they mind starting right now. She smiles and greets Masaru, offering to help him with the work. The hero awkwardly says that she is, as always, on time and thanks her. Adelina cannot believe it. Before her is a true goddess, and she exclaims in surprise this is impossible. Victinius calms her, saying that everything is fine and he will endure such treatment from Nurama after all. She really came to help. Girls admire her generosity and beauty. Masaru asks the goddess what is wrong with her this time. She says that her schedule has finally freed up and she thought it would be nice to introduce herself and chat a little. However, another goddess comes out of the portal. She calls herself the sorceress Sphera and happily says that she is finally meeting the hero. Suddenly, he realizes this is Victor's sister. She sincerely thanks him for his work, and she and her sisters watch him with pleasure. Masaru was surprised. Such a beautiful goddess dared to reveal herself, showing not only her beauty but also the purity of her thoughts. And what impresses him the most is one thing: she is a true goddess. He says that he is also glad to meet you and has a question for you. The hero passionately wants to talk about that magic they already discussed with her, and he has an idea. Victinius suggests, let's start with something simpler and postpone the difficult matters for later. I teleport the table with cups and a teapot and invite your friends to sit down. Narami is amazed by her ability to handle things, and the goddess smiled and said that there is a place for everyone. She took care of this especially for them since the morning. Though the storage skill only helps, but it acts on behalf of someone. She says that in the world there is absolutely nothing that can be taken for granted, meaning one should not assume that skills will automatically diversify life and help. The hero agrees but does not hold back. Is it really necessary to find a special application for every skill? In that case, they will no longer be able to change the goal. Illa waved it off. I am not even thinking about that. She says that he will master his skills. That is exactly why she suggested developing magic. Victinia says that this is a difficult question and suggests talking about images. Masaru says that he would like to have one and hopefully asks if she has it. The goddesses, surprised by his request, still give it to him if he truly needs it. Victinia says that he should return by the beginning of the rainy season, and Illa smilingly says that she is glad about it. Illa will help him with everything as soon as she returns home, but for now, she decides to part on good terms. Victinia smilingly says that he has one picture. If Narami likes it, she will send it to him. But only the outer sides are visible in the image. Masaru sees the image of Victinius in a revealing bunny costume and forwards this data to himself. The goddess yells at him to take them off, and the hero runs away, exclaiming that he cannot miss such a picture. He says that if they had given him real numbers, he would not have needed this picture. Victinius offers 3 surprises. The hero says it would be nice to have a full-length statue, and the goddess replies that she does not care. But he says that the people helping him make the statue do not see his true feelings. Victinia sharply scolded Ilsa for using such a cowardly trick to expose the girl's secret. Ilsa replied that she will not forgive and considers it wrong, and Victinia sadly said that she thought goddesses were more decent. They no longer want to talk to each other. ILS causes a huge wave of magic. Masaru admires her power. A huge flow of magic is visible in the city. The residents are terrified. After what she saw, Adelina wants Isla to take her as an apprentice, and she may be surprised by everything that is happening. A large hole remains in the ground. Isla exclaims that she succeeded, and her partners blame Naram. You can't just touch a goddess, and it's all his fault. He doesn't understand what he is guilty of, and doesn't even suspect that the goddess simply reacted too sharply. The residents rush to the source of the magic and wonder, what was that? Adelina says that the Vectinite goddesses and Illa Sifura came to visit them. He tells them that Masaru behaved rudely with the goddesses, and this angered all the people. All the residents bow low and greet the goddesses. Victini admitted that she is not very good at dealing with this, and Isla is not used to it at all. Narami asks if the goddesses have a few more topics to discuss about magic, and Victinius replies that he came because something happened. He wanted to talk about crabs. The hero looked at her words in surprise, and she added that Era had already eaten them and they were very tasty. When Masaru remembered the statue, the goddesses took advantage of this and appeared. Resigned, he turns back to the inhabitants. That guy says that Victinius supposedly suggested, since we have nothing to sell to other cities, why not try to cook a dish that no one has ever tasted before? Victinius wants to talk to Masaru alone, but he gently assures her that he will not harm anyone. He tells the villagers, first expand the fields, and over time a real farming town will grow here. By doing this inside the city, they will be able to safely get food for themselves. At first, they will have to dismantle half of the buildings, then carefully inspect the local plants to determine which are edible and which can be used, and if something is unclear, let them come to him. All the inhabitants, even Adelina and May, rush to carry out these tasks. Victinius asks if Masaru is really sure about this, and he replies that she wanted something tasty after all. And this is another step towards self-sufficiency. He believes that they will be able to create their own farm. The goddess asks, isn't this difficult? The hero replies that there is also an advantage here. If a field is made between the houses, the neighbors cannot be heard, and a pleasant view will open from the window. The city still needs a place for rest, and he believes that gazebos would be suitable. He says that he has already engaged in gardening before and will continue to learn to understand better. Masaru adds that the statue and the temple are so beautiful, so the city should be made the same in case the goddess comes to play. Victinius asks if it is possible to eat crabs every time she comes to play, and Isla agrees with a smile. The hero knows how painful it is to lose power. He lost it because he was too cautious. Goddesses beg him, barely holding back tears. Finally, he gives in and says that he will treat them every time they meet, and this pleases the goddesses. But he has a request for each of them. Victinius tells him to stop making them work, and Isla agrees with her. He remembered that they talked about magic and that it is not yet time for answers. I will suggest that they talk after lunch, and Victinius asks what she should do. Masaru asks if she will contact him when the time comes, and the goddess says that is not a fact after all, they cannot interfere too much. He says that everything is fine, he just needs to come at the appointed time. That man says he will head to the royal harbor as soon as he is freed and the others regain consciousness, and that business negotiations might come in handy. He only needs the goddess's blessing and he will win. A few days later, in the royal capital Gradus, a knight in the castle reported that the royal envoy had arrived and was ready to tell him what happened. Adding that the rest of their squad would return the next day, the king insisted on being informed about this matter. All he needs is the horn of a demonic creature. 2 weeks later, Masaru is surprised a carriage was brought to him, and when he was dropped off near the entrance to the capital, someone asked if he liked the trip. The hero shouts that they have been on the road for 7 days already, and he is terribly tired. The knight replies the boy was in the cart, and it was not difficult for him at all. Narmi complains that his thighs hurt a lot, and Frid says they are already there. They are in the kingdom of Grades. The knight says it is the largest country on the continent. After talking with the goddesses, Masaru set off for the royal capital together with the freed one to sell the demonic creature. In this city, there were many nights when it was ruled by the one who extracted profit from the port city, and this time he thought about his impressions and about Sem. The elder told the hero, "Try, you can do whatever you want." Naromi replied that if Long said so then so be it, but everyone was stunned by Hibiki. It was he who made him his subordinate, and the old man was surprised that Hibiki knew about it too. He said that it was to Fry that he told supposedly the shop owner was someone like Masaru. In his heart, he perhaps wanted this, but was forced to leave because of the anger of his successor and the people. He added that time and envy destroy everyone, and he does not want to blame the children of the city for this, but he still cares about it. The boss wants everyone to be happy, so when the order comes to make a deal, he sees it through to the end, and Masaru feels that he also wants to help the rabbit family. Prit says that there you can find things from all over the continent, but first they are here for an audience with the king, so he needs to go to Disti and ask the hero to wait. Narami approached one of the stalls and froze in amazement. On the counter lay fruits he had never seen before. He asks to be taken to the king, and the knight sternly says that he needs to know everything. Ryad leads the hero to the Adventurers Guild and asks him to wait there. Masaru replies that before meeting the king he needs to find out one thing. The hero entered the kingdom's guild and immediately saw a multitude of people here. He approaches the girl behind the counter. She smiles and asks if he wants to place an order or request something. Masaru replies that he would like to take on the work of an adventurer and ask her something. He quietly asks her if monsters are bought. He heard that coins are given for them, so he wants to find out how much they pay for some. The girl points him to the next window, and the young man behind the counter asks if the hero has the material with him or is just inquiring. He shows Masaru cards with animals and explains, ordinary material costs 100 copper coins and 1 silver coin, magical 100 silver coins and 1 gold coin, and dragon material 100 gold coins. Prices vary with each merchant, so adventurers always have to sell at a profit. The hero understands this perfectly because it is the only money in this world. The boy behind the counter says that even ordinary monsters can be very valuable. It all depends on the size. You can get a couple of gold coins. He adds that the demonic beast is the most expensive.
Meanwhile, at the guild meeting, someone shouts that Leviathan is devouring sharks around the island. Another adventurer calls out that this is really Leviathan, and this is serious trouble, and the instructor swears and calls idiot a.
Such materials are usually sold at commercial auctions. A single tooth of the beast can cost 200 gold coins. Masaru began counting coins, converting the amount into yen. He pulls out 100 million yen and does not hide his surprise. The material is really that expensive. On the way to the castle, Fried cannot hold back and asks what Masaru was doing in the guild. The hero replies that he was just gathering information and is eagerly awaiting the meeting with the king. At the entrance to the king, the knights strictly order everyone to identify themselves. Bride introduced himself and announced that they had returned to the king. Guards say they will let them pass ahead. Masaru cannot believe his own eyes, the king is really there. The boy understands that he must remain calm now, the king orders him to kneel. But he continues to stand and introduce himself, and the king also says his name Axion. He says that he will forgive Masaru for the first time because he is in a good mood. But he warns the mood can spoil in an instant and grudges do not fade for a long time. Bride says the beastman built the city in the mountains and he brought Masaru, the one who defeated the beast. From the portal, the hero pulls out a horse's head. King was delighted and decided to award them both.
The creature rushes forward with incredible force and
Says he came to negotiate. King burst out shouting and loudly asked what that man was planning. Masaru is afraid of this, but this time he turns his situation into a weapon against the king. The hero sincerely apologizes for his words and enthusiastically praises the king. The man says that kings are appointed by the gods, and Masaru replies that he has already heard about that. He looks at the king with obvious contempt, and this drives the king mad. The king approaches the boy to stop it. When the king approached, the hero slightly distracted him with conversation, and the portal began to open. Victinius emerges from it. Everyone in the room was shocked, and she quietly said that she kept her promise but hoped they would manage without her. The king froze in shock. He could not comprehend what was happening here. When he was 30, he saw the goddess with his own eyes. Lady Hera praised him, saying his world is developing quickly. Victinia only smiled and said that maybe it was her merit, but she herself cast him into this world, so nothing surprising. Victini told the main hero not to misbehave. She was finally in a good mood. It would be better if he rejoiced for her. The goddess whispered that Hera entrusted her to inform him she is already fulfilling his request. She also handed him the sent items. The hero studied everything and said that she doesn't even need to be reminded she is a worthy goddess, not like his other, useless goddess, and Victinia asked him about this, but he was not talking about her. The goddess asked him, "What am I doing in the lower world?" The Mr. replied that he asked her for something, so she descended. Victoria asked if this means that she interferes in mortal affairs, and the main hero replied that there is no need to worry, they took care of everything. The goddess asked him how it happened, asked to tell more, but the boy did not tell her that she is a goddess, let her figure it out herself, and the king was furious at that time. The man shouted loudly for them to wait a minute and just speak slower because he wouldn't keep up. Victoria apologized to him and said that she hadn't descended from the sky for a long time, so she was talking with Masaru, and then addressed the king, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, calling him Axion Finley, king of Gratis. The girl said that at their last meeting he was still very young. Time flew instantly, and the king agreed with her but immediately stopped her and said that it was not about that. For him, it is an honor to meet Victinia again, but he has a question. He asked about her relationship with the main hero. Victinia said that one could say she is his boss and he is her subordinate. She also added that he can be called her apostle. Then the goddess said that he has been allowing himself a lot lately, to which Masaru replied that he did not want to hear anything from this worthless goddess, and she in turn said that she actually came down here for his sake. The hero said that he thought she came here to eat crabs. Victinia said that he could have kept silent for the sake of decency. Suddenly the king interrupted their conversation and addressed Masaru. Was his messenger also a god? The main hero replied, "Nothing like that, I am an ordinary guy, an ordinary person just like him, completely ordinary," and immediately asked why he decided that at all. Masaru looked at his hands and realized that the result exceeded all his expectations. He could not tell the king that he came from another world, and the king at that moment whispered that he did not understand anything. The hero thought that it would be difficult to explain this man properly, and he was by no means the apostle of the goddess. After that, he shouted the name of that apostle. He asked her to explain it in such a way that no unnecessary questions would arise and no one would think that she was interfering in the affairs of mortals. Victoria immediately asked him why she should do that. The goddess sweetly blushed and said that they are friends. The king was surprised that the immortal and Agathis are friends. The protagonist turned to her and said that it was not bad, it would do. Victinia said that it was not like that at all. He was her friend and follower, building a statue for her. Masaru got angry and wondered why she even considered him her follower. The goddess suddenly remembered the statue, called the king, and saying that she had business with him, asked to arrange Masaru Mithro. Everyone froze in shock. Victinia said they need the best materials. She conveniently came down here. The king simply agreed. The main hero asked what she was doing. He was sure that no one would dare to refuse the goddess. The girl stated that all this was for her beautiful statue. Masaru said that he himself had to talk to the king, but the girl did not hear him and said that she relied on that man. Suddenly, the goddess Hera herself appeared in the hall through the portal and directly told Victoria that she was exceeding her authority. Victoria, stunned by her appearance, asked fearfully where she had come from. Hera grabbed her by the shoulder and said that she had to preach for a whole day, 24 hours, and she was shocked, asked how much strength she really had and where such power came from, and it hurt her. Victinia shouted to the main hero, "I have fulfilled my part of the deal. Prepare the crabs for my next visit and don't forget about it." A moment before she finally disappeared, she whispered to him not to forget about the crabs. Both the king and Masaru were stunned by her behavior. They didn't even know what to say. The man pinched the bridge of his nose nervously. The main hero turned to him and said he apologized for all this. The king said he couldn't believe that a goddess could have a mortal friend. The man ordered everyone in the room to leave. His assistant asked why everyone needed to go. He explained that he wanted to be alone with Masaru. Masaru was noticeably nervous. After that, the king sat on the throne, said that today had been a very eventful day, and then asked if he had any more surprises, calling him a friend of the goddess. The main heroine said that she rather used him. As the goddess said earlier, he was erecting a statue for her, and every time he descended to earth, he prepared crabs. The king said he would like to talk about this statue, and then asked if that man could also erect one in his kingdom. He was sure that the man's skills were truly amazing since the goddess trusted him. The main hero was stunned by his words. He asked if that man really wanted to make a deal. That man confirmed what was said. The king barely smiled and said that to honor the goddess, he would personally take part in the negotiations. The man said he had conditions and hoped that the guy would not refuse. He asked why Masaru was ready to go so far beyond the horn of the unicorn. After this, the king took out the scepter and said that, they say, the founder himself, the king, carved it from the horn of a unicorn beast. It was this very scepter that he passed on to the main hero. The man explained, so it can be said that this beast is directly connected to his kingdom, and there is a tradition every king must make a new scepter for his successor. The king's time is already at the doorstep, so he is hurrying to prepare, but the man does not know when this monster will appear. His face became even sadder, and he said that dozens of generations of kings have fulfilled their duty, so he should not be an exception. The main hero smiled, said he understood everything, after which he asked if the negotiations would continue, although he himself was a little nervous. The reason was that something was wrong with this white scepter. Masaru asked to hold it for a second. The man initially resisted and said that the scepter belonged to the king, the founder, but eventually agreed. The hero activated the appraisal skill. It showed that this scepter was carved from the horn of a unicorn defeated by the original king, and that it protects against poison, but he himself said that this was not the horn of some one-horned animal. The king indignantly asked what nonsense this was and how he knew it, and Masaru calmly explained that he could use the appraisal skill. He was 100% sure that the staff was not made from the beast's horn. The man immediately became nervous, asked if there really would be no deal, and then cursed. The king looked intently at the main hero and asked if he was lying to him. The hero froze this question, and suspicion shocked him. He asked why he lied. The king explained that he knows the value of the beast's horns and that he wants to deceive him. Maybe he no longer wanted to sell them. The protagonist explained that such a thing does not exist. In negotiations, both sides must benefit, and he would never sacrifice the trust of his partner. Masaru, looking the man straight in the eyes, said that he swears by the name of Victinia, the goddess they all believe in. The man closed his eyes. The king said that he figured out what kind of person the main character is. In negotiations, it is normal to deceive the other side. But he never finished the sentence. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he believes Masaru and will buy the horn anyway. The main character froze at his words, but the king coldly replied that he doesn't care, he will pay the full price. That man said that he also does not regret it, but the amount was incredibly large. Masaru asked if he was sure this is real wealth, and the king replied that the materials of the unicorn creature are indeed extremely valuable. Just possessing such materials is already prestigious. The king smiled and said that, moreover, if he receives it from the goddess's companion, his power will become even stronger. The main character said that if so, that man will definitely be able to earn, and he again asked him if he agrees to sell. Masaru smiled broadly and willingly replied, adding that they agreed, after which he shook the king's hand. After that, he turned and headed to his throne, addressing the main character. What will you do now? Masaru said that he wants to bargain some more. In the capital, they probably have plenty of supplies. He would like to buy a few things from them. The king said that this can be discussed later, but now there are other matters. Negotiations will continue another day, and then he asked if he wants to stay longer in the capital. The main character said that it is not a problem, he just wanted to walk around the capital and live here for a few days. The king said that it was wonderful, he would send someone to show the boy the capital and that it would be easier to contact him, and Masaru replied that he would be grateful to him. The man said that he had exactly the right candidate, a knight who was different from all the others. Soon someone in the library called Zag by name. He instantly turned toward the call. The boy asked what was happening and explained that he had a lot to do. The assistant replied that it would be brief, while Masaru wondered if tonight was really about calculations and if he was really so skilled with numbers. The men told Zag to calm down. They had a favor to ask of him. They asked if he was a talented craftsman, and he replied that he just knew how to work with his hands because that was how he was raised. The boy said that his father had once been an engineer in the army and now worked in a workshop making building materials and bricks. The hero immediately rushed to him and asked again about the workshop. Zag was a little frightened by this impulse, answered affirmatively, and asked Mr. Freed who this stranger was. Masaru instantly showed him the scroll and said that everything was decided. He was suitable for the role of the main character. Masaru showed him a letter of introduction from the king, gave his name, and asked him to look after him while he was in the capital. He also said that he would stay overnight in the workshop, so he fully relied on Zag. The main character smiled sweetly at him, and Zag, shocked by his words, did not understand what was happening at all and even asked aloud what it was about. Zag told the main character that he understood the situation, to which he smiled and replied that he could simply be called by his name, no need for extra politeness. The boy said that he did not mind if he was his liaison, but still asked why Masaru had to stay overnight at his parents' house. To this, the main character explained that he is interested in the local brick and hopes it will help him get a good price. Zag was outraged that he did not even hide that he wanted to use it. Masaru said that the customer is always right and asked if that was true. Zag replied that he was glad he decided to save him, pointed to the side, and said that the store is there. Soon they approached the house and the main character just froze in shock. Asked what kind of place it was, to which his friend replied that he agreed. The house was in very poor condition, more like an abandoned one. Masaru looked at the things in front of him and wondered whether it was worth saving up to buy them. Zag said that his father made them with sweat and blood. The main character looked at the bricks and said, "Not bad and well fired, made according to all the rules of brick production." Masaru also decided to use anicaps' skill. These were bricks of excellent quality, a building material made by placing clay and shale into a mold and then firing it in a kiln. He was surprised by such quality. The protagonist felt that nothing was crooked, all the bricks were the same size, and it was obvious that the boy's father had golden hands. Masaru began to get angry. It seemed they did not know how to do business, and it was from what was around that he decided so. The main character asked the boy to take him to his father. They definitely need to talk to him businesslike. The Lord did not argue, agreed that the man must become their burning brick, and called him to follow him. They went out together to the backyard of the house. Za immediately shouted to his father that he had brought a client. Meanwhile, the father shouted from behind, asking why he was shouting so loudly. If he did not answer, it meant he was inside the house. Hearing him, the boys headed to the door. When they opened it, they saw a man sitting by the table, and despair was written on his face. Masaru thought that since he found himself in this world, he was meeting a craftsman for the first time. Zag asked his father what had happened today. He was supposed to bake bricks. Was he really unwell? Father cried out in despair that there was no money at all. He had no money to make bricks, and there was not even enough to buy food. The main character realized that this man was a typical bad father. He was only interested in his own business, and Zag was shocked by what he learned. The boy persistently asked his father where all the workers and students were, and said that he had sent him money. The father replied that they all ran away a month ago. No wonder, they had not been paid for 3 months. Suddenly Zag remembered something and asked where his sister was and why she had said nothing to him. Sadness appeared on the father's face. The man said that he had driven her away because she somehow had to earn money. Zag asked if he really sent her to engage in indecencies. The father said that she worked in a competitor's workshop and asked her not to turn him into a monster. The boy smiled and said that then everything was fine. But immediately after that, the boy swung at him and angrily said that he had ruined everything, calling him a bad father. He did not expect this. The main character pleaded with Zag not to kill his father and, holding his breath, asked how much the bricks they had already managed to prepare cost. The father replied that he had no idea about the price of these things. Dino was responsible for the money, and at the same time said that he was in pain. Masaru asked again who Dina was, to which Zag explained that she was his sister, and then turned to the father and asked how he traded without knowing the price. The main character listened to them, looked around, and coldly said that he understood everything, and even if the workers were here, he doubted that this could increase sales. Father said that people are simply blind, they do not understand that he has the best bricks in the capital. To this, Masaru replied that the first impression of the workshop was simply terrible. First impressions matter, they build customer trust. Without a doubt, quality goods are an important component of a successful business. But the store must also match the quality of the goods. After all, it is a building materials store. Masaru said, first you need to display the goods so that they are visible. If everything is done correctly, the first impression will improve significantly. Father turned to his son and asked if he was sure that the main character was the client. The boy hesitated and replied that probably yes. Masaru promised to give them time to think everything over and would spend the night at a hotel himself, let them count their things and take them to Dina. Zag agreed. The main character also said that they would meet tomorrow at noon at the castle. Zag agreed again but clarified why exactly at the castle. Masaru said that tomorrow early in the morning he needed to find out about the sale of magical beasts and also close a couple of small business deals. A new day came. The hero and his companions met at the castle, and he was handed a paper indicating how much they pay for the sale of magical beasts and what reward is given for their defeat. Masaru said that he did not wait in vain. The amount was large. Then he asked if he could receive a reward, and the king's assistant replied that he had done a lot for the people of their country, so he could take everything. Do not be shy. The main character said that everything was fine and they could move on to the next part of the negotiations. He was asked what he wanted to buy from the surplus stock. Masaru was delighted and said that he wanted to buy wheat and barley. Then he was asked if about 20 of last year's amount would be suitable, to which he replied that everything suited him. The king said that as soon as the final amount was determined, they would agree on it with him. The assistant suggested that they could also be offered soybeans. The man agreed with him. The main character asked for more details. Masaru said that soybeans were not as important to him as wheat and barley, but if they were available, that would be great. The hero asked how much could be offered. He was ready to buy everything. He was told that most was still unprocessed and stored in barns, but he agreed to buy everything. When he asked about the price and heard the answer, he said it was all right, so they agreed and the deal took place between them. The king's assistant said that the king himself is usually not present at the conclusion of the deal. Thanks to such an opportunity, ordinary servants become closer to His Majesty. They can help him more effectively. The main character said that it is important for the king to know about such things, and asked what they thought about it, to which he heard in response that maybe it was so, but no one could decide. The king's servant said that he would take his advice, and as soon as they have goods they would contact him, and Masaru immediately asked them where they got so many extra goods. The king explained that part of it was reserves for emergencies, but most was provisions for military campaigns and army expeditions. The main character instantly tensed at his words. His face became serious, even a little aggressive. He remembered those invasions, if you remember those rabbits, and then thought he was right. Masaru said aloud that it was a waste of resources. Expeditions were completely unnecessary. The king was surprised by his words. He decisively said that only those who do not know how to rule think so. Expeditions are necessary, they are needed for the state to prosper. Masaru said he understood this man wants to expand his territory, but it is important to maintain stability in the country, because if things continue like this, who knows, a new rebellion might break out. The king asked why he should delve into these subtleties. He was not supposed to think about it at all, and their views on this differed too much. The main character said that he was right, they were too different, but still wanted to give him advice. The man asked what exactly. Masaru said that as a king he must bring prosperity to his lands. Cities can develop without campaigns and invasions of foreign lands. He suggested looking at the Beastman city he is currently building. It is a vivid confirmation of his words. Then he invited the king to come to him and see the coastal city for himself, then the king would understand him. The main character smiled and said that there is always a chance for coexistence. He hoped that the man would think over this idea. Well, the gods love everyone equally, so it is better to cooperate and put aside differences. The king said that these are interesting thoughts, but their views differ completely. Masaru still warned him, if you underestimate the beastmen or consider them a lower race, they may suffer. The king and his servants were terribly frightened by his words, and the main character did not react at all. He just closed his eyes. Masaru waved his hand and said that that was all for today, added that he would come to say goodbye when he was ready to leave, asked not to forget to pay him in gold coins. After that he said goodbye and left. The king was shocked by what was happening. From fatigue he even leaned back in his chair, then turned to the servant. Do you also think that my decisions were wrong? He replied that he made decisions that were best for their kingdom and people. It thrives thanks to him, but he admits there is a grain of truth in Masaru's words. The king said that maybe his arrival is God's will, but if he is right, then maybe his advice should be expressed more fervently. The man persistently asked what he said about the coastal city, probably talked a lot about Lanza, and ordered everything to be prepared for his departure to the Beastmen's city. The servant said he would carry out the order and asked if he should warn the guards, to which the king replied, "Isn't the answer obvious?" The man said that this time shields and swords were not needed. This time they would come in peace. A new day began and everything happened in the castle. The hero thanked Zag for the meeting. He replied that he looked embarrassed, and fortunately Zag was nearby. The boy, noticing his good mood, asked Masaru if the negotiations were successful. Masaru replied that yes, he bought what was needed, and finally said what had long been spinning in his head. His words frightened Zag, and he said that he was too fearless. To this, Masaru replied that maybe so, and then asked if he had brought his sister. The boy replied that she had taken up finances again. Zag turned to the main hero and warned him do not do anything reckless in front of his sister. Masaru asked why everyone constantly said he was the most logical person, to which he was told that they were actually worried only because of his talkativeness, and the main hero smiled and reassured him. Masaru was his guest, so there was nothing to worry about. After some time, Zag opened the door of the room and told his sister that they were here. The girl told them to come in. The girl gently smiled at the main hero, said she was glad to meet him, and then introduced herself. Her name was Dinana. The hero apologized for barging in, and the girl smiled and quickly replied that there was no need to worry, she was glad he came. Masaru asked if she was counting because there was so much here. She replied that this was a barn that her father had bought, and that counting all the things took more time than she expected. Dina said she would finish soon and suggested sitting down. The main hero asked if he could inspect the barn, and she replied that it was no problem. Masaru went to inspect the room. There were so many goods that he couldn't sit still. Lots of raw materials and handmade materials, and he could use all of it. He picked up a plate and asked, "Is this steel?" Then he corrected himself, "Or is it ceramic?" He asked the girl whose plate it was, and she replied that it was special. Her father invented it while still a soldier, light and super strong, but it was rejected because making it was too expensive. The materials were rare and hard to produce in large quantities, and he only asked, "Are you sure?" The main character pointed aside and asked how they would explain these plates, to which Dina replied that she had already kicked him out of the house yesterday because he tried to mortgage the house. Masaru admitted that it was hard for them, to which the girl sharply replied that hard was not the right word and something had to be done about his debts, and Sage said that if they had at least one big client, they might be able to pay off all the debts. The hero instantly remembered his words about wanting to find a big client to pay off debts, and in general, he could afford to buy everything. Dina asked him what he thought about buying. Masaru once again pondered everything that had happened in his head and made a decision for himself, then said aloud that he wanted to tell them something. The hero pointed with his hand at the goods behind him and asked if he would get a discount if he bought them all. Zag immediately said that it was not a problem at all, asked his sister again, she confirmed, and the boy added that if they sold everything they would pay off the debts, so Masaru would become their savior. The main character said he had a few ideas and hopefully asked them if they would listen to his proposal. Zag instantly asked him about the proposal, and Dina shyly admitted. She felt awkward saying it, but she had a bad feeling. And the main character, smiling, asked why they and their father hadn't moved to a city. Zag said he knew this proposal would sound ridiculous. Could it be that he really suggested they leave their home, the capital? He did not know about himself and his father, but with his sister, it was unlikely. But Dina did not let him finish. She directly asked Masaru if the city he was talking about was the city of beastmen that he was building. He answered affirmatively and said he would like them to help with the construction. The main character also said that they were guaranteed food 3 times a day and there would be endless work, and the father would get his own workshop with assistants who would help him make bricks. Zag, with distrust in his voice, asked if he seriously thought these conditions were too favorable for them, to which Dina coldly replied, "This is a city of beastmen, don't forget that." The girl said she was not judging anyone, but this was not just an unfamiliar place, it was also a city where there were very few people. To this, Masaru replied that only one person lived there, a girl named Adelina, but that would change over time. The main character also inquired if they knew craftsmen who were barely making ends meet, and if the king himself allowed him to hire them. Masaru said with a smile that the more people, the more useful it was for the city's development, and asked if they were not excited by the very thought of it. Clear skepticism was visible on their faces. He warned that if they did not have the necessary skills and knowledge, it would be extremely difficult for them to master new techniques and theories in the city. However, he advised them to seriously consider his proposal. Dina agreed. Masaru said they would return to the main issue regarding supplies. If they gave him a 10 discount, there would be an agreement. The guys agreed. The hero asks them if it is possible to pay for everything with gold coins. If he could pay off their debts and pay the rest with gold, he would not have to carry so much gold on the way back. Dina said it would be great if he agreed. They could do it right now. Zag also agreed with his sister. Masaru said he did not mind, but did they really hurry? The girl said that while Dad had not caused more problems yet, it was better to repay the debt as soon as possible. Zag added that they were afraid he might do something like buying a warehouse again. Masaru said he had a bad feeling about this. After some time, they finally reached the store and began loudly knocking on the door. An unknown man asked how long they intended to keep knocking since it was already closed. The man recognized Dina and asked if she was the same girl from the brick store, noted that she seemed to be in a hurry, asked if she really needed money again, and added that they could no longer lend them any. The hero immediately interrupted him and angrily declared that they were here only to repay the debt, and Zag warned the man that if he even touched his sister, he would not let him go alive. Masaru placed gold coins on the counter in front of the man, who gaped. He did not expect that an ordinary store could bring in such a pile of money.
Florentina looks at the hot pot and says it is blazing, but looks so appetizing that you want to eat immediately, and various adventurers begin to praise the dishes. The humpin is fluffy, the chikwa is pleasant.
Dina anxiously asked if their father had borrowed even more money. They inquired how much more they owed, and the man immediately reassured them it was not about debts, but it was still related to their father. He asked if they remembered the warehouse they rented. The girl clarified the one where they kept the plates. Zag reassured there should be no problems, they had paid. The man explained that their father had unauthorizedly altered the warehouse. He put up a ladder, made a shelf on the wall, cut a hole in the floor, and arranged a sleeping place for himself. This amount would not be enough to compensate for that, and everyone was upset. After some time they left the store. The main hero admitted that he was mentally exhausted because he had been cleaning up after that old man all day. Dina said she was very sorry, as their father was not really a bad person. Masaru calmed down and said that everything was fine. He had just come up with a way to relieve tension. The boys were surprised by his words. Zag immediately asked him not to cause trouble in the capital. Did he really want to involve the royal guard? The boy replied that it sounded like a great idea, but there was an even scarier one. The main hero smiled and said he meant shopping. In this city, he would buy as much as he wanted. Masaru asked them if they hadn't rested while shopping. Dina immediately asked if it was for the city of beastmen. He replied that it was half for himself, half for the city. Zag immediately asked if it was related to the day they talked about recruiting craftsmen, to which the boy replied that he was indeed eagerly looking forward to it. He said that this city is still being built. It doesn't even have a name yet. If they move and settle here, it will greatly accelerate its development, and over time it could grow into a metropolis surpassing the capital itself. Masaru also suggested considering such a possibility. I can't wait to continue building the city. Dina said that it is clearly not easy, as the scale is simply huge compared to the family business. The main character said that participating in construction is a great pleasure. Dina immediately remembered her father's words that he needs to rest and that he is completely satisfied just making bricks. Suddenly the girl froze in place. Zag asked if something was wrong and she turned to him with a smile as if to say everything was fine. Dina asked the protagonist if he was going shopping tomorrow. He replied yes, said he would go in the morning, and then asked why she was asking. The girl asked them to stop on the way and Za would show him around the local shops, and at the same time she smiled gently. She also said that she would introduce him to some of her artisan friends, true masters of their craft. Masaru was delighted. Wonderful, he would be able to meet them in person. Zag said that his sister should think it over. The main character is even stranger than their father, and he himself will take responsibility. Dina said that everything is fine. She wants to take a break from worrying about the bills. She's sure that wandering the market with Masaru will be fun. Zag admitted his sister was right, and he thought that tomorrow would be a busy day again. A new day dawned, and they, as agreed, went together to various shops in the city. The main hero bought several animals from the Adventurers Guild. Zag exclaimed that they were all mutants, asked what he would do with them, and the hero simply replied he would breed them. The quail-wind cutters lay 5 eggs every 3 days, and the horned rabbit gives up to 14 bunnies a year. Their meat is very tasty, and the widow's goats also give milk. Later in the castle, Zag asked him not to do anything risky. It seems Dina will still move to his city, but he is still worried because he cannot go with them, and Masaru asked him what he meant. The main hero asked with surprise in his voice if he really would not go with them. They were surprised by his words. Zag asked why this was necessary, and Masaru replied that he had received permission from the king to hire several craftsmen here, but on the condition that a squad from Gratis must be stationed in the city of Beastmen. He added that the captain of this squad would act as an ambassador, and Zag was nominated for this position. The boy hesitated and said that this was untimely. He had just gotten a girlfriend. The main hero said he did not know how to express it properly, but assured that there would definitely be no problem finding a new girlfriend. Then Dina called him by name. Masaru asked her name questioningly. Zag was also surprised and said that she was almost never seen here, after which they wondered why she was in such a hurry. Dina said that it was about the main hero's proposal to move to the city of Beastmen. She agreed. He was glad about her decision. Zag asked if she really came here for that. The girl explained that it was not only because of that she wanted to sell the shop and the land to move. She went to the merchant guild in the castle. Masaru immediately asked what was going on. She handed him the scroll and told him to read it. The guild thanked them for their joint contribution to development. They received the necessary information about their home and land. Due to the unfortunate location and the miserable condition of the house, they will be charged a fee for demolition, and the boys were surprised by this. Dina asked her brother if everything would be all right with Masaru and if there would be any problems filing a complaint about tyranny, to which her brother replied that he had been there for a long time, so everything would be fine. Had negotiated with the king himself. After some time, the main character returned to them and he looked completely exhausted. Zag noticed that he did not look very well and asked what had happened. He did manage to raise the price of the land and house a bit, but they had planned everything so well that he couldn't win the dispute. Dina said it would help with the move, but it turned out the opposite. Expenses increased even more. After that, they returned to the house. Zag, seeing Masaru with a dangerous object, asked what had come into his mind, to which Masaru replied that he had not been so angry for a long time. Zag told his sister that when the main character eliminated Morgenstern, he was afraid it would destroy the trade guild, and the sister understood why the hero acted that way. None of them suspected that Masaru decided not to pay for the demolition and eventually took on the task himself, who continued to destroy the house. The hero looked at his weapon and said that he finally has a chance to use it after creating it in the coastal city. He asked Zag and Dina why it was so noisy, and they replied that it was because of him. He was breaking everything. Zag said that it was too much. He was using dangerous weapons to demolish the house, to which Masaru smiled and replied that everything was fine. He had taken care of everything. At first glance, this may seem funny, but he takes this thing instead of a hammer, breaks walls with it, and then the debris is used as gravel. The dismantling will rumble and disturb everyone, so it is necessary to go around and warn the neighbors. He even took care to use his construction skills to build a barrier so that other debris would not fly into the air during the work. If they stick to the plan, the demolition will go smoothly, and he will use his skills to rework the scrap. He thinks he will finish by morning. Just let them leave it to him. Zag was shocked. The boy will leave Masaru as an ambassador, so asking him to help with such matters is a great idea. He himself seems interested, and suddenly his name is called. Their father said he trimmed the tree to the size he requested, so let him see for himself. Zag and Dina were shocked that he was here. The hero did not want to waste time. He wanted to finish the demolition quickly and get to something else, so he hired their father to help. Masaru said that was excellent, as befits a craftsman. He is very experienced in this, to which the man replied that then he would start mass production. Zeg, stunned by what he said about working on something, immediately asked him what exactly he meant. He said that even the demolition of the building annoys him, as if the merchant guild uses them, so he will build a new forge here and demand a huge fee from them. Zag said he should not be praised for his commercial instinct. He is just like a child who does not like to lose. Dina said she does not think her father will agree to this job. The man said that not only will he be able to get a lot of money from the guild, but he will also make a good profit, so he agreed. Zag said he was glad his father is the same as before. Masaru asked the boy if he could help his father. After that, there will be no business left between them. The main character said that as soon as the work on the house is finished, it will be time to return to the city of beastmen. Zag agreed with his words and said that he is already used to how sometimes he becomes illogical. It is fascinating, but at the same time frightening. Masaru promised, as soon as he gathers all the materials, he will take up the task with his skill and build the structure, and in a week he will leave the city, so everyone needs to prepare, especially that boy. The hero asked to part ways with his girlfriend. Dina said she had to say goodbye to the neighbors and friends who took care of her. The father added that he would chat a bit with his friends with whom he drinks. Dina sharply asked if the other craftsmen were not going with them, and if he was just looking for an excuse to get drunk. In the capital Gratis, the hero made a deal with the king, made purchases, and got a bunch of useful things, but the most valuable was the workforce: 6 blacksmiths, 2 tanners, 8 carpenters, 4 tailors, and 4 cooks. And also comrades he can trust. Zag said he was already involved in this. The father advised him to take up carpentry and immediately asked if he remembered how to use the tools. He answered affirmatively. The main hero came to the king and said he would leave much earlier than he thought. This time his goal was negotiations and buying everything necessary, and if something was needed, he would come back to the capital again. The king smiled and said he would miss those various complaints of the merchant guild. It turned out the boy had simply overdone it with the purchases. The man said he was glad that this time he did not suddenly call the castle goddess like last time. Masaru thought that adventure had traumatized him. The king asked him if he was still planning something grand, if he really intended to build a forge and a weapon shop to sell to the merchant guild. The main hero said he seemed to have heard everything. To this, the man replied that it would be the best store in the capital with many shelves and showcases that no one had seen before. The king asked if this was a possible favor. The boy replied that he saw right through him and added that the man had helped them a lot here, so he prepared a farewell gift for him. This is a story that this world has never seen before. A 3-story stone building. Behind the counter on the wall, quality goods will be displayed. And most importantly, there will be a system against thieves. You only need to pull the lever and an iron cage will lower in front of the door and the counter. Masaru added that as soon as the store opens, people working in this field will immediately notice the new items, and as trade develops, the whole society will move forward. This will be a big step forward in development. The king said that this was just his opinion, but it was clear he fully used his high status and skills to solve a bunch of problems on his own. If he had a team of people, they should be used to the maximum. Masaru thought that he definitely hit the target. This was the biggest problem when building a city. Without him, they could do almost nothing. Likewise, it is impossible to manage an entire city alone. The hero thanked King Action and said he would remember these words and continue to devote himself to this cause, to which the man replied that he was just talking to himself. Masaru told him that he could send people to the city to exchange magic and technology, but sincerely hoped that those he sent would not have prejudices against beastfolk. He also asked to choose energetic, strong people who are hard to break. The king replied that he understood everything. He cannot stay silent when it comes to a request. The man extended his hand and offered to shake it one last time. He eagerly awaited seeing the amazing city built by his own hands. Masaru told him, next time we will just have a drink. I will also invite Vectinia and others. The king begged for mercy because gods are not so easily invited. Zag told him that he was late, to which he replied that it was his fault because he was talking to the king. He informed the main hero that the loading was almost complete and that there was still a small group of people chatting for some time. They were adventurers, said they had never seen such fun companies, and added that they were allowed to leave, so they insisted that he should not worry. Masaru recalled that even before leaving the capital, they had more companions, a group of 8 people, adventurers and an elf who wanted to give up adventures and settle in the city. Friendly, cheerful, and a bit carefree, they will play an important role in training the city guard. Then the main character was called. The traveler asked him if he would deliver a proud speech. Others supported the idea, and Masaru thought he had changed his mind. What a carefree company this was. The main character jumped into the carriage and sincerely thanked everyone for accepting the invitation and daring to move and settle in the new land, in the new city. Having gained skills and knowledge here, they will be able not only to participate in the construction of the city, but also to lay the foundation for exchange for themselves and their friends who are waiting for them in their new home. The main character promised that although the days spent there would be tense and difficult, they would also bring them fun and joy, so it is worth trying to accomplish something grand. Masaru returned to the city, thanked Grotties, said goodbye to him, and said that they were heading to their new home. A few days after leaving the kingdom, the entire caravan buzzed about various things. Some talked about swords, others about the forest. The men kept saying that yesterday's boar was exceptionally tasty, like a little flavored journey, and the main character was happy because everyone was in a wonderful mood. Masaru turned to Zag and asked if he had spoken with his elven sister and her friends, to which Zag replied that he had just inquired about her life as an elf and anyway, he would definitely find out if he got a new traveling companion. The elf in the cart sharply threw back the curtain and asked if it was not suitable for him. Zag got nervous and quickly replied that it was not what he meant. One of the men said he saw the river they had talked about at lunch. They decided to stop nearby. The traveler asked Masaru when they would arrive, and he replied that he needed to look at the map. He explained that they were now at the crossroads where the river intersects with the roads. They were already halfway to the city of Bespin. They were right on schedule. At just a few more days and they would arrive. The traveler and the elf widely opened their eyes at his skills. They said they were a bit shocked. He has the ability to store things and a map skill, and the girl had never seen anything like it before. Even experienced adventurers had simpler skills. The man said that such a person builds a city of beastfolk, but considering the conflict between beastfolk and humans, it is strange that he is so popular there. To this, Masaru replied that they are good guys, they helped on time. The traveler smiled and said he understood everything now. He wanted even more to get to the city as soon as possible, and the elf immediately noticed that it was visible on him. The hero approached the rest of the crew and asked if the cooks had enough ingredients. They replied that after lunch there was a little left, but they would like to replenish the supplies. One of the cooks pushed wild birds to him. He wanted to try them and compare with other meat. If Masaru refused, they would manage with wild herbs, but he agreed and added that their experienced hunter would handle it. After some time, the main hero, the elf, and Zag set out hunting. Masaru admitted that her technique mesmerizes him every time and leaves him speechless. Zag shook his head and said he did not understand how a human bow differs from hers. Zag also said that if it is about how birds fly and the routes they take, it is not difficult for him to hit them at all. But do they really need to understand the birds they hunt? The elf girl told about several types of birds. There are annoying little birds that steal travelers' and adventurers' things and fly away. One of them stole her water bottle. They do it just for fun. The main hero asked her what they taste like. The girl winked and said they are incredibly tasty, and he raised his hand and announced that they would hunt those annoying birds again. Zag sadly admitted that he is a shepherd, useful in hunting boars but harder with birds. The elf told him that he has good hearing and it is still too early to give up. She handed him her bow and offered to try. Maybe he could hit a bird before it took off. Masaru asked him to be careful because this bow is quite dangerous. The elf instantly asked him if he knew anything about that bow. He replied that he had made a slight mistake in words, then added that he himself made a bow from the same material and could show it. She agreed. The girl took the bow in her hands and looked at it thoughtfully. She asked if it was really made from the same materials because she couldn't string it. Masaru explained to her that it was reinforced with mithril to match its strength, and the elf immediately asked how exactly it rested, requesting to be shown. He hesitated and she suddenly exclaimed triumphantly that she suspected it. He was just bluffing. Probably he just pulled the string too hard, and Masaru thought to himself that he had learned the lesson but wasn't going to tell her. The main character said he would shoot once and try to hit the nearest tree. The elf asked if he could really deceive her, to which he replied that he just had unpleasant memories from that. Then he stated that he could hit someone like a bear, to which he was told that these were just empty words. He should already be using the bow. Masaru pulled the string and released an arrow. The girl whispered in shock that he really succeeded, and Zag added that the shot was powerful and went through the trees. At that moment, a loud scream sounded. The main character cried and said that he had hit someone again. The elves said that the scream came from there. She called him and pulled him along, and they saw a large group of people surrounded by wolves and couldn't believe that a whole pack was on the plain. Suddenly, one of the wolves loomed over the stranger, ready to pounce on her. Zag said that for some reason now was not the time, and the elf shouted that she wouldn't have time to shoot. At that moment, the main character decisively decided to help her. He jumped into the clearing and drove the wolves away from the stranger, after which he ordered her to run quickly. She tried to find out who he was, but he asked his friends to take her away from there. The hero thought in surprise what kind of resistance this was when he swung again at the wolves, and it turned out his strike really broke the stone. The elf pushed him aside and shouted to retreat, "There's a golem." Then she used fire support and rushed into battle with the wolves. Arrows rained down on the monsters, but it turned out that neither arrows nor swords harmed them, and at that moment a stranger appeared nearby, who asked to be allowed to help if possible, and ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Masaru asked her, "Don't you see that swords are useless here?" The girl replied that she was a knight and could not allow herself to turn away from the enemy. When the stranger attacked the wolves with a sword, she felt that her strength was not enough to cut them down. She could not comprehend how strong this man was. At that moment, several wolves appeared behind the main hero, ready to attack him. Everyone around froze in shock. The monsters began biting Masaru's body. He said that it hurt and asked them to get off him and not bite his neck. The stranger, shocked, asked if everything was all right. At that moment, the main hero got rid of one of the wolves. It managed to wound him. He also told the wolf that it was one of many valuable things he had after Rebirth. Zag told her that nothing could surprise him anymore. Masaru said that apparently he could handle the wolves himself, so the girl could return to her companions, and she agreed. The main hero became terribly angry and asked the monsters how they dared to treat synthetic fiber, which does not even exist in this world, in such a way. They regretted it, and he used his strength and threw them aside. He drew his weapon and began hitting blindly, shouting that this was their punishment for damaging his clothes. After some time, they returned to the camp. Masaru said it was good that there were no casualties. Zag said that the man who should have suffered from wounds was instead full of strength. He also needed to work on his skills. The main hero felt slight surprise. In that battle, he had given all his magical power to the enhancement spell, so there were no problems. But when the wolves bit him, he had already restored a third of his magical power. Thanks to this, he survived without injuries and his whole body became stronger. Then Masaru was called and told that the squad leader and his servant were waiting for him. He asked the elf girl why she was standing there, and she replied that she had just come to visit the representatives of her people. When the main hero entered the tent, two girls appeared before him, elves, and one of them was literally sitting on the floor and smiling gently at him. The elf sitting on the floor said that they were dark elves and very grateful for the help. The elf from the team added that, as she said, they were of the same race. The hero sighed with relief and said he was glad they were all right, then asked why the golems had attacked them. If they did not want to talk, he would not force them. The elves completely ignored his question and said that what they were not going to say might seem rude, but right now it was very difficult for them to find a place to settle. The girl asked to be allowed into the group, and Masaru agreed without hesitation. Then the girl said that they understood their request would put them in a difficult position, but they really had nowhere else to go. Suddenly it occurred to her they had already agreed. The girl asked if they really did not mind. The main hero said he had already agreed. The elf from his team said that she needed to know whether they were lucky or not. Zag said that they better start getting used to Masaru's antics, and he said that they were a formidable group. After a long journey, the whole group finally reached the Beastman's city. May suddenly threw herself around his neck and greeted him joyfully, and he immediately asked how she was doing. Adelina also greeted him, and he smiled and said he was glad to see her. It was clear she was doing well. When he asked where the chief was, the girl replied that he was right in the middle of work in the residential area. After some time, they met him again. The man said he had brought many people with him again, to which Masaru replied that they were all craftsmen, their new companions who would build the city together with them. He also said that on the way they came across a group of dark elves, so they will stay here for some time. The dark elves froze, looking at the mountains. The girl whispered that it was incredible. The leader said that this city was built with the help of humans. She was filled with admiration. The tall girl began to say that the man with black hair was hiding something, and the leader threw her a glance and said, "Look at those people who are smiling at him so kindly." The Lemians rushed to the elves and said that they are friends, and the leader announced that he wants to arrange a welcome party. He also added that this concerns both the leader and her service, to which the girl replied that they never introduced themselves. The head of the Dark Elves is Emeralda, her assistant is Irina. The main character named his name and said that they should feel at home. Evening came, many people gathered near the fountain, many tables with food were set up, and everyone was chatting. Here the main character saw the goddess Illisifera. She greeted and apologized for being so late the children did not give her a minute of peace. Masaru asked if she was used to being a teacher. It seemed she really taught them magic as promised. She confirmed this and said that the gods always keep their word. The girl said that she rarely has the opportunity to directly touch the lives of people of the lower world, and did not think it could be so exciting. Though she is sad because she is leaving, the boy asked her what she meant. The goddess explained that she has nothing more to teach, and he returned, so her role as a teacher has ended. The main hero asked her, "Aren't you the goddess of magic, so you hardly could have anything else to teach?" Illa asked him if he remembered the case with the crab. According to the divine code, to avoid getting too deeply involved, he asked her to teach the townspeople magic on his behalf. In other words, she could only teach the magic that he himself could use. The goddess said that she had nothing more to teach people. Her work here was done. He saw that she was sad, and suddenly he had an idea. The main hero turned to her and decisively said that starting from tomorrow she should give him only individual magic lessons. He needed to instruct the masters, so he suggested holding these sessions daily for about an hour. The goddess asked what he meant. Isn't that a violation of the rules? And he calmly replied that teaching him magic was perfectly normal because he had talent. She had to teach him what he did not yet know. He also lives in this city, so he has everything necessary to receive her teachings. If he could master new magic, she could continue teaching others, and she said he was right. Then she asked why he did not start building this city with the help of hired craftsmen and why he was spending his time on her. Masaru replied that since she was having so much fun, he would help her enjoy it longer. Ayla said that now she fully understood why her sister so often descends to the underworld. A new day came. The hero woke up and did not expect the lessons to start immediately with the first rays of the sun. Ayla told him not to get distracted. He had asked for this himself, so no complaints. The goddess asked him if his sister had given him a general idea about magic. He answered affirmatively, and she said she would skip the explanation on this matter, advising him to learn to release the magic hidden in his body. The main hero grabbed a branch in his hands. It began to glow. Ayla said he missed a step. She was his teacher, so he must obey, after which she asked him to release it into the air. The goddess explained that releasing magical power into the air was easier. There was less resistance there. He replied that he would release all the magical power from his body at once. Around the main character appeared Flebas, bored, Miserbriet. Illa exclaimed that it was incredible, and then was surprised his magical power was floating vertically. After that, they decided to try other types of magic, and he decided to start with wind magic, but the goddess tried to stop him. Using magic with such enormous power was dangerous. But the boy did not listen to her, and suddenly a huge whirlwind rose in the air, frightening the city residents. They studied for a few more days, and one day he was waiting for her, but she never appeared. He could hardly imagine that such a serious goddess could be late. Today was supposed to be a training session on compression, and he and she were eagerly awaiting it. Then suddenly a voice sounded behind him. Illa asked her to come today. It turned out that it was his old friend Victinia, and stammering, he told her that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl said that Ayla had called her and asked to help him learn magic because it was a request from her younger sister. She would spare neither strength nor mercy to teach him. The goddess said she was very glad that they got along well, and then ordered him to get to work to start compressing his magic. He quietly cursed under his breath, angry that she was here today and not her sister. Apparently, she was in a bad mood. Masaru told Victoria that she better calm down, otherwise she would get even more wrinkles. She replied that she was completely calm, which was why she asked him to pull himself together. She announced that the training was starting. If he could not tame her, the consequences would be worse than a tornado. Working in a home store, he saw a compressed gas cylinder slip off a car. The cap was damaged. Air was rushing out of a hole, and the cylinder, like a rocket, shot straight into the wall. Maeskri told her what he had done, and the goddess gently advised him to try to gather magic and release it again. He waved his hand. Even if she said so, it was all in vain. He could not understand how that compression was supposed to work at all, and even more so how to gather magic for years. The girl advised to imagine the vessel already ready, and then it would only remain to fit the gathered magic into it. The more magic he accumulated, the more he would have to fit and be able to compress it. She was confident if she managed it even once, then for him it definitely would not be a problem. He heard her words about him being familiar with this with surprise and immediately applied the skill of creating things. Suddenly, a huge magical sphere appeared before him. he decided to try to imagine a vessel that could contain such an amount of magic. After that, a huge sword appeared in his hands. He rejoiced that he succeeded, realized that magic could be used exactly like that, apologized for his previous words, and said that her advice really helped him. Vectinia became embarrassed and said she wanted to talk to him about something. He asked confusedly what exactly. Was it really him? She began to deny and allowed wonder why she would even think about such a thing. He asked if it was because she was so gloomy today. She asked him to keep focus when controlling magic, and he noticed that the wind was weaker this time. And then something unexpected happened. He said he was taking back his words. Victinia asked if he had to turn away at such moments, as a result of which he fell to the ground and then pondered what she wanted to talk to him about. He guessed that it was somehow connected with the city. He recalled how he taught a craftsman to make knives. The men told him that they had done everything, created multifunctional knives. He explained that they made these knives to put them up for sale. They did not understand what the matter was, so Masaru said, "This time I will say it loudly and clearly. When I said make them identical, I meant it literally." He raised the knife up and said that thickness and length might seem the same, but about the smoothness of the surface and other details, one could not say the same. He also could not stand the traces of the hammer on the blade. As a product for sale at the market, these knives did not meet the standards. They tried to argue with him, then he suggested comparing them. He took a ruler from the stash and said that in his hometown they measure things with it. Then he told them to carry the knives. Musser suggested taking the knife they made and placing it next to the finished sample, then put the ruler on top and said that if the thickness matched, there would be no gaps. He also recalled his school years. When making things to specified dimensions, they were allowed an error of only 1/120th of a millimeter, and the men said that sounded too harsh. After finishing vocational school, the master's assistant, working in a rural household service center, could even determine an error of 1/150th of a millimeter with the naked eye or by touching with a finger. The main character handed the man one of the knives, said he made it with his own hands without any special skills, and asked him to measure it. The master suggested looking at the thickness. It was clear that there were no gaps at all. Masaru said he was not entirely accurate because he did not have the necessary equipment, but even he could do it. He said that since they were of the same race, they could study not only these techniques but also everything else he could offer them. The man said he liked it. He had not been so interested in his work for a long time. Another added that they were ready to learn from him to reach that level. It turned out that the main character told Victinia everything. Maybe in 3 years he would have nothing to teach them. Seeing the girl's reaction, he realized he was mistaken about the topic of conversation. He told her that he himself had taken up animal husbandry and relayed a few more news from city life, but the girl was silent and did not join the conversation. He started talking about the sanctuary and said it was high time to start, and the girl asked if this was really her city both by name and in reality, to which he answered affirmatively. She remembered the sister's letter and asked if he should first tell her something, that is, when you return to the city, if you are its residents, there is one thing that must be done first. The hero pondered her words, hesitated whether it was really so, and then, addressing the girl by name, said that he had returned. To this, Victinia smiled broadly and greeted him warmly. He asked her if she was upset because of that. Then he looked at her embarrassed face and imagined how pleasant it would be when she accepted him and greeted him with a warm smile. The goddess immediately asked what he was thinking about. He replied that if he told her, she might get too excited, so he would keep that thought to himself. She tried to guess his thoughts, but he turned away and began to run, saying he would never do that. It was time for him to go to the craftsman. Illa quietly watched them. It seemed to her that the sister wanted to tell him something important, but one way or another, when she was near the main hero, she was so sweet. She thought about something important. The group of dark elves recently saved by Masaru could be easily checked just by looking at how recent events unfolded, but no mistakes were found. The goddess realized that she would have to deal with this more deeply, but it never occurred to her that there could be something unknown in the world beyond the power of the gods. Illa could not understand what was happening and why the dark elves were attacked. It was clear how nervous she was. After some time, Irina returned to the city. Emeralda said she had been waiting for her return. The girl asked the leader how the other dark elves were doing. She replied that everyone was fine and all had been kind to them. Arana said that accepting their offer was a good idea. The leader agreed with her but emphasized, no matter what happens, action must be taken. Du approached the main character and decided to ask for a favor. Eventually, they agreed to talk after dinner. The hero apologized for making them wait and added that he had brought another person with him. The leader said they would get straight to the point, but first wanted to introduce herself once more. Esmeralda said that she was the queen of the Dark Elves, and to express her gratitude, she offered shelter to members of their clan. The guys froze in surprise upon learning who she really was. The girl told them that they were from the kingdom of Stenson, which stretched along the mountain ridge, 10 days' ride west of the city. At the same time, one day they were attacked by golems they had seen before, and they fiercely tried to resist. When the main character's team came across them on the plains, were they really fleeing from the golems? Esmeralda said the survivors might be, but she barely believed it. Masaru said in horror that this meant the entire country had been wiped off the face of the earth. Could the golems really have been that powerful? Zag asked why they suddenly decided to tell them this. The leader said that several months had passed since their stay in the city, and they needed some time to gather their thoughts. Esmeralda said she had to find out what happened to her homeland no matter what. She asked for help to get to Stenson. The hero nodded. "I understand what you mean," and immediately asked, "Why did they attack us in the first place?" She replied that they had no idea it would be so sudden. He asked if it was out of revenge. Zay said that was unlikely. The Dark Elf is a subspecies of gentle elves who live in harmony with nature, and he had never heard any rumors about them, let alone bad ones. The guy said he couldn't believe his ears when he heard their kingdom had been attacked. Then the main character asked them to tell in detail what had happened. Marina said she was on guard at the city gates, and when she returned, the enemy had already crossed the moat and broken into the castle's rear. It seemed they were attacked from within, but a few residents managed to escape. Masaru asked her to tell more about golems if she remembered any of their features, and she replied that her attention was drawn to different types: wolves, bears, monkeys, and other animals. Among these creatures there were also spiders. The protagonist suddenly stood up, his face tensed. Zag asked if he really understood something. Masaru began to stammer and said that he would leave the rest to that guy. Then he added that talking about spiders was not really to his liking, so he would go to his room. Zag suddenly realized that he was afraid of them. It was hard for him to admit his weakness, so he started talking about allergies, and at that moment he understood Vectinia's message. She told him not to go to this city. Zag smiled slyly and said that the title goddess was just used as an excuse, then curiously asked if he was really that afraid of spiders. The protagonist answered affirmatively. He was an ordinary person. There were things that disgusted him. Usually, forest trips did not bother him, but at the very thought that these creatures would be in his field of vision, he got goosebumps. Masaru pondered. He was scared that everything was too one-sided. They still knew so little, and the city was entering an important stage of development, so leaving it now would be inappropriate. When they heard a sound, it was a message from the goddesses. He opened it and thought that it was from Vectinia. Illa herself said that those monsters they were talking about now were such a thing that even gods could not verify. She asked him to investigate this matter, and if he agreed, he would receive a skill coupon. The protagonist said that he would take responsibility and support them with everything he could to deal with this incident. He had just overcome his fear of those damned spiders. Now he would escort Esmeralda to Stenson safely. Whatever happened, he would protect and help her. The girls immediately blossomed at his words. Zag felt that something was wrong here, and he also asked everyone to help him take the car for a test drive. He told us that he invented a means of transportation. It was a special carriage of Masaru, powered by human strength. It was a high-speed tricycle. It was driven not by horses but by people. Finally managed to make leaf springs. The will soften the shaking and absorb the shocks. The outer parts will also be reinforced as soon as he collects the data. Zag asked if he minded showing the diagram. He agreed, but added that now he has to collect the data. Then he helped the boy climb into the carriage. The boy was frightened. The main character told Emerald that he would climb to the top of the hill and return. Almost immediately Masaru and Zag set off on the road in this carriage. Masaru sat behind the wheel and the boy settled inside. On the way they ran into a bunch of goblins. Zag started shouting that they would be killed, but the main hero just mowed down those monsters. After some time they returned. Saga felt the ground under his feet and was shocked. The main character said that overall it was not bad, but it could be better. Zag shared his impressions and added that Masaru's magical support is of great importance. It may not seem like it, but when it comes to security, he is the best. He asked for a few days. While the main character was fiddling with his invention, Vectinia approached him, and he asked her to wait. A minuta was almost finished. It was obvious that the girl was very upset. He asked what had happened, and she replied that she could not tell the details but had a request for him. She said that she wanted him to destroy all the other creatures in Stankin. He was stunned by her words. The day came when they would go to the city. Zag said that having a test subject, he was curious about what changes he had made to the team, and Masaru was very sad. The boy asked him if something was bothering him. He replied that it was because of a conversation with the goddess. Zag said that it seemed the reason was uncertainty about his invention. Irina asked if they would have enough things. Their journey would last about 10 days. Masaru replied that he had prepared enough food and still had many things in the spatial storage. She said she understood everything. The main hero turned to Zag and asked him to help put the girls' things there. While Emeralda was watching them, her face was very sad. The main heroine responded with the same sad face. She asked Irina to take care of herself, to which she asked if he really did not want to go with them, and the leader replied that he had already decided. Emeralda asks the girl to see everything with her own eyes. They must accept reality as it is and pass on beautiful memories of their country to the next generations. Irina nodded and said that it was a great honor for her to serve her. She would keep her word and complete the mission. Emeralda said she would like to go with them. Irina asked Adelina if she wanted to go with them, and she replied that she did. But the main hero asked her for a favor. While he was not in the city, Emeralda would be nearby and teach her everything needed to run the city's affairs. The main heroine nodded, confirmed what was said, and said she must start learning immediately. She definitely did not want to be with a burly boy like Lancelot. Moreover, if even more people came to the city, she and the mayor would not be able to handle such a flow, so this was a great opportunity for Adelina. The girl agreed and said that in return he should take her with him next time. Zag asked what she really wanted to learn about the kingdom of elves. He said he was also interested, then asked if she would tell him when she returned. Adelina just smiled and replied that he really did not look much like a knight. Masaru asked when they got so close, and Zag replied that for townspeople it was just usual communication. The boy said he had already written a letter about the attack on Stenson and sent it with a messenger to Gratis. He was supposed to reach the capital while they were on the road. Zag said that it seemed he was giving it too much importance. Masaru replied that if the kingdom really fell, it was better to inform others as soon as possible. The main character said he wanted to finish this as soon as possible and go home. The three of them would be more than enough. They got into his invention and rushed at full speed to the kingdom of Stenson. At that moment, Isla asked Victoria if she was okay, and Victoria replied that everything was fine. The girl said that her heart hurt and she would not be able to forgive herself for what happened if it really came to that, after which she began to cry. At that moment, Irina said they were almost there, and Masaru replied that the city was really magnificent, but she should remember what her leader said. They came to find out the situation in the kingdom. The capital was being attacked by golems. The kingdom must accept reality. Zag said he was seeing the capital without living people for the first time. The girl jumped out and wanted to rush to check the house. Masaru warned that it was dangerous to go into the city now, and she replied that she could just stand here. She had just witnessed this tragedy. The main character said there was no need for that. He could assure her that there were no survivors left in the capital. Irina angrily asked him if he really wanted her to believe that no one survived without even checking, and Zag replied that he had never lied, so she should believe him. The main character told about a conversation with the goddess. Irina asked him if it was true that she asked him to destroy all the living ones that he still had left. She understood that he said there were no survivors because he already knew the condition of the city, and asked him if he really thought she would believe this nonsense. Masaru recalled that when he spoke to the beast people in Adalin about the gods, they did not react so strongly. Irina said she would go look for survivors. Zag said that now he understood why the protagonist had been depressed lately. It was because he knew about this in advance. Irina asked him if he really believed that. He said that the thing was that the king himself recognized him as an apostle of the gods and even ordered him to obey. The main character said that apostle was too much. The king had to explain that there was only friendship between him and the goddess. Zag said with surprise that he had never heard of such a thing, but if it was really so, his character was even higher than apostolic, to which the apostle replied that he considered it quite normal to be frank with the gods. The main character returned to the others and said that he wanted them to look from here at the last moments of the capital, and also to allow him to deal with the golems left there. Rina asked if they should go with him. Zag asked what those last moments of the capital meant. Masaru replied that today he was going to do something cruel. The main character's face darkened with sadness. He quietly said that today he would blow up Golem and the capital. Irina asked in shock if he really intended to destroy the kingdom, and he replied that it was the best thing they could do to fix it. The girl asked why they had to resort to such an extreme step, why not just destroy the golems. Zag agreed with her and said that it was too much. Irina said that Esmeralda would never allow such a thing, to which the hero replied that he had already spoken with her and had her permission. Even before coming here, almost immediately after receiving the task, he talked about it with the queen and the goddess. The conversation upset Esmeralda. She was furious that they asked her to allow the destruction of Earth. Victinia said that there was no one left alive in their kingdom, only golems. They stayed there and are not going anywhere. Esmeralda, with tears in her eyes, said that monsters attacked them, they lost their relatives in the castle, and now they also want to take away their last home, and asked if they really think they have the right to do so. Victinia sincerely said that she was very sorry, and everyone looked at her and said that it was not enough, then asked what they should do and fell to the floor. The queen asked if God would not help them at such a moment, and the hero froze in shock. He approached the girl sitting on the floor and said that he thought God sent him here to save them. Stents and fate are unchanging, but he will give her all his strength so that she recovers. Until then they can stay here, just ask, and he will create everything they desire. The main hero said that he knows this is all unexpected, but you must not forget Victinia is a goddess. It cannot be that she does not love the world she created herself, she loves it more than any of them. Masaru told the queen that she does not have to forgive right now, but when all this is over and they rebuild their capital, he hoped she could forgive Victoria. The main hero whispered that he did not want to see that expression on his friend's face. The goddess sat, her face glowing red, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Esmeralda quietly admitted that she did not know if she could forgive her. But maybe someday in the future they will have to survive and get there. Her words stunned Victinia. The leader asked them for a small favor. The main character finished the story and firmly said that Irina, as the queen's representative, must see the end of the kingdom with her own eyes. These were the queen's words. Zag said what this means. Masaru will do what he planned and the girl will only observe, and at that moment Irina realized that she was entrusted with preserving the memory of Stenzin's past. The girl asked if he was sure that no one really survived there, to which the main character answered affirmatively and said that now he could call the goddess. Irina said she understood everything and trusts him until the last moment of the kingdom. Until the dark elves return to the forest, they will stand on his side. The main character had to work with beastmen and fight knights and kings. Honestly, all this was very tiring. But he never thought he would dare to do this. He came to the place and saw the same golems that attacked the city. There is something strange and ominous in the magical power of these monsters and in their remains scattered throughout the region. That is why he must destroy everything with an explosion. He does not want to see Victinia's face so sad again, and he will put an end to this. When he found himself on Earth, the main character decided that it was time to erase this place from the face of the earth. In the novel, he read about one method, and now he is going to try it. He decided that he would succeed thanks to his magic and skill. With this spell learned in special training, he will envelop the entire capital in an atmospheric bubble and raise the oxygen level inside it. At first the hero used air control, then activated the storage skill, and finally used air control again. He will scatter the flower bought in Grautici like rain, and controlling the air over the capital will spread it across the entire sky until everything turns white. Finally, he will use the skill arson and pour all his magic into the flame, and the oxygen and the flower will combine with his spells and burn everything, including the remnants of magical power around. The main hero said goodbye to the city, sadly apologizing for not being here in calmer times, but firmly promised such a time will definitely come, and he will do everything for it, he swears. Having finished all preparations, he used the dust explosion skill, and a huge column of fire shot into the air. A stylish man and an elf woman stood on the edge of the hill and looked at the ruins. The young man turned away from the scene before them. Masaru was showing himself from an incredible side again, he thought, and what he saw below really surprised him. The elves stood motionless. The young man approached her closer, feeling uneasy. Why was the girl so frozen? Zach asked if she was okay. Her appearance was frightening. The girl turned to him with a slight sadness. She was tormented by whether it would be possible to rebuild the capital and their home after all this, and the boy looked at her and hurried to reassure her. He was sure they would succeed. The one who arranged all this appeared nearby himself, and everyone froze in surprise. Zach hastened to lighten the situation, said that it seemed he had worried for nothing, and the hero with a sly look added that strong emotions would lead to nothing good. The awkwardness grew more and more. Masaru exhaled deeply, but his two companions remained silent. Zach was the first to break the silence. Shouldn't his friend be happy now? But the young man did not understand his hint. The boy proudly declared that Zack should know. It was hard for him too. The explosion turned out to be stronger than expected, so he had to use all his magic to withstand the heat, and the hero also complained that because of this he flew into a stone and damaged the protection on his shoulder. Zack turned to the elf woman with a smile and began joking with her about his friend. This was the greatest danger Masaru had ever faced, and he expected nothing less from him. He was sure this boy could handle anything. The girl also glanced surprised. He jumped off the cliff so easily. Meanwhile, the hero was cursing his suit and trying to remove the damaged parts. Suddenly, a window with a message appeared. Everyone froze and stared. Zack asked if it was from the gods, and indeed, the message was from Isla, and the hero was sure. She just wanted him to return quickly because she was so strict. But as soon as he read the message, he immediately exclaimed in surprise, and two comrades looked at him questioningly. The boy was rushing at full speed with a worried expression. He recalled something about that event, so they decided to change the plan. Sapphire's message thanked him for the help and anxiously asked how the golem investigation was progressing, and Masaru reminded himself once again that he still had work to do. Having arrived where needed, the young man immediately got to work. He had to check the fragments with his magic. Seeing these fragments, his face twisted with disgust. Before him lay the transformed corpse of a monster. These monsters lingered in one place until nothing was left of them. They also devoured the souls and magical power of the living, turning them to stone. But there was another noticeable thing. Some details were missing in the name and description. The message window appeared again and pulled the young man out of his thoughts. Another message from Illa. She wrote that she had received the research and would ask other gods to do it, but she still needed fragments. Then she would compensate for everything and give all the information she knew, and the boy did not expect the girl to do it herself. He had a strange feeling of certainty, as if something was being hidden from him. The boy thought about how that strange magic affected the golems and the land itself, and how they had to clean everything there. At first he had a doubt, did they really have no other choice but to act, but later he decided that his task was completed. Looking closely at the message, he noticed a slider at the bottom. Did that mean it was not finished yet? Further in the message, the goddess begs our hero to help to prepare that crab for dinner, to which she invited her sister, but she cannot give a skill ticket because it is a personal request. Masaru remembered the tearful face of the girl and thought that Vectinia still could not recover from what had happened. He could not leave her like that, but suddenly something else distracted his attention. It turned out that the message had a continuation, and he was even more surprised. Isla was ready for anything, depending on her capabilities. Various thoughts began to swarm in his head. He imagined girls in bunny costumes, one of whom dropped a tray with liquid. The young man felt ashamed of such thoughts. His cheeks flushed, and just in case he began to justify himself because it was only his imagination and he had no indecent feelings at all, none whatsoever. Calming down, he coldly noted that one problem still remained. Standing on the ruins, the young man thought, this place does not look like a source of light at all. The boy swallowed nervously and decided to climb the hill. He wanted to look around the stents a little to calm down somewhat. Someone called him by name from behind. It was Zack. He asked Masaru if he had already finished his business. The boy told his friend that he had already finished, but something was still bothering him. The friend became interested and asked what exactly it could be. Suddenly he exclaimed, deciding that he had already understood the reason and came precisely for it. Masaru was surprised. Could it really be true? Maybe he was thinking about it too loudly. But Zack spoke about something completely different. Knights would be sent from Gratis to find out what happened here, and he wondered if the hero had thought about how he would explain everything to them. The young man had already sent a message before leaving the city, so there should be no problems. An awkward pause hung between them. Zack looked at his friend embarrassed and did not understand, and the latter in turn was ashamed of his previous thoughts, and soon both were overwhelmed by the same misunderstanding. Masaru turned away and hurried to assure his companion that everything was fine. He literally read his thoughts, after which he sighed with relief. The conversation continued. The hero asked if it was true that knights would come to them, to which he answered affirmatively that, in his opinion, they could help if asked. He objected discontentedly. He did not need any help right now. The young man suddenly changed his mind when Zack mentioned it. Maybe they really needed help to clean up all this trash. Although they had just arrived, perhaps his friend was already ready to return. The hero began to get nervous. He did not want the knights to start interrogating them about what they were doing here, but Zack did not support him at all in this. He had said nothing before, so the hero had to figure it out himself. Masaru was sure if they stayed here to clean up, the beastmen would not return to the city anytime soon, and his companion added that this situation needed to be explained. He frowned. The thought that he would have to stay here for some time clearly did not please him. He had already told everyone who was waiting for him that it would not be long. Thought crept into his head and blood rushed to his face. This meant that May would be angry with him again. He imagined May, a girl in a dress with bunny ears, who was angry at him because he promised to return soon. She was waiting for him, and lately he increasingly thought it would be funny to annoy her. The friends were still standing amid the ruins, and the hero felt that they still had business. It was impossible to stay here, but they could not leave either. Zack turned to his companion, and learning that knights had been sent to them, the hero finally confirmed his opinion. His companion wanted to leave, but they still could not return to the Beastman's city. This was true, but why there was some difficulty in this, he did not understand. Our hero's friend said this so matter-of-factly that he was immediately stunned. Why couldn't they just take and go? Masaru did not expect to hear this at all. He opened his mouth in surprise. The advice turned out to be brilliant, so they decided to meet with Arena and set off on the road. 2 days later, the knights appeared. Their commander announced their arrival and ordered everyone to stand. He was surprised by what had happened there, but first he had to find Zack and Masaru. They were supposed to be nearby. One night, Captain Frida approached. In front of her stood some kind of signboard, and something was written on it. The sign said, "This is a treat for the Knights of Gratis. Masaru destroyed all the monsters in this city, so he wanted to tell what happened there and suggested meeting in a coastal city nearby." The map of the area showed where the City of Beasts was located, the capital of Stenzen, and where our hero and his friends were. The young man's head was already tired from thinking about whether they should return to the beasts or not. Fortunately, there was another city where they could wait out the arrival of the knights. The young man enthusiastically announced that they had reached the port of Aram and then suggested, why not ask for help and restore Stenson while they were here? All three were riding in a carriage. Zack asked how exactly his friend planned to convince the villagers to help them. Masaru reminded him about the muscles of the brain. Zack repeated what he said and realized he had said some nonsense. Arena looked at the companions with interest, and then the hero calmed them down by asking them to put it all on him, and here they were. 2 men were walking down the street when suddenly a cart thundered past them. One of them screamed in fear and surprise. He could not understand what kind of cart with a horse could run so fast. Approaching the city, there was a wide street where residents strolled and various carts rolled, and one of them stood out the most. Masaru and his companions were riding it. 2 women froze, looking at the modern carriage that passed by, the first they had ever seen. It had no horses. The elf felt that they were attracting a lot of attention, and Zack noted that maybe they should have just walked through the city. But the hero cheerfully remarked that attracting attention also had its advantages, and it was clear that he clearly liked it. The men were walking along the road carrying boards when suddenly a cart rushed past them. One recognized the travelers, and the other jumped up to rouse his companion and prevent him from dropping the board. Masaru, already in a wonderful mood, became even happier when old acquaintances noticed him. And the second man suddenly understood whom his companion had noticed. The first raised his hand to his mouth and loudly called our hero by name. The second looked at him kindly. They were Captain Cook and Erdem. The carriage stopped. The travelers got out and greeted the old acquaintances with smiles. After all, they had not seen each other for a very long time. Captain Cook and Erdem asked to be informed in advance about their arrival in the future. Zack nodded in response and apologized to the men for what had happened. As Masaru's representative, he was ready to do everything to make amends for the rudeness. The boy glanced sideways at his friend for a moment, but the first man just waved his hand. He did not need apologies, he was simply following orders. As soon as Arena stepped out of the carriage, she was immediately noticed. Cook and Erdem did not expect to see anyone else. Their surprise grew even more when they saw that it was a dark elf with a strange skin color. Suddenly the cook turned to Masaru with sarcasm and anxiety. He was very worried about one thing, whether that boy had come again to ruin everything like last time, and the young man did not calm him at all, joking that maybe just a little. Something caught the young man's attention, and he turned his head to the side. Looking around the street, he noticed a bunch of workers and became interested what kind of construction work was going on all over the city, and even acquaintances he had met were also involved in it. Cook smiled and assured that they just wanted to build something, and his friend added that a lot had happened there, all because of Masaru. The boy asked again, looking at the boys who were working, whether everything really happened because of him, and they agreed, once he had made them a shovel and a pump. Men kept assuring that the new toys of their friends had enlivened the locals. Now everyone was trying to do their best, and Erdem himself was pleased with this. He continued the story, recalling the help that night, but suddenly Zack interrupted him with a question about where Masaru had gone, and the cook pointed in that direction. The young man was waving his hand lively, talking with the guys. He liked their idea of laying the garden path with bricks, and he decided to suggest you can't just lay bricks like that, you have to think about the rain and make a water drainage, and the guys listened to him with interest. Suddenly Masaru came to his senses and began to explain. He was simply fascinated by such conversations, and when he saw someone building, his body seemed to start moving on its own, as if under a curse. One of the guys tensed at the word curse. Masaru turned around and was about to leave, but the same guys called out to him asking him to tell what else he knew and to help. The young man stopped next to his friends, and they all looked surprised upon hearing such a request. And then one of them, the one with light hair, squinted one eye and noticed something. Two men took their boards and returned to work, and our hero got time to figure out his so-called curse. He was very glad and, thanking them for their attention, promised to return soon. He stepped forward from the cart and his comrades remained standing. All except the elf watched him with friendly smiles. Zack shifted his gaze to Erin. She was standing there again with a sad expression on her face. He asked her what could have happened, but the girl began to deny it, still not taking her eyes off our hero. Masaru returned to the guys who had asked for his help and told them a little more. The elf girl already knew that Mr. Hero helped the city of beastfolk when he invented and created various things, but she had never seen him so passionate about this idea before. Zack understood the point and smiled. It turned out that Masaru had also helped her once. The hero helped with a satisfied look, and Arena at that moment said that in her imagination he would forever remain the image of a strong warrior ready to help in a difficult moment. The girl imagined his inspired, smiling face and thought that when she looked at him, she felt unworthy before him. The young man was called from all sides. Everyone needed help. Someone asked to fix a table, someone had another request, everyone wanted him to have time to help them, and as soon as he finished with one, he immediately approached the next. Sitting with a hammer in his hands, he carefully examined the stairs when another young man called him over. He also needed help. Another man approached. He recognized the hero. It was the same one who once made him a pump, and he also asked for help with that pump. Masaru did everything as asked. He fixed the hanger. The woman was delighted. Now she could hang her clothes there. The whole crowd had already gathered around him. Everyone was calling him over, but he liked it, and finally he finished the last task. Suddenly walls grew around him, and he turned his head from side to side. He found himself in the very center of the arena, but could not understand where it had come from. From the side, a man with a sword approached him. It was clear that he was clearly hostile. Smiling sinisterly, he said that Masaru had come to bargain again. The young man began to get nervous, and the man with the sword frowned because the hero must know that in such a case he must not be humiliated. That is exactly what he said. It turned out that this man was a knight in armor with a long broad sword, light hair, and an unfriendly expression on his face. He proposed to fight our hero. Commander Lancelot looked at the young man, waiting to see if he was ready, but the latter decided to joke with the commander and declared that all this time the commander had forgotten to polish his brain muscles. They both stood in the middle of the arena. The hero continued his words and confused the commander. He clearly did not expect this guy to say something like that. It seemed that when he saw him, the man had only one thought in his head about the fight. He ignored all other matters and constantly trained to fight. A voice sounded from behind. It turned out that Zack and the rest of the company were also on the arena. The friend answered instead of the commander, who at that moment seemed like a completely different person. Apparently, he wanted to prepare for the meeting with them, Zack thought. The young man looked at his opponent with anxiety. Everything was exactly like that. The commander casually and defiantly threw the huge sword over his shoulder and looked straight at the boy, waiting for the fight. His gaze was still full of expectation, the hero thought, raising his hand to his chin, because the commander of the port of Aram was a true mad berserker who loved battles. In addition, he was also the one who always kept his word, and lately the commander had been behaving seriously, so it turned out that he was actually not so bad. Eventually, Masaru decided to fight, but before that he wanted to clarify whether they could talk after the fight and whether he could ask the commander for help. He received consent for this. The boy asked for another minute to prepare. At first, he decided to check his status. He opened the menu with the level, and the numbers showed how many points he had received for characteristics and skills. After reading this, the hero became nervous and suddenly froze. He was wildly impressed by how much experience he had gained after blowing up Stenson. Last time in the fight with the commander, he was level 16, and even then they were almost equal. This time he needed to be more careful not to kill the opponent. The young man cast a sidelong glance at the opponent, who stood with a sword slung over his shoulder. The boy recalled how Lancelot said that fights are the meaning of his life, so it would be rude to fight such a person without full strength, and the hero finished with a satisfied look. He promised the man not to spare his strength to defeat him, and once again confirmed his words to make everything clear. And then the commander added that he wanted to fight that boy without any restrictions. He smiled. The fight promised to be truly exciting, and that pleased him. They had waited a long time for this moment and could finally enjoy it to the fullest. The boy also gladly agreed, so it would be. He had already opened the system window to summon a weapon, but suddenly voices sounded in his memory. The opponent spoke exactly like his niece Adelina. The man disdainfully brushed off the mention of that girl, only throwing a brief "How is she? All right," and then it turned out that she was really fine and even saved our hero's life. Masaru put his hand into the portal, preparing to pull out a weapon, but stopped at the last moment. He turned back to the stands where his friends were sitting and added that Adelina also did a lot for him, helped build the city and all that. Maybe she would stay there forever, and Masaru and she could even get married. Commander Lancelot stood confused, and the young man convinced himself in his thoughts that now Lancelot no longer depended on him, but on the girl. A male voice pulled our hero out of his dreams. The commander wanted to add one more condition. Squinting one eye, he expressed his condition. If he won, the young man would have to come up with a reason to send Adelina there, and it was important for him to hear what she herself thought about it. The boy laughed. The commander did not understand what was funny in his words, and the hero only added that he was a real uncle. The entertainment ended, and the young man drew a small part of his weapon. Drawing a long sword, he set a condition. If he won, he would borrow a few carpenters from the opponent. The commander agreed with him. The rules remained the same. He would fight until one of them surrendered. The arena provided a clear view of the battlefield, and Zack was anxious for his friend whether he would be all right. The commander did not inspire confidence, but Cuck nearby reassured him. It was rather the commander who should be worried, got worked up every time it was about Masaru. The opponents looked at each other with a clear anticipation of the fight, and the excitement in the stands only grew. The arena suggested stopping the duel, but those standing nearby only replied that they lacked the courage to challenge the commander. For him, the fights were an important part of life. It was a kind of way to communicate with people. When the fight began, both opponents left deep boot prints in the ground, and their faces showed the tension of the battle. From their powerful blows, the air around tore at a furious speed and raised clouds of dust. The elf was stunned. The power of the swords reached all the way to where they sat, and Zack nervously shouted that this was no longer just a fight, it was more like a desire to kill each other. Masaru attacked, Lancelot defended, and the young man chuckled as he thought, that man could not win. The boy continued to provoke his opponent, irritating him. Last time he was not awarded the victory, but this time everything would be different. The commander did not even let him dream. He pushed the opponent back with a powerful sword swing. He knocked the sword out of the hero's hands. This time he had a clear plan, and the young man was completely unprepared. He just froze in surprise. The man tried to kick his opponent in the stomach, but he managed to dodge. He did not expect such a blow at all. The opponent quickly regrouped and delivered another sweeping kick from the side, barely missing the boy. He dodged again, but just in time. Nervously thinking that it was already quite close, the hero decided that the knight had finally turned its back on him for an attack. He barely had time to think properly when another blow came. This time he was hit so hard that he flew into the air and barely managed to open his mouth in surprise. The commander did not waste time and swung again. First he had to settle with that fighter. Masaru began to worry. Seriously, the opponent changed stance. The situation was bad. Commanders pose one leg forward and a hip turn so the sword makes a powerful swing. The hero shuddered at what he saw and dropped to one knee. Striking with all his might, the man split the opponent's sword standing opposite. Everyone in the stands opened their mouths, and the hero himself was bewildered. Stone block tore off from above, probably from the force of Lancelot's strike. He aimed his weapon at the boy again, ready to continue the fight and challenge him. Show your next trophy. He was eager to prove how strong he had become, and the young hero could not believe it. His sword was enchanted. The knight made several more sweeping sword strikes, while the boy could only defend himself with a fragment of his broken sword. The elf became her friend. Such a competition terrified her terribly. Za agreed with her, and he was also uneasy. He did not think everything would turn out this way. Hook interrupted the conversation. He thought Masaru was doing great with the commander. The movements of his sword were not even visible, and Ernum also agreed. That was what their comrade was like. The young man's legs were already buckling from another sword strike, and the commander immediately cut him off sharply, joking that he was already losing his balance. But the opponent was in no mood for jokes. He did not understand how it happened. A portal opened behind his hand. He pulled out a long weapon from it and nervously exclaimed that he needed more strength and speed. The boy thrust his long weapon forward, and many similar beams appeared around it, forming a protective ring. The commander grimaced when he saw this. It seemed this boy had learned this from beastmen, and it turned out quite well. Masaru could not comprehend what was happening. His stats were higher after all. But the commander had more techniques, sharper senses, and greater experience. The hero could not withstand his extraordinary skill in combat and smooth sword movements, despite his temperament, while Lancelot himself adopted another stance for attack. The young man stood with the ancient weapon before him and thought about the commander's unique style. He really wanted to know his status, whether he had sword technique or something similar. According to the rules of their fight, the commander said, he was already halfway to victory. If the boy is not careful and does not give up, he will soon lose his head. Lancelot held the sword to the side, ready to attack at any moment, but the enemy was completely unarmed. Lancelot's high stats helped in battles with monsters but were useless against people with whom the commander had trained hard for months. The man asked Masaru if he realized his situation, but he only closed his eyes and smiled. The boy drew his weapon again, which looked more like a stick. It seemed the knight thought that studying enhancement magic would make him stronger in battle, but the young man did not expect him to go so far, so he decided to act. The young warrior raised his hand, summoned the teleport from which he had previously drawn his weapon, and decided to use everything he had, and his opponent awaited this with a satisfied look. The commander raised his sword, and suddenly thoughts flashed through his mind about the skill storage that Masaru had. Thanks to it, one could create items, restrict the enemy's movements, and push him into battle. The boy disappeared from the place where he stood, but the commander did not immediately realize it at first. He thought the hero had used his production skill, and then finally everything that was happening dawned on him. In confusion, the man noticed that the opponent had moved away from him, but this hardly concerned him. He could easily approach again. The boy was sitting in a frog pose on the wall of the observation deck in the world where he came from. There were anime, manga, and games, and everywhere he encountered one character with an interesting technique while his comrades watched him. He continued to talk about the character who could create weapons simply in the air and shoot them from afar. As if drawing a bowstring, the opponent felt that the threat was already approaching. Apparently nervous, he began to guess what the boy was planning. Masaru raised his clenched fist upward. He could choose the place and size of one item and pull it out of the storage. Then the boy opened his palm and no longer had the ability to use this skill for anything except hiding things. An image of Illa suddenly appeared in Masaru's mind, and he strained to recall her words to understand how to do it. He frowned and assured that his storage was bursting with materials from them. One could craft anything, for example, their own construction center. There were countless portals in the arena, and all of them hung above the commander's head. There the hero had all the knowledge gained from stubborn workers and from working in the shop, as well as a skill granted by God, so he handled it easily. The young man was going to create everything in the storage and show it on the battlefield. He lowered his hand, exactly what he had always wanted, so to speak. Lancelot's face twisted with tension. Was he now ready to face his opponent? Suddenly, a multitude of crossbows appeared, and the captain realized. The young man had not prepared them in advance, he had crafted them right here and now. Masaru extended his hand forward, signaling that he was ready to shoot, and the knight only smiled, watching everything from its perspective. As if the hero was truly creating those things, he continued, standing surrounded by loaded crossbows. 4 friends in the stands watched the arena stage with fear. All were in shock, silent, only their mouths agape. The captain extended his hand forward, compared the opponent's creation to God, and as always, stunned him. But the hero himself thought differently. For him, these words sounded too harsh. God in his imagination was by no means so kind. The arrow was aimed directly at the target. The young man also clarified that he did not create from nothing, he did not turn stones into gold. He bent his arm at the elbow, apologetically added that he was just a simple worker in a home goods store, and the commander scolded him. Clenching his teeth, Masaru began to worry that the enemy, despite everything, still wanted to fight. But suddenly he decided to tell his story about what had happened before he became the commandant of the port of Aram. During the campaign, he found himself surrounded by 100 archers and as many spearmen, and behind his proud posture it was clear what had happened to them. He had escaped alive. The hero understood everything. The fact that the commander stood before him was the answer. Agani extended his palm forward and, already releasing the bowstring, fired the first volley of arrows. Arrows swiftly shortened the distance to the target, increasingly surrounding the knight. Hook and Erdem worried about the commander's safety and shouted to him, "Run, or you might die." Lancelot tried to deflect all the arrows with his faithful weapon. One flew right at the level of his ear and barely touched him. Unable to properly deflect the blows, he panicked, thinking how one person could be scarier than 100 soldiers, because on the battlefield he was the one who instilled fear. Having somehow deflected all the attacks, he again heard Masaru command, "Fire second shot." The whole-appeared arrows rushed again to the center to hit their target. In the middle of the arena, dust clouds rose again, hiding what was happening. The hero stood with a satisfied look. He was confident that this time victory belonged to him. But then the dust settled. That guy opened his eyes wide. What he saw was stunning. The spectators in the stands and even the one preparing his friend were also confused and could hardly believe their eyes. The commander remained in the same place, again deflecting all the arrows. His strength was much greater than any of them could imagine. The young man could not contain his emotions, nervously ordered another volley. The arrows again aimed at the opponent. At that moment, Lancelot managed to think that their fight was by no means like an ordinary sword clash. A smile blossomed on his face. He closed his eyes, and it was something completely new for him. He didn't even have to look where the attacks were coming from. Arrows whistled past him, barely touching. If he knows how many ballasts are in Serena and where they are located, that is enough. He dodged the arrows by pressing himself to the ground. The bowstrings tightened and the arrows flew, and the arena froze in admiration of his agility. On the side, another rain of arrows was approaching. The commander was literally dancing on the stage, easily dodging all the arrows. You just had to listen to the sound, and his body moved by itself. Zack and his comrades gawked at the spectacular event below. Masaru froze in shock, but suddenly heard the commander's laughter. He beamed with pleasure, pointed at himself, and asked the boy to attack him again. He did not want to forget this feeling. The man shouted so loudly that his voice rose higher and higher, demanding more and more. The boy himself was no longer laughing. He felt bad. They decided to change tactics. Masaru climbed down from the wall, and his opponent asked about changing tactics. The boy had planned to finish with what was already done, but it seemed he would have to pull out his trump card. He placed his hand on the ground. To win the fight, he would have to take a risk. A huge gust of air rose like a hurricane that covered the entire arena space. Zack covered his face with the wind, and although everything pointed to Masaru's magic, the same as Stenson's, there was no certainty about it. The boy summoned another teleporter and began pulling a new item from it, while the commander held his breath and watched. The item looked like a stick, and the hero swung it, preparing to attack. Lancelot had no idea what to do with this thing. He swung and struck with his huge sword, but the enemy easily met the blow. The sword strangely ended up on the other side of the stick, as if it passed through it. The knight was puzzled. Perhaps he began to guess what it could be. The hero, looking confident, said it was a prototype axle for a tricycle in case of an accident. He used metal to enhance the magic, and it turned out that this thing could withstand the commander's blows. The knight took a stance to strike again, feeling that the enemy was about to die. Unleashing a hail of blows on Masaru, he mockingly belittled the opponent's trump card, saying that with such an item, anything could be done because the boy already knew his moves well enough, so Masaru had no choice but to step back further. The commander thoughtfully considered how he could attack him with that stick-like item. The man walked confidently. He was sure he had won. Masaru fell to the ground, threw his sword over his shoulder, and rejoiced in victory. For him, it was only a matter of time. If the young man kept just defending, he would inevitably lose. The commander suddenly noticed something strange. Why was that boy only trying to defend against attacks? It seemed suspicious to him. The boy was still lying on the ground, and the captain was looming over him. Had the hero already given up, deciding that he had no chance tonight? Although unlikely, with the ballista he had created himself, he could still win. On the commander's face was the look of bewilderment. If the youth had given all his strength, he could have won this fight, but he did not. Why was he focusing only on defense if he could win at any moment? Lancelot kept wondering, was it really only a matter of time? But suddenly he noticed a barely noticeable smile on the boy's face, and it drove him mad. He roared and began showering the enemy with even stronger blows. The spectators froze in anxiety. They did not understand why the commander suddenly became angry, since he was so close to victory. Masaru defended against the stream of attacks, and admiring the opponent's strength, instinct made him seem like a god. The commander rushed to look back at the words of his comrade in battle, but it was already too late. The hero clearly had a plan. He decided to rely on school physics, although it was unreliable. All the crossbows around were ready for battle again, but the hero underestimated air resistance and launched the arrow too high. Lance noticeably relaxed, letting go of his anger. Masaru surprised him. He thought he couldn't shoot. The boy quietly laughed. He really did not know how to shoot, so he had another plan. A black spot appeared in the sky. The friends of our heroes raised their heads and with anxiety realized that it was flying straight at them. The boy first slipped through the portal, pulled out ballistas and connected the storage with the opening high in the sky. Then he dropped a piece of stone they had taken from the beastmen. Sidith's stone fell to the ground, shimmering and reflecting the surrounding landscape on its surface. It turned out that Masaru threw a piece of stone from the very beginning but almost missed, so he had to adjust it with air control, and after that he almost had no magical power left. That is why he simply strengthened his body and completely focused on defense. The young man fell to his knees and leaned on his means of protection, and the commander, looking down at the approaching stone, roared. He hoped that if this was the real trump card of that boy and he would endure, the victory would be his. The stone was very close, and the knight realized that it would not be able to withstand such a blow. Fear was reflected on its face. The stone was enormous. The entire arena space seemed to convulsively assess the situation, and the man realized cutting through it would not work. The mass and speed were too great. The entire arena and surrounding area would be destroyed. Zack and the rest panicked. Not knowing what to do, they stood up from their seats. What no one expected happened. Masaru summoned the chest and swallowed the stone. Teleport suddenly stretched, and the entire stone fell inside. Masaru's friends froze in surprise. They couldn't utter a word. Commander, with a heavy heart, acknowledged the enemy's victory. Just as everyone sighed with relief and began to calm down, the young man said it was just a joke. He had to do it that way, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to win. Even Lancelot now froze in amazement, not only his comrades. But a victory is a victory. Now the captain will have to listen to that young man. As the hero himself later admitted, when he jumped onto the observation deck, he first threw the stone, only then did he get the ballistae. The commander at Masaru stood by the reception desk and was actively discussing the just-finished battle. The knight realized that the stone flew when arrows attacked it, but the boy did it for safety. He had no idea the enemy would manage to dodge the ballista shots. They were still arguing among themselves about the victory. Lancelot quietly rejoiced that his opponent underestimated him, and Zax meanwhile listened sullenly to their chatter from behind. The dispute did not subside. The captain flared up again, accusing the hero of cheating, but to defend himself, he challenged the enemy. First withstand the blow, then I will admit defeat. The situation had already escalated into a fight. Zax could no longer stand it and asked both of them to finally calm down. He could no longer stand it and scolded them because on the way they were doing the same. All the travelers were already standing nearby, while the former opponents were still poking fingers at each other. The cook couldn't stand it and scolded them. The commander, with a furrowed brow and a clearly dissatisfied expression, nevertheless once again acknowledged Asar's victory. The young man asked not to be so angry with him. He had still decided to help Adelina. The knight seemed to promise to deal not just with a stone but with an entire mountain. Next time a warning sounded, and the worst part was that it could really come true. Opening the door, the captain entered the hall where a large table stood, promised that next time he would achieve a better victory, and gave his word to the young man. He waited for an answer with a satisfied look, wondering what that boy had done again. Everyone who had been in the battle had already gathered at the table, but Masaru did not sit. He did not know how to start or how to report one incident to the commander. Cook was stunned to learn that the neighboring town Stinson had fallen. After all, the city was the capital of the Dark Elves, the most reliable place in the entire region, and of all the surrounding forces only grottos could have the power to do such a thing. Lancelot pondered, resting his chin on his hand. After thinking, the man called the hero. He began shouting at him that now was not the time for duels and foolishness. The young man exploded. His outrage knew no bounds. It was the commander's very idea, and he was still burning with anger. Everyone was shocked and stared at the man. He could not understand why everyone reacted that way. Folding his hands in front of him, he asked, if he agreed to the duel, then the matter should already be settled. Masaru began to justify himself because the goddess was already investigating this case. It was not yet resolved, but still they had already dealt with all the monsters living there. Nish did not believe they could handle it on their own, so he asked how they did it. Zack answered for his friend. The captain might not believe it, but that young man there blew everything up. The commander asked why he did it, perhaps to cover his actions, but the boy had already said he did nothing wrong. It was the best way, but also very difficult. Then Masaru went around and inspected the entire area around Stenson even before arriving in the city. Captain asked him if that was the only reason the young man wanted to report, or if there was something else, and the boy pondered. The hero returned to the commander and gave another reason for his arrival in the neighboring city. He needed help if the Dark Elves began to restore their lands. He wanted the city residents to help them and support possible refugees. Huck thought long about our request for help, and Lancelot only said that this is the city of knights they are ready to defend, but even they have limits. The young man had a proposal for them. He suggested starting trade with the Beastman city to obtain all the necessary materials and tools for the restoration of Stenson. The idea of building a city greatly interested the cook and the lancer commander. Hero rejoiced upon hearing this. But the commander increasingly doubted, would these creatures even agree to trade with ordinary people who had enslaved them and treated them like animals? They themselves could have guessed that people would later use their tools against them again, but that boy didn't even think about that. He was absolutely sure this would not happen. They wouldn't even think about it. Masaru pointed to his former opponent and challengingly asked if the commander himself would now arrange clashes between humans and beastmen, and if he could, should he suddenly want a fight, turn to our hero for that. Lance laughed loudly for that. He really didn't need anyone else. If there was a mountain nearby to overcome, there was no point in looking for new challenges, and he compared the boy to such a mountain. Erdem joined their conversation. Were they really suitable for this? Maybe it would be better to pass the help to Gratis, he thought. The knight defended him. Perhaps that man was really right. Leaning back in his chair, he said what he thought. For him, the main thing was the port of Aram, not the kingdom. Trade could revive the city, and this would benefit the local knights. King Erdem fully agreed with him. Lancelot added that a nation is an organization meant to help people help each other, so they could not just abandon people to their fate. Masaru asked if the man agreed to this. The commander would gladly accept such a proposal, and for the port and the people it would become a real event. Zach, Masaru, and Arena shone with happiness and satisfaction because of the result. The knight reminded the hero, before the duel it was said that one must side with the workers. Details of this matter will still be discussed with the civilians, but if the guy has something else to say to the commander, let him say it now. The hero suddenly wanted to take the room they were in for the night, and this stunned his friends. The commander nodded easily. He had promised to help even before the duel started, so there were no problems. But if the young man decided to arrange something interesting, the man himself would also gladly join. The young man hurried to explain he just wanted to have a party with friends. He also wanted to find out where to stock up on food for such an occasion. Commander suddenly realized it was the hunting grounds that were needed. The hero wanted to find crabs. He needed a very large quantity. He got too carried away thinking about them. The city stood on the shore, so they had to catch crabs. Any kind would do, even freshwater ones, but 3 countrymen reacted strangely to this request. Erdogan very reluctantly replied that there really was a good place there where they caught crabs. The knight suddenly interrupted him, but he was not going to miss his chance. Erdem immediately understood the plan of his compatriots and decided that Masaru could be used for this. The hero and his friends tensed noticeably, but decided that this was enough for now, and 2 men showed the rooms to their friends. An outraged voice of Masaru was heard in the house. He was worried that some important thing was hidden from him, but in response they only said there was nothing to worry about. Tomorrow they would go crab fishing, so he better rest before that. The young man and his friends finally reached the sea. The boy was beaming with joy. This was exactly where the fishermen had gone. Other young fishermen were pulling nets from the sea, and Masaru thought it would not hurt to learn how to tie ropes, use nets, and look for fish, all of which he only knew from television. The commander approached him accompanied by a whole company of knights, and the young man could not understand why they were in full armor as if a battle was about to begin. The man cut him off, pretending not to remember, as if he had said nothing, and pointed aside. Not far from them in the water was a small island. The currents between it and the shore were special. It teemed with crabs and many different fish swam through them. It was talked about just yesterday, but why it was black no one knew. The commander replied that at this time killers flew from the island. That was why it was hard to catch fish. Giant insects were flying towards them. Masaru froze in horror. They were bees. They were the size of a person. Apparently in these hunting grounds they even hunted the hunters themselves. The man with one blow cut down 2 insects that flew too close. The youth's face reflected horror and disgust. He approached the corpse and began to examine it, just as Lancelot had said. At this time on the island, an omnivorous, carnivorous queen bee was being born who went hunting with her children, and that was why knights had been here before, but first it was necessary to find out who it was. Next to the bee, an information window suddenly appeared. a spotted army carnivorous bee, and within a year its descendants could eat meat. Now it was a truly dangerous monster, so it was clear why the knights came in armor. The young man's anger knew no bounds. Lancelot had clearly overdone it. He had brought him here specifically so the bees would sting him. The commander assured that they would fight too, but if that guy changed his mind about the crabs, he could just leave. The bees rushed swiftly to the shore. The knight ordered everyone to take defensive positions against the enemies of humans. Orders continued. The commander was fulfilling his duty to search for and destroy enemies in coordination, and Masaru and his friends were ordered to follow him. The hero slipped through the stream of information and wondered what gathering nectar might mean for these creatures, but his thoughts were suddenly cut off. The bees were already on dry land. The knights rushed into a fierce battle with the insects. Even Arena was mowing them down left and right. The bees were increasing in number. They were advancing from all sides. One was cut in half, but another was already aiming to sting the elf from behind, and she sensed the danger in time. Zack shot at an insect and hit its wing, thereby saving the girl. Then he finished off another specimen and, praising himself, said that the shot was successful. Arena asked the gentleman in surprise what this was. He held a one-handed crossbow in front of him, the very one he had been told about. The young man had given it before their arrival, and Zack's skilled hands would undoubtedly make it useful. The knight commander smiled. It seemed the hero had brought interesting people with him. He himself called Masaru. They needed to deal with all the raiders, but Masaru was nowhere to be seen. Turning around, the man saw a sign that shouldn't have been there. Something was written on it. The young man left a note saying he had gone to the island and asked not to look for him. Lancelot looked toward the island, and indeed someone was sailing on the water. He roared in surprise. Sad expression froze on the girl's face. It held sorrow and melancholy. Suddenly she received a message, and she was not expecting it from anyone. She wanted to be alone and had told everyone so. As soon as she saw the message was from Masaru, she instantly came alive and began scrolling and reading the text. It was an invitation to dinner. Her cheeks instantly flushed red. The boy finally reached the island, got out of the water, and thought that Isley's message had already been sent. Now all that remained was to prepare everything for the dinner itself. He summoned the teleporter and tried with all his might to get something out of it. But nothing worked. Probably he left it in the bag from which he came into this world. After thinking a bit, the young man decided that magic amplification could be applied to it. Nothing terrible would happen. The boy put on the beekeeper suit. The changing was finished. Cheering himself up, he promised to prepare something tasty for Victinius. Masaru was stunned by the size of the bee, but even more impressed by the size of the hive. Both were incredible. Usually, to get honey, he had to break the honeycombs, but here there was no need for that. He was also lucky because the smoke he released affected the bees, so he was able to safely enter the hive. Suddenly he raised his head and noticed something above him. It seemed that the entrance was full of bees. Apparently the young man angered everyone outside, and now they were all simply furious. The hero began to gather his courage. Now was not the time to be afraid. He forced himself to remember why he came here, and it worked. He got to work. The next day a guest arrived at Port Avarium. The message said that she was supposed to arrive today. The girl frowned. She was worried by the thought that the young man might die of hunger somewhere. She approached the door, hesitating whether this was the right room. Victinius entered and she was warmly welcomed. The table was already set, dishes were served, and Masaru was standing, waiting for her appearance. The girl noticed that the young man was still alive when she looked at his face, covered with abrasions. The girl approached her and asked if she was with Illa. Victinius did not immediately notice the one who addressed her. It seemed she had come earlier, but the goddess herself was looking for her to go to dinner together as agreed. But the girl, it seemed, completely forgot about this after Victinius Grady's reply, because she was a magic teacher in the city of Bisman. After that, the one who entered sat at the table with a proud look, indicating that the debt was paid, and suggested quickly finishing eating and returning. The hero saw for the first time how his girl behaved so coldly with someone. His other girl called him questioningly, but he only smiled in response. The boy served the first course and jokingly asked if she was sure she could cook it properly, so she wouldn't regret it later. The goddess covered one eye. She was already full of pity. She had come into the world for only one reason. The reason was in the dinner itself. Masaru took a plate with fresh food from the storage and placed it in front of the guest. This skill helped him exactly in such moments. He effortlessly preserved freshly prepared food in its original form, and it was wonderful. But his girlfriend did not appreciate such ideas. She wondered how one could use the ability like that. The young man offered her to try the dish. It was a special dinner, and the girl dryly replied that she understood and it was not worth repeating so often. She quickly grabbed a piece of the dish and put it in her mouth, and as soon as she tasted it, her eyes opened wide with admiration. After this, she emptied the entire plate in one go, and the cook and his assistant were delighted with the result. The goddess looked incredibly satisfied as she swallowed the last piece. The other girl asked what it tasted like. Vicinius excused herself, saying she was just checking if there was anything strange in the food, but in reality, she wanted to find out from the cook what kind of dish it was. She was literally ready to sing with delight. She liked the aroma so much, and combined with the saltiness that enveloped the meat and vegetables, it seemed as if all the ingredients were dancing on her tongue. That was not the end. Masaru continued to bring out other dishes from the pantry. There were already quite a few different treats on the table. To be honest, all the food was prepared with honey. The girl exclaimed she did not think that honey would go with everything, but she could not convince the young man. He found a way to make it more compatible. For example, with meat he did this. First he warmed and melted the honey, then spread it on the dish. The meat became tender and soft, and if mixed with something sour, say in a salad, the bitterness disappears thanks to the honey. The boy kept telling that at his previous job, one of the peasants to whom he delivered materials cooked something similar. That's how he learned to cook. Honey was also suitable for desserts. The girl chewed nonstop and only nodded to the interlocutor, which made him indignant. Guests liked the food so much that they suggested, let her sister, who was standing nearby all the time, also try it. Illa refused. She was already helping in the kitchen, and she preferred just to watch her sisters smile. Vicinius realized that everything on the table was prepared just for her. Her sister was always too picky, but still invited her to eat together. The girl was drowning in depression, but after what happened in Stenson, she already wanted to cheer up and get through it. What kind of older sister would she be if she called her younger one and made her worry about herself? Isla was touched. She felt so pleased. The conversation was interrupted by Masaru. He demanded praise because he had worked hard to make the dinner delicious. The sister fully confirmed this and even said it wouldn't hurt to mention it to the guest, but just laughed. Was it really necessary? In fact, the boy was happy. His girlfriend looked much better than when she first arrived, and it pleased him greatly. Vicinius felt awkward and apologized for making her friends worry about her. Then the hero invited his assistant to sit at the table. It was time for the main course. A tray with crab was placed on the table, and the girls were simply delighted. Before they started eating, the boy decided to tell a little. Crabbies are the signature dish of the Aryan port, and their taste is completely different from ordinary crabs. The girls did not listen to him. They wanted to try it as soon as possible. He was annoyed that he was interrupted. That was just how these sisters were. There was nowhere to go. He still owed them, so he decided to quickly fulfill the promise and feed them to their fill. He carefully began to dismantle the crab piece by piece, while the guests just sat and waited. He handed the first leg to Vicinius so she could try it first. The girl bit a piece right from his hands. He was very surprised. You definitely don't expect that from his girlfriend. She really liked it. It was so fun when the hero himself fed her crab. It was just incredibly tasty. Masaru quietly snorted from embarrassment. What was that all about? Ella interrupted his thoughts. She was next in line. She opened her mouth in anticipation of a piece of crab. The guy completely lost his head. The sisters repeated one after another. For him, it was a crime against conscience. He caught us again. She demanded crab for herself. And Ella did the same. They literally tore that guy to pieces. In the end, they ate a whole crab. Until he can satisfy the desires of these two goddesses, they will incessantly knock on the new doors of his heart. Dinner ended. The sisters thanked the cook in unison, and the young man was embarrassed by such an outburst of emotions. The older sister ate her fill for the first time. The hero asked about dessert, but probably it's better to postpone it for later. Suddenly, Illa remembered that she wanted to give Masaru something, so she summoned her storage. She pulled out a scrap of paper, a reward for the quest, a ticket to a skill. Denson's research and the girl herself confirmed he helped her a lot. Vicinius also became interested in this skill ticket. The capital matter was strange, so her sister decided to thank the guys. For the hero, it was pure nostalgia, like a gacha ticket, which meant he would use the equipment machine again. The boy was already delighted, but the joy was cut short by refusal, and the ticket began to emit a glow. Around Isla, cards were lined up. She was going to use them to decide Masaru's fate and give him the skill he chose. Suddenly, one card among all rose and flew straight to him. The goddess asked him to touch her. The hero touched it, and at that moment, his whole body flashed with bright light. And then everything stopped very quickly. Now he will have to master a new skill, said the younger sister. The girls were so fired up with curiosity that they began to ask their friend to show his new ability. The boy had no choice but to agree. He opened the statistics menu, and probably the skill accuracy was 6 inches. Victinius decided that it was just another boring skill, and it was not her sister who asked to see what it meant. But not only that, other abilities appeared as well. Stick technique 2, spear technique 2 inches, and iron technique 2. Girl screamed along with the light. 3 new skills appeared. She herself could not comprehend what kind of ticket she had issued. All these skills seemed strange to her. Another goddess said with surprise that this was a rare ticket. It was created from a huge amount of divine power. It seemed Illa put incredible effort into its creation. The boy should have said something to her in response. Masaru happily thanked his friend for her kindness. He was pleased with any skill, especially if it was a gift from a goddess. The girl replied evasively. Her cheeks blossomed with a blush, whether from kindness or from love. It was unknown, but she was pleased that everything pleased her. But the older sister was clearly puzzled. She did not understand what love was, and since when had those two found themselves in such a relationship. She was overcome with envy, and she literally lunged at the boy. Masaru himself began to protest. What kind of sisters were these? Especially strange, because in reality everything was quite different. That goddess behaved like a schoolgirl, but still kept asking him what exactly he did not like about her. Victinius stood in a strange pose. Playing with the heart of a goddess was extremely bold, but for this the young man would face divine punishment. In half a month the verdict of 2 women would fall on him, so was her prophecy. His silhouette was reflected in her eyes. The boy laughed as if he had to understand this, whether she was really postponing the punishment, but his friend only warned threateningly that he should wait a little, and he would find out everything himself. 2 weeks later, the prophecy came true. The hero found himself on his knees, and before him stood 2 women. One was a representative of a beastly race, and both were terribly angry. The women scolded Masaru for not keeping his promise to return earlier, so he was having fun there, and demanded an answer from him. In his defense, he said that besides the duel with Lancelot and dinner with the goddesses, he also had to negotiate with knights in the port of Aram, and then participate in a trade meeting. He was very busy all the time. One of the girls asked Zack if it was true, but he did not defend his friend, only replied that he was fishing. Another beastman asked Irina, and she only said that the young man was having fun on a small island. He was found guilty to prepare for punishment, but at that moment it was not the most important thing. A crowd of beast people hurriedly loaded the carts with sacks and boxes, and soon it was announced that all preparations were complete. The beastmen walked down the main street, telling everyone not to rush. They would all be taken to their homes. Whispers echoed through the crowd. Many did not believe they would now have their own home, and the girls argued that there were too many of them here and that the hero should have warned her in advance. The young man replied that it was the commander's fault. He himself asked the boy to bring former slave beastmen there as soon as he found out where the hero was heading. Now it was necessary to build enough houses for everyone, but what to do about work and food was still a question. Masaru assured that there would be no problems with that. There was fish farming, animal husbandry, and much more. He would take care of it himself. Everything would be fine. I will not allow anyone else to remain without work or to starve, the hero added. His girlfriend noticed that the street was becoming increasingly lively. Suddenly, from the crowd of beastmen, they approached Masaru and his companion. 2 children approached them, curious about who had freed them. Gratitude and admiration burned in their eyes. Now they would have their own home, and they eagerly awaited tomorrow. The hero calmly replied that he was simply repaying his debt and asked them to help others with the construction. The girl answered yes, but still wanted to find out something else. He was curious about the name of the city they had arrived at. A few days later, Masaru and the company gathered in the elder's house, and Zack told the plan for what to do next. When the roads were repaired, they would start selling fish and other products. The girl interrupted him with words. The sea was 7 to 10 days away, and it seemed to her that the fish would simply spoil before reaching the port. A fair question, but Zack calmed her down. Usually that's how it is, but in this case they had the young man's equipment, so they would easily handle it. The beast woman immediately understood the young man meant smoking, and they could also make pickles and fish pâté with steam. Zack still needed to learn more about this from his friend. But at that moment the boy looked so strange that no one even said a word. The girl exclaimed, could he really have been like that the whole time during their conversations? But the friend defended the hero and explained that he was just thinking about what to name the city. She found it strange to fixate on that. It was much better to focus on the meeting. Masaru shouted at Adaline. The name of the city was more important than anything. Jumping up from his seat, he continued to argue that a name could completely change the image of a thing with just a few letters. The fate of the city depends on its name. The boy had already started to panic, telling about his experience in an online game. He was rejected everywhere. Guilds and groups refused him just because his name had daggers, and changing the nickname was difficult and required payment. Zack realized that the friend was talking about his homeland and could suggest thinking together about the city's name. Adelina insisted that their friend should be the first to start building this city, therefore he had to come up with its name. There was no other way. Later, Masaru decided to distract himself from thoughts and stretch. He helped with construction, carried boards, cleaned hay near the goats, loaded stone blocks, and checked the sewage. Overall, there was enough work until evening. Another week passed and Zack was thoughtfully looking at his friend. He looked exhausted, and it seemed he was only getting worse. In the city of Bismen, excavations were ongoing, and young Masaru was called to come to his senses because it all started because of him. He wanted to conduct these excavations and made an impressive find that even interested Adeline. The hero came to life and instantly remembered the task he had to do then. He called upon his skill in reading maps and checked how the excavations were progressing. The boy had very little time left to achieve his goal. He leaned over, looked into the depth of the tunnel, and shouted, "Adeline." She was holding tightly to the invention that dug the ground by itself. Compared to this shovel, the girl herself seemed to be doing almost nothing. It was enough just to stick the device into the ground and it started digging on its own. But as soon as the friend touched the object, he felt weak and he said so directly. Masaru explained that the tool lives by the magic of the one who uses it, so it breaks through the hardest boulders and stones and cuts perfect holes. All this is made to facilitate further construction. Zack asked how he came up with this, but Masaru's answer surprised him. He was inspired by a worm that the hero was hunting. It crawled through the mud on magical power and hid from those above, so Masaru worked together with Illa to recreate this technique. The young man's friend remarked in surprise that the tool doesn't even dig the ground while working. The hero added that the snag was that, to move that object, the device required a rare stone of magical power. Probably, it was cheaper to hire 300 workers than to burn money on such a thing. The boy did not finish his thought. He abruptly interrupted the experiment and called the girl. From above, they lowered a long pipe with a valve to him. The hero explained that the water pressure was too strong. It was better to do it manually. If something happened to the girl and she got burns, the commander would skin the boy alive. My friend explained what she needed to do. Just stick this thing into the ground as deep as possible. Then she climbed out of the pit, and the young man apologized for making her wait. Zack and Adelina were tensely discussing their search, whether they had really guessed the place. If so, it would bring great benefit to the whole city. The young man turned the valve and heard their conversation. He knew for sure that he had chosen the right place. He had checked everything thanks to his map-reading skill, so all that was left was to go further. The valve trembled. The young man gripped it tighter and listened, then shouted to the guys that he heard something, and meanwhile a teleporter appeared behind them. Victini burst out right from the portal and loudly shouted to the boy, "If you heard something, answer." The young man let go of her hand. They were still trembling from such a surge. So, it was a goddess, but what did she need now? And suddenly the hero was outraged. The girl got angry when you told him he had to make a choice, but the young man did not remember anything like that at all. They discussed the name of the city, and the goddess fiercely reminded the hero. Because of this, Masaru already had to come up with the name of the city. Victinia's could not work. Several days passed, and Zack and Adelina in the background were surprised by her appearance. The boy suddenly remembered his problem with the name. He had really completely forgotten about it. The goddess continued to scold. She was incredibly busy. She had to monitor everything through a screen. Suddenly everything around trembled. Zack thought an earthquake had started. Seeing the valve, Masaru shouted to everyone, "Be careful and run." A huge jet of water shot up into the air at a crazy speed. Adelina was delighted. It was a hot spring. Masaru was scalded by the hot water, and the girl surrounded herself with divine protection. She pondered for a long time what they were looking for, and now finally found out. The boy tried to heal himself with a special skill called healing, and the girl was eager to try this spring as soon as possible. The boy was still cursing from the pain, and Zack promised to fix the spring as it should be. Adelina thought that if the goddess visited the spring, it would become a real attraction. A friend of our heroes asked what they should do with that geyser. His girlfriend instead suggested to leave it as it is for now. They had traveled quite a distance to find it. Now they would need a few days to level the ground. The goddess praised Masaru. Sometimes he also managed to do something good. The boy was still trembling. The burn had already healed, and at that moment it occurred to him, maybe Hot Spring would be a good name for the town. The hero's friends, looking at him, thought that he was going even more insane and looked worse than before. his manic obsession was becoming strange. The young man decided to rest a little. His friend supported him and asked him to take care of himself. He lay in the grass on the slope of the cliff where he first saw the world. His idyll was interrupted by the appearance of the goddess. He asked if she needed anything else, but the girl only wanted to know if he was angry with her. The boy waved it off, saying everything was fine. He was already used to her manners. Victinius decided that her friend was definitely angry. Everything turned out completely differently. The hero had long had to choose a name for himself, so the girl had to come to him herself and scold him. The goddess smiled warmly at him. After a short pause, she added that she envied Masaru because he could choose, and he sincerely did not understand this because in reality he only constantly thought. Although she was the goddess who created this world, names were not given by her hand, they were chosen by the beings who inhabited it themselves. Victinius felt a bitter sadness. No matter how much she loved her world, she could not leave her mark in it. She shifted her gaze to the young man and added that her name would be inscribed in legends and stories, and that was all. After these words, the hero frowned. He anxiously wondered if she could cultivate the land as well as her sister Illa, but it seemed impossible. Victinius was a creator and could not interfere. The boy suddenly jumped to his feet. As soon as he remembered the name Illucifier, the girl was surprised by his reaction. He nervously stood up. Suddenly he realized the hero now knew the correct name. The young man loudly shouted the invented word, as if announcing the city for the first time. From then on he decided it would be called Vintalia. The goddess asked again. She could not properly pronounce the word, but the boy was sure it perfectly suited this place. The girl confirmed that it was pleasant to the ear. Masaru invented the name by combining the names of several goddesses of that world. Thus Victinius could at least leave a trace behind. She was glad to hear this, but the good man added that this was not the end yet. When the temple is completed, it will be much easier for her to get to the city. She will be able to enjoy hot water, and from now on the girl will have many chances to leave a mark. Then he clarified that it was not because he was worried about her. The girl reached out and pulled on his glove. She took his hand and whispered, "Thank you." The boy pretended not to hear and asked if she said something. The goddess said nothing understandable, she only nodded contentedly. She stuck out her tongue at him and quietly whispered that he was unexpectedly cheeky. Then she rushed down the slope and the young man was indignant. He still had not forgiven her and thought she should apologize, but his friend clearly would not do that because she called herself a worthless goddess. Somewhere between dimensions, a creature watched them through a special screen and repeated the names of the two people depicted on it. Masaru stood in the blacksmith's workshop, choosing a sword for himself. Outside, the residents were noisily discussing the new name of the city and that the construction would soon be completed. Someone said that a settlement of dwarves was seen nearby. Someone called out to the young man and he was distracted from choosing a weapon. Zack approached him with a backpack on his shoulders and the young man asked him if he had already packed his things. The hero walked alongside the carriage, seeing it off. His friend was already sitting in it and preparing to depart for the capital. It was time to tell about Stenson's case and return the soldiers to the king. All this was a real surprise for Masaru. If his partner had told him earlier, the young man would have had time to make a statue of the goddess and give it to the king. The whole situation weighed on our hero, but Zack supported him. He himself was also upset about the departure, yet he did not think that his friend would really care. The young man hurried to hide his feelings. He quickly invented an excuse. He was losing people who worked for food and shelter, but his friend understood everything. The soldiers also loved this place, so that guy assured our hero that they would return in about a month. Masaru listed what else could happen in a whole month. The city would take a big step forward, the temple would be completed, and there would be a lot more, and the most interesting thing was to think about how to create something new. The knight seemed to take care of Commander Lancelot so that he would not have to worry, and the young man could calmly focus on his work. The hero did not understand why anyone should worry about him at all, so his friend explained that after the duel he received a warning from him. From Zack's memories it became clear. The commander decided to watch over Masaru. In other words, he wanted the young man to spy on him. Lancelot had already said this during the duel. Compared to ordinary people, the hero's skill knew no bounds. The ability to create siege machines and throw stones from the sky resembled the actions of the god himself. The commander was afraid if he suddenly wished it, he could easily destroy entire kingdoms. It would not be surprising if he was involved in the situation in Stenson as well. Zack listened silently. Later, defending his friend, he said that there is a difference between those who can and those who will. The hero belongs to those who can. The knight was pleased that the boy believed in his comrade. He himself expected that his sparring partner would not break anything, and if something happened he asked to be informed immediately. The boy clarified what would happen if his companions started to act. The man's face darkened and he briefly replied that in that case he would fulfill his duty as commander of the Aram port and knight of the kingdom. Masaru could not recover from this nighttime reaction. It threw it right into his mouth after such words. Friend began to doubt whether he should have said that. But he so wanted to warn him, met in a strange way, and eventually Zack became the bridge between the hero and the king. For him, Masaru is a dear friend, so he asked him not to let him down during his absence. The boy reassured his comrade and reminded him that he would wait for his gift from the capital. In the forest, someone's cries reached them. The hero decided that his friend did it because of the same handshake, but he replied that it was not him. The young man mocked him and rushed into the forest. He knew it could not be Zack, so he asked him to wait if there was nothing serious there. Meanwhile, the cart moved on. On the wall hung a sign warning about a nest of monsters nearby, and the young man, recalling this suggestion, rushed there. Several people in cloaks were fleeing from the monster attack, and the place turned out to be unfortunate, so they had to lower their heads. A small bird attacked them. It turned out to be a quail cutting through the wind, and the man wondered what such monsters were doing in Gratis. Two more told him that in this world even golems fall from the sky, not to mention birds. Birds surrounded the travelers from all sides. The female traveler was tired and upset after the long road that brought her here. The bird looked with its black eyes and she closed her eyes in fear. However, nothing happened to Masaru. He whistled and the birds retreated. Then one sat on his hand and the young man enthusiastically praised the bird for its intelligence, and the travelers were amazed at how he could control these birds and who was he anyway. The young man waved off his own question. He had deliberately raised monsters here and hung a sign so that no one would enter this place was dangerous. The man did not believe it. Perhaps these monsters could be used as food, but it sounded doubtful. However, they saw the sign. That was why they went there, hoping to find something worthwhile. He decided for himself these people came out of curiosity. They did not look like robbers, most likely they were in trouble. The hero was right. The guy said they were from Stenson. Their city was being attacked by golems, so they fled and wandered the outskirts. All were former adventurers, and the boy did not even suspect that there were others who had escaped with them. Nearby all turned out to be elves. They had heard rumors about a newly built city and were heading there for that reason, but supplies for the refugees were almost exhausted. The elf decided that Masaru did not believe his story, but he quickly assured him that was not the case. He was simply surprised. He pondered. It seemed that as soon as the city of Beastfolk was named, people started talking about it, and more travelers were drawn to its outskirts in search of a new home or help. One of the travelers asked, his voice trembling with anxiety, would they be punished for breaking in without permission or not? The young man smiled at them. There was nothing to worry about. It was free land. Moreover, he added, when Esmeralda, Olna, and others find out that they saved so many people together, they will be very happy. The elf could not believe his ears, but the young man called them to follow him so they could see for themselves whether the rumors were true. They found themselves on the main street of the city where a fountain was flowing. The hero promised to show them Ventalia. The travelers froze in amazement. The city turned out to be incredibly large, a real capital where not only beastfolk lived but also humans and even elves. The streets were paved. There was a 3-story commercial district. No trash anywhere. It was strange how water circulated here. The traveler finally realized the rumors were true and even more than they said, but something still troubled him. He could not understand why everyone around was so happy about the man who brought them. On the streets, everyone greeted Masaru with a smile. He seemed strangely young for an elf, but most likely he was the one who ruled this city. Adelina approached the elf from behind and placed her hand on his shoulder. He guessed this wonderful man really created the city, and his name was Masaru, but the responsibility was still placed on her. She couldn't hold back and slapped him because he kept bringing migrants without asking. The boy jokingly said that he wasn't that cool, no need to exaggerate, and the girl immediately threatened him, "Don't make me angry." And those travelers found him themselves. Now they will have to deal with dozens of identical things. The friend agreed to help, but only if he took it upon himself. The traveler finally dared to ask the young man who he was, but the young man froze, not knowing what to answer. But finally he found something to say, pointing to the house with the statue. He lives in this temple, helps manage the city, brings supplies to the city himself, and loves creating various things. The elves were stunned with shock. The temple was created for a god. Usually only a servant or a devotee could live there, but for him to be like that really shocked them. The young man thought to himself, not to tell them that he lives in the temple, it's easier to communicate with Fictinius that way. Instead, he replied that there was nothing strange about it, people could call him by name if needed. And he added that Esmeralda, Queen of Stenson, temporarily lived in their city. Travelers couldn't contain their joy, they would live as long as needed, and they wouldn't have to starve. The elves were very happy to hear this. They stood with satisfied smiles and discussed something, while Masaru and his girl watched from the side. In the evening, the travelers gathered to have dinner together and get acquainted, but Adelina was worried about something. She was worried that they were all dirty and in torn clothes, so she wanted to fix it before dinner. She asked them when they last washed their clothes or bathed, and it turned out it had been a long time, 10 days ago. The girl understood everything. She would take them home, take care of their clothes, and then they could wash themselves. Then Adelina asked the hero if he would mind opening the hot springs a little earlier. He was just about to go there to conduct an inspection, so as soon as the sun set, he called everyone to the spring, and the girl wondered why the inspection. In fact, there was no inspection, the guy just wanted to be the first to try the spring. Masaru lay in the hot water, relaxed, and thought about how brilliantly he had applied all his skills to create this spring. The atmosphere was like in Japan, very calming. He realized, since rumors had spread through the city, what happened could happen again, so it was necessary to expand the living space, and he could turn to the newcomers for help to revive the city together with them. Maybe then the city would stop being just his and become a whole nation, which the hero dreamed of. Someone's voice sounded in the background. And she so wanted to relax, although it was already occupied by him. A little further from him, the girl was already in the water. She was the first to enter, and the guy was upset that he was not the first to try the water.